where I go live. Yeah, I can change overlay. There's no problem. Yeah, I can change. Okay, thanks a lot, eh? Okay, bye. Okay, guys, we are live now.
Got my gas.
Let me change the overlay.
Insane body heat.
Yeah, I do. I hate it. I hate it.
You hate it. It's like a forever hot flash.
Yeah, hot. It's just
Okay, you guys are live.
Welcome live from King City, Ontario, Canada, where we're watching Kishore Mehta run in, and that's a swing and a miss by Aaron Johnson. Apologies for the technical difficulties as we start. My name's Arslan Kadir, and I'm joined by Manali Patel. Manali, how you doing?
Good. How are you, Arslan? Slightly breezy this morning at King City.
Yeah, it's a little bit of wind. It's better than the rain that we had yesterday. And if you're just joining us, well, I guess everyone's just joining us as we're going live. Canada's 9 for 1 in 4.3 overs. Kishore Mahato, 2.3 overs, 1 wicket for 5. Karan Casey bowling from the other end, 2 overs for 4. And Rayan Khan Patan, the batsman, out on 1. It's been a decent start here from Nepal.
It absolutely has. The Canadian batters definitely have their work cut out for them. The ball's not coming on nearly as nicely as before, but they're going to have to dig deep and lots of overs ahead for them to bat on.
Yeah, Sandeep must be happy with his opening bowlers as we watch Kishore run in here. And that's cut away, and brilliant field in there on the point. That's we're gonna have to get the names here, but that looks to be Pawan Saraf there on point, and that's brilliant fielding. The Nepali fielding all weekend has been strong, Manali, and it shows. But I must say, Sandeep, after winning the toss, choosing a bowl on a wicket that was covered all day yesterday because of the rain, a little bit of moisture, a little soft as well, not knowing what was going to happen, is going to be very happy with this start.
Absolutely. I think he made a good decision here, and his bowlers are definitely dominating this moment.
And Mahato here has really given him a good start. That wicket of Rayan Khan Patan early, we know he can be destructive. Has put a little pause to the Canadian innings here. As that one's played square, beats square leg down to fine leg. There is a fielder there, so that'll just be a single to Aaron Johnson. Aaron Johnson making his debut for Canada here today, Manali. Originally from Jamaica, now resides in British Columbia, where he's been making some runs.
I actually had a fair amount of time to catch up with him yesterday with all the rain delays, and he's quite the cricketer. Growing up in Jamaica, playing in England, and now he's making a lot of waves in British Columbia. So it's definitely good to see him out here playing in the Canadian colours and showing us what he is capable of.
And that's a swing and a miss. Looking to play outside, looking to drive that through the covers. Bhupinder Singh, the other man with Aaron Johnson there, also from BC. And both Mahato and Karan Casey look to be getting some movement here. But in terms of Aaron Johnson, I was talking to somebody earlier, and they said he was unlucky to not play for Jamaica when he was down there. And if you had a chance to speak with him yesterday, he's got really broad shoulders, so I'm sure he's looking to make some runs here today and hit a big ball, especially with these short, straight boundaries.
He absolutely is. He was roaring to go yesterday as well, and he was stuck in the pavilion instead because of all the rain. But he's very passionate in what he does and absolutely loves every bit of cricket. Apart from traveling and playing cricket all over the world, I think his move to Canada has been more of a long-term planning his life out sort of idea, but at the same time he is more than thrilled to be involved in cricket and not just playing locally but also now playing for Canada.
As we watch Karan Casey coming in from the other end, as mentioned, he's opened the bowling alongside Mahato. 2 overs for 4 runs in the field. 2 slips in play still for Aaron Johnson. The 2 men out. Our third man, fine leg and a ring on the offside. And short, that's cut. And that's a little bit of what we were talking about, Wally. He can hit a big ball, strong man, and that's been carved away. I believe that is the first boundary of the innings to Aaron Johnson.
It absolutely is the first boundary for Canada as well, and that was cut beautifully right along the ground. And I think now maybe we're seeing Canada open up their shoulders a little bit and hopefully put them there and left comfortably by Aaron Johnson. So we mentioned that over the last year they've been touring somewhere around the world every single month, and the amount of time that this squad spends with each other, you can tell when you watch them play with each other, the banter they have on the field. They get along well, they know each other well, and that chemistry is so important when you're trying to perform at the highest level.
Absolutely, as we watch Karan Casey run in here. And that's been driven away, square driven to the boundary, and that's another boundary. So we've now seen him cut the short ball, and we've seen him drive the full ball to the boundary as well on the offside. Aaron Johnson really starting to open up his shoulders here.
And he's starting to find his stride. Great news for Canada. So what did you think of all of the fans this morning that have shown up to the ground?
You know, Nepal, everywhere they go, they get a lot of following, and it's great to see. I had a chance to connect with a few of them yesterday. Even while it was raining, they all made their way down here, and a number of their fans. And believe it or not, I'll shout them out in a second here, but a few of them took 2-hour bus rides to be here. And that's a great comeback by Karan Casey. A little bit of movement away from Aaron Johnson there, and that's more like the Karan Casey we all know. As I was saying, they came from downtown Toronto, no cars. A couple of them skipped work and school to be here as well. So we're not going to tell their bosses or their managers, but they made their way, and that's the passion that is here for these Nepali fans. We'd love to see a little bit more Canadian red in here as well, but definitely great support for Nepal. And that's hit over the top. It is a short boundary. That's going to be bounces. But again, the speed of the Nepali fielders as he catches that right at the boundary. Great sliding stop right on the boundary and saves 2 runs for Nepal. Again, those 2 runs can be the difference, and that's what Nepal's doing in the field here today.
Absolutely. Every run is going to count at the end of the day, and you can see the aggression. That ball would have easily gone to the boundary, but that Nepali fielder was not going to have that happen. Just going back to your note about the fans, it's big shout out to Nepali fans all across the world. You guys definitely come out and support your team everywhere that you can. If you can't make it here in person, we know you're listening and we know you're there on social media following them as well. And for the Canadian fans, please, if you can make it out here or give us a shout out online, you can let us know that you're watching or that you're following your team. It would be amazing if you could back your players in red.
As we watch Mahato start his 4th over here. And that was a big over for Canada. 10 runs off that last over, 20 for 1 after 6. Mahato to Bhupinder Singh. That's gonna keep it a little bit low. It is a little bit of tennis ball bounce out there. We saw that on the first ball that Rayan Khan Patan faced. A little bit of tennis ball bounce. We could see the shock on his face from here, and he was facing away from us, Manali. So it's going to be interesting to see how Canada goes about this innings.
Absolutely, and that first ball I think was a wake-up call for everyone, as we saw it just barely make it to the keeper, and it was an eye-opener for Ryan as well at the time. I think it's definitely picked up a little bit more than when we started, and it is starting to warm up, which should help how the wicket's going to play.
Manali, I think you're speaking for yourself about that warm-up, because you've been very chilly here in the commentary booth, as we see Bhupinder just play that to the offside. So you're probably happy the sun's out today.
I am absolutely thrilled to see the sun start to peek through. I don't know what it is, but my luck seems to put me in the middle of the coldest places in the mornings, and somehow I'm never dressed warm enough for it.
But the sun will come out. We're hoping, we're praying. But again, the overhead conditions are going to be helping Nepal here. Mahato really using it. Looked like he's getting a little bit of movement as well. As I say that, there is movement, but that's too much movement as that's down the left side and wide. Good take there. Good take there by Binod Bandari. See Bhupinder Singh, 28-year-old from BC. He does have some GT20. He has played some GT20 cricket. He's played a game in 2019, and he's been in fine form this season as well, so we're hoping he can replicate that. And that's played straight back down the ground to Mahato. We were hoping that he could replicate that, Manali, in one-day cricket over in BC this year in 2022. He's averaging 43 with 2 half centuries, so he's bringing some form to this tournament.
That's a fantastic average, and being in form is always helpful, especially when you've got some really important games coming up for Canada. They're about to head into their national championships next week, and then following that they've got...
As he's come down the track, and a brilliant stop by Mahato, just getting a hand on that. That saves 4 runs. But Bhupinder, he's finding the middle of the bat, but not the gap so far.
That's right. He is struggling a little bit. He's found the bat, but he's not quite able to rotate strike as much as he'd like. But again, time spent at the wicket will help that, so he's just got to be a little bit patient here. 50 overs is quite a long time to bat, and the runs will come. And as I was saying, Canada's got a very important tournament coming up that they're hosting here at King City in a few weeks, and all these games will have an effect as far as selections go for something like that.
Absolutely, and again, unfortunate that there was only no game yesterday. So this is the only game of this 2-game series. So players that are I would say on the fringe, Manali, just making their debuts for Canada, they want to put in a good performance, and we can put Aaron Johnson and Bhupinder Singh in that boat of both wanting to put a good showing here as the selectors pick their team going into the national championships, but also the Canada games later on this month. As he comes down the track again, and that's just off the hip. We'll see the umpire's call there. Looks to be off the glove, and it is. And Bhupinder takes a single. Brings Aaron Johnson on strike. That is the end of the over. So 22 for 1 after 7 overs. These last couple overs would have helped Canada, especially the one Aaron Johnson or Karan Casey. But we know Karan Casey, Manali. For Canadian fans, they won't remember him with a ball as much, but they'll definitely remember him with a bat. Killing the hopes of all Canadians for a World Cup berth. I believe it was in Namibia with that partnership between him and Sandeep Lamijane, last wicket partnership to win the game for Nepal. So they'll definitely remember Karan Casey, but his job right now is with the ball, not with the bat. See a little bit of a field change to Bhupinder. There are 2 slips in a gully in place now. So Sandeep really putting the pressure on. He wants a second wicket here in the first 10 with the opening burst, and as we watch Karan Casey run in. There's short ball pulled away. Not really getting that. Bhupinder, again, a little bit of sticky bounce there. Easy single, however, adapt to deep fine leg. And again, Bhupinder, that's good for him. Just get off strike, get to the other end. The safest part is when you're on the non-striker's end. So get there, and Aaron looks like he's finding his form. So let's get him on strike. Is probably what Bhupinder Singh is thinking there.
Absolutely, I think Bhupinder's got to keep it simple right now and just rotate the strike, try and get Aaron on strike as much as he can, while finding his own form out there. And this way, Aaron can keep the pressure off of himself and the scoreboard. We can keep ticking along. So that series, that Canada is about to play in the next few weeks is it's part of the Challenge League A, and they're going to be playing against Malaysia, Qatar, Singapore, Vanuatu, and Denmark. So they've definitely got a lot of games coming up. And leading up to that, they have their provincial or the national championship. They're going to be facing talent all across the country and putting on a show for the selectors.
You talk on that one and then see if you say no.
Yeah, well, absolutely right. And again, that's a big tournament for Canada as they start to make their way towards ODI status. Again, the 2024 World Cup
Up as well. Sorry, the 2023 World Cup coming up as well, and that's in the West Indies and U.S. and they want a berth in that, and the first step starts in Canada just in a few weeks. And that's hit away. That's the first six of the innings from Aaron Johnson. And again, just a little bit. He doesn't need much room there. Just a little short, slightly back of the length, and Aaron Johnson pounces on that. And my apologies, I kind of jumped the gun there. That's changing that to 4 runs. So not quite the first 6 there, but again, another 4 off bowling off Karan Casey for Aaron Johnson.
That was picked up beautifully by Aaron Johnson. So Canada is actually going back to the league, the Champions games that they've got in a couple of weeks. That is the second last round of games that they're going to have to try and get up on the points for the qualifiers. That's a quick single right there for Aaron Johnson. It's good running between the wickets. Nepal, of course, for those of you who do know, and those of you who don't, they're part of the League 2 setup within the ICC, and they are also in the hopes of ending up at the World Cup. So for them, each and every tour that they play is extremely important.
You watch Bhupinder just play that nicely towards cover. Again, we speak about Bhupinder. Find the middle of the bat so far. He's missed a couple, but going along nicely. Just needs to pick up that scoring rate a little, especially in that first 10 with only 2 men out. Got to find these gaps. Again, the scoring rate doesn't have to be hit aerial shots. Aaron Johnson is there for that. Just find the gaps, rotate the strike, and get Johnson back on strike. As he comes down the track and Manali.
That was picked up beautifully, pulled down the leg side, and I think he beat you to your words a little bit over there.
I was going to say, it's usually the commentator's curse, but I think I helped. That commentator's curse was for Karan Casey there, as that was played beautifully by Bhupinder Singh to the square leg boundary for 4. Came down the track, Karan Casey saw him coming down the track, decided to go short, but Bhupinder was ready for it.
How often do you see struggling batters can't get the ball where they want it, and then sometimes you just have to rush the bowler, come down the pitch and pick it up and put it over the ropes?
Well, it just takes one. It just takes one, and hopefully that helps Bhupinder there. But again, I don't think Nepal is going to be too upset with this start. 33 for 1 after 8 overs. They're going just around 4 runs and over in the first 10. I don't think Nepal's going to be too upset with this start. They would like a second wicket. I have that feeling as you see a little short mid-wicket into Aaron Johnson with Mahato swinging this ball back in. Still a slip in place as well. So the pressure's still on from Sandeep and his men looking for that second wicket.
I don't think Nepal has much to worry about so far. I mean, Canada's not really been able to make the most of their power play, and I think Nepal will be quite happy about that. You've obviously played at this ground a bit in the past. What has been your experience with these wickets and this outfield?
Well, the outfield and the short straight boundaries always help. The outfield is lightning quick. The short straight boundaries help as well. But I think the wicket is what you never really know is watch Mahato run in. And again, Aaron, a little bit of, there was that width that he was looking for, but just not unable to get out of middle or back, just a couple bounces to cover. But you never really know with these wickets, especially because they're under covers for so long. There's always going to be that little bit of tennis ball bounce, and at times it can get a little overused, and you'll start to see spin come in. I think spin is going to play a factor in this game today as well, but there is a little bit of grass cover. I think Mahato and Kankesi, specifically Mahato, is not as we watch him run in, and that's hit over the top, and again another boundary to Aaron Johnson. Again, he would like that last ball back, but there was width there again on this occasion and again that's down to the point boundary for 4.
Aaron Johnson's definitely in his element right now, and he is enjoying every bit of it. And you can see he's quite comfortable. There's no real stress, no pressure. Just doing some gardening out there and ready to face the next ball.
Yeah, he took a few balls to get going there, Aaron Johnson, but you can see that he was just biding his time, letting the first few overs, getting used to the wicket here a little bit, and now he's taking full advantage as he's up to 22 off 24 balls. And then he just plays absolutely smart cricket, just guiding that one down to third man, getting off strike, 5 runs off 2 balls to him. And gets Bhupinder back here as well. And Bhupinder, hopefully that last ball on the last over gets him going here. He doesn't have to match Aaron, but he's definitely got to be along for the ride.
He absolutely does. I think he's at that point where he needs to start ticking that run rate a little bit more. But I did, from my conversation with Aaron yesterday, it was pretty obvious that he's a very smart cricketer. He thinks about every bit of his cricketing abilities, whether that is how he's batting, how he's rotating, how the game is in operation. Bhupinder just defends that on the back foot, and I think he's taking it a little slow. Maybe we can see him open up a little bit, just try and rotate that strike. We do have a lot more batting to come in this Canadian squad as well still, so maybe just take your chances a little bit.
And again, he's finding, like you said, he's finding the bat. But let's talk a little bit about Kishore Mahato here, because he's in the midst of a really great spell. 5 overs for 13, 1 for 13 and 5. And Kishore Manali has played 1 List A game for Nepal. I'm not going to tell you his age. He's born in the year 2000, first of all, so that's a scary part. But he played 1 List A game against Zimbabwe A, and would you believe it? In his debut match, he took 5 for 43.
5 for 43.
I don't think you can get much better than that.
Absolutely not. That's a fantastic debut, and he's showing what he can over here as well. I mean, he's only going at 2.6 runs and over, and he's definitely kept the lid on the Canadian batters. I'm sure he's going to want a couple more wickets to finish his day off today, but a great start already.
You can't. again, I think he'd like one or two more wickets in that first spell, but he won't be too upset with that. As we see the first bowling change of the day, Muhammad Adil Alam coming into bowl for Nepal. Again, another right arm seamer, so we're going to see a fair bit of right arm seam here today, Vinali, and we'll see what Alam can bring to the table.
Absolutely. I think the conditions favor it as well. The ball's still moving quite a fair bit. There is some breeze. It's still overcast conditions. So I think the Nepali captain, Sandeep Lamichan, is rotating his bowlers according to the conditions very well. So, Arslan, are you feeling a little bit old? Is that what you were trying to say earlier? Born in the 2000s?
Yeah. Look, I remember Y2K, so... As you watch, and it's not a bad start. A little full, but looks to be getting a little bit of movement there as well as Aaron Johnson just plays that out. So I mean, anybody that doesn't remember Y2K, I think is a little bit young, and it's kind of scary to think that individuals born in the year 2000 are already 22 years old.
That's correct. Time absolutely flies. Doesn't wait for anyone.
And that's a brilliant shot over the top. Again, not going all the way.
Aaron's got to get in the weight room here a little bit, but one bounce to Aaron Johnson. Again, a little full.
He was full on his first ball, got away with it. Full again, and Aaron said, thank you.
Aaron's now missed out on two sixes, just falling short of the boundary, but regardless, he is now looking comfortable and set, and he looks like he's going to give Nepali bowlers a run for their money.
Yeah, Aaron, I think getting used to that BC diet versus the Jamaican diet, so muscle off, but might need to hit the weight room after watching those two shots, not carrying for 6.
I think so. Maybe getting some jerk chicken for lunch in there.
But again, this is
exactly what Canada was hoping for with Aaron Johnson and Rayon Khanpatan. One of them firing at the top to take them to a total and get them off to a good start. As we watch Muhammad Ali Alam, and that was a great comeback ball there from Alam as well. Play to the offside, no run. Nepal still buzzing.
There's still a smile on Sandeep's face. He's not going to be too disappointed with this.
Well, I think the depth that the Nepali side has, they definitely don't have much to worry about yet. We've just started, and their paces are still on top of it, and they've still got a pretty heavy spin bowling attack waiting to come in when need be. But I must say I'm super impressed with how Aaron Johnson has gone about his innings so far.
As that's a slower ball pushed through the offside. Just going to be a single. Not running very hard between the wickets there. There was definitely 2 in that. So again, not running very hard between the wicket, and he puts up his hand right away, saying my bad for that. Just the single. Bhupinder Singh on strike, but already a change of pace from Alam. Now there was a shot before that last ball from Karan Casey in the field saying, only swinging, no running. And I think that's a good call because, again, the boundaries have picked up, but the rotation of strike is not, and I think that's what Canada needs to pick on. A lot of dot balls in boundaries.
Yes, Canada definitely needs to start rotating the strike better. That last delivery, they could have made a run for it and stolen that second run, but I guess it was a lack of awareness and just not running hard enough on that first one.
Coming around the wickets of Bhupinder Singh. And he's bowled him. What a ball that is by Alam.
Just coming back around the wicket. That change of angle works for Nepal. And it's taking the off stump with him. So, again, that's what a change. You got to give that to the captain. Make the bowling change in a quick wicket there for Muhammad Adil Alam.
Yes, unfortunate for Bhupinder Singh today. He goes for 10 off of 27 deliveries and just found the boundary once in that innings. 37, a strike rate of 37. I would say that's a little slow in today's by today's standards, even for a one day. What do you think?
Yeah, definitely slow, but I think
we'll give Bhupinder the benefit of the doubt here. It's not an easy wicket to bat on early. There is a little bit of sticky bounce, but I can tell you one thing: this guy that's coming into the bat now will not have a strike rate of 37 as Akil Kumar comes to bat. Akil, we all know, up and coming. This is his first game for Canada as well. So two guys making their debuts for Canada, batting in the top 4 together. This should be but Canada really needs these two to build a partnership here and stay together. Where Nepal, on the other end, wants to break this partnership early, and they'll be very happy with that start.
Yes, Canada should be looking to getting their partnerships going for longer, rotating that strike. The longer they're out there, the easier it's going to be to get runs on later on, and the less pressure their hitters might be in coming down closer to the end of their batting innings. However, as you said, Nepal's they're doing fantastic chipping away at the wickets and keeping the run rate under great control. I think Canada's got their work cut out for them right now at 42 for 2, having lost one of their openers and their number 3 batsman. They need to start thinking a little bit more long term, and a little more, as you said, strike rotation is going to be key at this point.
Absolutely, as we watch Sandeep calling his own number here, coming into bowl. So he knows the importance of wickets early on, and he's called his own number to take that wicket. But you're 100% right, and I think the thing, Molly, is for these Canadian cricketers, a lot of them making their debut for Canada or just in the early parts of their career, not many cricketers with many hats under their belt, many caps under their belt. They're really trying to put a score on the board,
right?
and show the selectors that they deserve to be here and they want to be in that team.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Got it.
Coming up in a couple of weeks.
Yeah, so it's
And they've only got one game to do it against Nepal.
Yeah, it's definitely a lot of pressure for some of these players coming in for their first ever Canadian tour and Canadian game. Debuting is always tough, and nerves are always high. You want to.
Something different. Hold on.
Oh, that's a lot of turn there from Sandeep Lamichhane. Aaron Johnson just watching it through, studying what he's going to be going up against for the next 5 deliveries of this over, potentially.
There's bound to be some turn on this wicket. Again, we saw the sticky bounce for the
It's
Pacers.
good, man.
So Sandeep, I like this wicket, but it's not going to skid on too much on this wicket. It will be slow turn, so we'll see how he reacts to that. And we'll see how he reacts to one-day cricketing. We all know him for his T20 prowess. As Aaron watchfully just guides that to point. We all know him for playing around the world, and just yesterday, Manali, Sandeep announced, picked up by Dambulla in the Lankan Premier League.
Yeah.
So really good news for him as he leads his side out against
Oh boy,
Canada.
sizes.
That looked to be back of the hand there, Manali. So a little bit of variation kicking in early here from Sandeep. Aaron Johnson looked like he picked that well, straight to point. But again, Nepal's fielding coming to the forefront here, saving more than a few runs here early. Going for the sweep, and that's beaten fine leg, and that's going to run away to this fine leg boundary for 4. So Aaron, it does, just barely. Sorry, I might have spoken just a little too soon, but does run away to the boundary for 4. And Aaron, again, not letting Sandeep settle here, getting on that sweep early. Bottom edge, but still good enough for 4.
Yeah, that just trickled to the boundary as you were saying it, and I had my doubts, but made it right over. Sandeep is he's quite talented, and for someone who's come out of an associate country, he's done exceptionally well in the bigger T20 franchise leagues.
Again, another wrong one there, and Sandeep with a stare. Did not like that sweep shot too much. It looks like Sandeep there takes his cricket very seriously, hard-working cricketer. And I was having a chat with Shahid Kashwani a couple of weeks ago, just around Sandeep's leadership ability as well. And he said he's been an incredible leader, leads from the front, leads by example as you watch him run in here. And again, slightly on the shorter side, Aaron going back, but not able to beat that cover fielder. And he said he leads by example, one of the hardest working members of the team, but always with a smile on his face, and that doesn't go away. You can see him in the field. He was fielding at mid-on right in front of us, and just had the biggest smile on the face, just loves playing cricket.
Absolutely, and we noticed that yesterday as well. Rain delay or not, he was smiling. They were just having a good time, regardless of whether they were on or off the field. And this morning, the way he was soaking it up, spending time with some of their fans, just good all-round personality, and that's so helpful when you're leading a side as well. You need to give that positivity to your team members, and they. They exude off of it too. They want that sort of positive environment to be around when you're on the road and you're traveling as much as you are and you're away from family as much as you are. It all helps. It all helps to make it a more positive experience.
The team becomes your family at the end of the day as well. As we watch Adil Alam come in for his second over, Akil Kumar to face the first ball for Canada. And that's beaten outside the off stump. Alam looking like, he looked a little bit nervous early on, but his confidence certainly picked up with that wicket, and you can see that as the pace is picked up. Good carry to the keeper there as well. And the one thing I will say, these Nepali cricketers, they've all look very strong builds, strong shoulders, and you can see that with their pace bowlers. Adil Alam is no exception to that. As that's driven, and Akil finding the bat for the first time, straight to the cover fielder. Still a slip in place, a little short cover as well. Not short, but in for the catch. Again, that tennis ball bounce, they're expecting the drive to be up in the air.
Arslan, speaking of their fitness and how athletic that they are and how they maintain themselves as athletes. Of course, you've worked and you've played with their assistant coach and trainer, Shoaib Keshwani. He's a local Toronto guy, and he is now working with the Nepal Cricket Board.
Kumar, and that's just down. But again, brilliant fielding. Again, I think this is going to be the theme of the day, is the Nepal fielding, Manali, because it's definitely shining today. They're buzzing in the field, moving around quickly, and again, Sandeep with a strong hard throw, just missing the stumps, and Akil might have been in trouble.
This is good aggressive fielding, absolutely. They're backing their bowlers up beautifully, and it's also putting some doubt in the Canadian batters whether they should be going for those quick singles or not.
As we see, again, the power play is done, so we see a man go out in the square leg boundary, fine leg third man, extra cover out as well on the boundary. And that's a little bit short, but again, not quite coming up to Aaron Johnson's liking there. And again, as he practices that shot through the offside, but was looking to play that down to the mid-wicket boundary. Alam it looks as though with that wicket, he's found some rhythm here in his bowling.
Absolutely, he's got a stride in his steps now, and he's looking like he's pumped up and ready to come in and bowl hard. Canada is now at 4.11 runs, is going at 4.11 runs and over.
That's full, and that's driven through the offside. Not beating the point fielder, but a nice, quick, easy single there for Aaron Johnson. Aaron looks like he might have been. He's really looking to start to pick things up and playing smart cricket. Not going after every ball, but picking and choosing, and starting to rotate the strike here a little bit as well. And I will say, with Akil Kumar at the crease, the running between the wickets should certainly improve.
Absolutely. I think the last couple of overs, they've definitely improved their rotation of strike. And there's
down the leg side with a wide, and with that wide, Manali, that brings up the 50 for Canada. So again, 50 for 2 in the 12th over. I'd probably say even Stevens at this point.
Absolutely, it's a decent start from Canada, and I would say, just being 2 wickets down isn't a bad start, especially against an experienced side such as Nepal. I think they've done well.
That's beating him outside the off stump as well as the keeper with a sharp throw, but Akil getting back, and again, like I said, Alam starting to find his rhythm here. That the wide, swinging away from the bat, just played and missed down to the keeper. And again, Manali, when we talk about this Nepal team, they've played a lot of cricket. They're just coming off the triangular series in the USA. Not the best performance, not the performance that they would have hoped for, only winning 2 out of their last 5 games. But again, they're playing as a unit. They're heading to Scotland right after this as well. So there's a lot of cricket that they've played on their belts. Can't say the same for the Canadians.
Absolutely. Nepal's been touring steadily, and you're right, the outcome wasn't what they would have hoped for in their last tournament, but I mean, they're heading to Scotland. They've got plenty of match practice. Canada, on the other hand, they are doing extremely well considering the lack of tournaments that they have had in comparison.
And that's beating him, and there's a shout, and he's gotten back. Big shout, and you saw the Nepali contention, the fan group that's just off to our left here get some excitement there, and you'll hear them all day. Manali, they've come strong. They've got the kids are out with the shirt with the Nepali jerseys. I gotta find me one of those because they look very, very nice. I love the blend of the red and blue. But Sandeep off to a good start in this over. And that's another one. And Manali, we talked about it. That wicket, there's a little bit of tennis ball bounce, but he is finding some turn here on this wicket. And Aaron Johnson being very watchful here on the first two balls.
Yeah, I think Sandeep has found a little bit more of his stride this over as well. He's really getting the ball to rip. Aaron Johnson's got to be watchful as he gets through this over. He's played the
cut away down to Karan Casey at the cover boundary, so just a signal to Aaron Johnson, and I think he'll be happy to be off strike there.
I think so, and that's smart cricket. I mean, he's kept cool, and he's just gotten off the strike, and let's see if Akhil Kumar can handle some of this spin. I mean, I'm sure he can. He's got quite a bit of experience as well. But I'm sure the nerves of debuting are also playing a factor as he is at the crease right now.
Yeah, Aaron Johnson just creeping away. He's 33 now off 50 balls. Akhil Kumar 1 off 4. And that's he's not going to be too upset at that, as that's a single down to long off. But it is a no ball, the second one of the innings. We started the game with a no ball, Manali, and
It's now another no ball by Sandeep, and that's criminal there as a spinner bowling a no ball. And unfortunately for Sandeep, it brings Aaron Johnson on strike.
I was thinking the same thing. It's always, it's never right for a spinner to bowl a no ball. I mean, not off of a run up that short. And it's a free hit. Aaron Johnson's got the license to go for it. I'm quite excited to see what he can throw at that ball.
With that single, what it does allow Sandeep to do is change the field, and you see 3 men out on the leg side boundary. There's a deep square leg, deep mid wicket, long off.
Long on, long off. Oh no, sorry, long on seems to be in the ring, and deep square leg is coming up as well. So around the wicket, probably wants him to play this on the offside, it seems. As Aaron backs away, and that's
gone just over Karan Casey for 4. Sandeep not happy with that. The double teapot as he looks at him, as Karan was not on the boundary and just went over him for 4. 1 bounce for 4. So again, Aaron getting as close to the boundary without going over.
Yeah, he's really got to start putting that little bit of extra effort in to get it right over, but not quite sure why Kern was not right at the rope for that one. He would have definitely been able to save at least 3 runs on that one, and I think Sandeep was pretty upset about that as well, as he expressed himself after the ball sailed over the boundary.
And that's a sweep shot by Aaron Johnson, and this back-to-back 4s for Aaron Johnson as he's now up into the 40s. And I will say, Aaron is playing this well. He's playing this innings well, watchful. But again, that sweep shot
comes out, and no deep backward square leg there. He gets it on the full toss, goes for 4. Manali, the boundaries here at King City, short, straight, but really wide. As we watch Sandeep come in. And a little bit of a shout from the field. I thought it was another no ball, but
it looks like it came from the field. They're really long on the sides, on the square leg and point boundaries. They're really long, so I can understand why Karan Casey was in 5 to 10 yards, but not when it's a free hit.
Absolutely, yes. On your free hits, you got to try and block those boundaries as much as you can. And speaking of Aaron Johnson, he's 43 off 44 deliveries with 8 4s. He's going at an amazing strike rate of 97.73. So I don't think you can complain much about not finding his 6 hitting power today, because he is cruising along and definitely putting the Nepali bowlers under some pressure whenever he has been on strike. I'm not sure about you, but when I came in this morning, the Nepali fans were waiting for the team to show up and had all kinds of posters and signs made up. It was incredible to see just how much they're backing their team here today.
Manali, I don't know if you're calling me out for being late or not, but that's what it seems like. So I was not here when the team buses rolled in. But no, 100%. And like I said, they were all here yesterday. I'm going to shout out a few of them here because I promised them that I would say their names on air. So we got Abhishek, Prashant, Pradeep, Pooja, Samir, and Karanti were all here yesterday, coming from Brampton, downtown Toronto, just to see the Nepali players as we see Adil run in to start his third over. And that's just a little bit of movement back in to Aaron Johnson as he's played that just inside edge, just falls onto the offside, so no run there. But he's really looking to make a move. But just going back to the Nepali fans again, it's been awesome to see them here. They have they have their speakers there. They're having a little program here as well, so they're having a great time. And it's great that they can actually watch some cricket here today with the rain out yesterday. That's driven on the offside, no run there. But Manali, Aaron early on seemed to be struggling a little bit. He 2 off his first 12 balls, but he's certainly caught up.
He has, and I think he was smart about it as well because he knew that this wicket is a little bit tough to bat on, and he took his time to read it and understand what the ball was going to do off of it. And I would say it's safe to assume that he's figured it out, and he's figured out a way to score runs.
As you see Adil Alam and Aaron Johnson might have been looking for the wide call there, but that looked to be another slow ball by Alam. So on this wicket, just rolling his fingers down the side of that ball, seeing the grip that Sandeep's getting, he wants some of that grip as well from that wicket. But looking to change things up. Slip's still in place. He's still getting a little bit of movement there. So again, Sandeep's still looking for that wicket to really put them on top. Canada now 62 for 2 in the 14th over. Aaron Johnson 43 off 47. Akil Kumar 2 off 5. Not much of the strike has. Akil Kumar has not had much of the strike here, but he won't be too upset as Aaron Johnson is going really well here. And for Nepal, besides that second ball, Adil Alam has looked really good here, really strong in this spell. And that's beating Aaron Johnson outside the off slip again, so still getting a little bit of movement and lots of support from his fielders.
I think Akil Kumar is going along well, and he would be happy to be on to figure out how he's going to go about his innings and trying to see how Johnson's been able to be successful as he has been going.
He's going to play to the offside, and like we said, finding his groove, hitting his areas now. Was a little bit full to begin with as we go into the water break, the first water break of the day, as Canada is 62 for 2 after 14. We'll see you on the other side of the water break.
It's not bad. Good comments.
Thank you. That's good.
Yeah. It's just the echo. So when she's talking, and you're silent, then the echo comes in because maybe your mic is
I turn it off.
on or something.
Yeah, I've started to turn
When
it off. so-
but when it's off, there's no problem,
Yeah.
right?
Okay.
And when you're talking, so nobody hears anything else.
There are a lot of lagging issues with this stream apparently.
Huh?
The stream's lagging.
Yeah, stream because of the internet connection probably. Guys, keep go behind the camera, please.
You're big on e-cigarettes?
Yeah, very good.
Yeah.
Welcome back to live cricket here from King City, Ontario, Canada. I'm joined with Manali Patel, and
We've seen a good.
start to this game. 62 for 2 for Canada after 14 overs. I don't think either team's going to be too upset as we see 2 slips for Sandeep Lamichhane right after the water break.
Yeah, they're poised very well, both teams, and Sandeep is not. He's not ready to give up on anything. He's trying to be as attacking as he can. Oh, and a play and a miss there from Akhil Kumar. And as you can see, that's what the slips are there for that edge that he might catch off of the bowling. I think Akhil Kumar's probably feeling a little more comfortable out there. 6 deliveries that he's faced, but he's been out there for quite a while now.
Sandeep, heavy offside field, a really strong offside field. 2 slips, a ring on the offside, and at long off. Long on's in the ring, mid-wicket. So a 6-3 field for Sandeep Lamichhane, and he wants this wicket really bad, as we see. And that's the googly, and that's what he was setting him up for. Nearly beaten, just off the inside edge. Akhil Kumar, really happy with that inside edge of his bat as he gets him off strike.
Happy to be on the other side of the pitch. Let's see how Aaron Johnson's going to be going about this. He's on 43 off 50 deliveries, and he's getting pretty close to that half century of his.
Lamichhane, I've been told the inside reports he pulls a lot of googlies, and we saw a really good one there. As you see another one here to Aaron Johnson. Picked it well, just played off the back foot. But again, I think Johnson just itching to get to that 50, and maybe slowed down a little bit in the last over, but still a healthy strike rate at 84. And there it is. Has it carried? Are they claiming it? Aaron Johnson holding his ground, and he's saying no. That's great sportsmanship there by the Nepali team. Sandeep was almost certain that had carried, but great from first slip there, saying it had just bounced before, as Aaron watched that all the way into his hands. So again, Sandeep bowling really well here for his team, on his own number, and saying this is my show here, and I'm going to bowl from this end. Bowling a strong line here as well. And again, that one's a little bit on the shorter side. Aaron looking to get off strike. No single there. Akhil Kumar did not look interested in that single at all either, I must say.
He was very comfortable being on the other side of that, but that was some very smart field placement and bowling. They had 2 slips for Akhil Kumar, and then as soon as Aaron Johnson got in the field or on strike, they decided to take that extra slip and move them out on the field, because they know and they're aware of the power that Aaron Johnson has to clear these boundaries. But nearly gone there, Aaron Johnson. Sandeep will be happy with that over.
Very happy with that over. And again, I think that chat at the water break, we saw both their coaches out there having a chat, saying we need that wicket, especially with Akil Kumar, being out there for a little while now, but not facing many deliveries, as he faces up to Adil Alam. And again, Adil Alam has looked strong here in his first 3 overs, 1 for 8 with a maiden. And again, a really good length there as Akil Kumar watchful there. Just staying a little bit low there as well, potentially, Manali.
Yes, definitely stayed low. And, thinking about Akil Kumar, and he's faced 9 deliveries for his 3 runs, but how important is it to try and rotate that strike? Because sometimes when you're on the other side and you're watching, you can lose concentration yourself. And when you're back on strike, your brain just isn't there. As he watches that go through straight to the keeper, I think maybe if he can try and get Aaron Johnson to rotate a little bit more often with him, he might be a little more in tune to seeing more of the bowling, as well as getting more comfortable with just defending and prodding the odd single here and there.
100%, Manali, and I think the dot balls are starting to rack up here quite a bit as we watch Adil Alam run in. And again, that one there is played, and that's all just falling short, it seems. Looks to be claiming it, but both umpires have said no.
Falling just short. And again, the Nepali fielding standing out. That's a brilliant effort there.
That was
There by, let's take a look, Dipender Singh Aryan. And they're quick in the field, Manali, and they're moving well. And they've saved a lot of runs here early. And that's where the dot balls really start to add up, because you're not able to get off strike.
That's driven down the ground, and again,
I think Akil Kumar's taken some of our advice, because as these dot balls start to rack up, it's not just he himself who's going to be under pressure, but also Canada is going to want to look for a decent score, because they will need it against an experienced side such as Nepal. They've got some very strong batting in their lineup. And what do you think is a par score for this ground?
I think anything under 250 is short. So I would say you're looking at 250 plus on this ground to get a competitive game here. And I will say this, knowing Nepal's coach of Pudu Dasanaika, they will rotate the strike. That's something that Pudu, as we watch Sandeep run in. And that's again beaten outside. Didn't know much about that there, Akil Kumar, and that's brilliant bowling. That just shows the class of Sandeep Ramijane. Really on the hunt here, as you can tell. Lots of ring fielders, 2 slips still in place, mid-wicket, just long off in play as well. So he's trying to tease him into that drive for that single. Akil Kumar on the sweep. There is a man out there at long leg, so just a single to Akil Kumar. But if you're not
Picking it, that's the option. Pick the length, get on one knee and sweep it. And that's a great way to get off strike for Akil Kumar. But as I was saying, knowing Pudu
Dasanaika, that's something that he talks about a lot, is that rotation of strike. They'll have their plans in place. So Canada definitely needs over 250 here in this game. Wickets starting to ease up a little bit. Lightning outfield. They're going to need to find their groove here really quickly, as we see Aaron Johnson hit that out to the cover boundary for a single.
Yes, absolutely. For those of you who don't know, Pupudu Dasanaiki was actually, he does live in Canada. His family is in Canada, and he has worked with the Canadian side in the past for quite some time. He knows these grounds, he knows these conditions, and he knows some of these players. And with the experience that Nepal has, they're strong in their research as well. So their analysts must have found as much information on the Canadian batters as they possibly could have to see how to be on top of them.
On the sweep again, and this one pushing hard for that second, but again, the man there moving quickly, moving swiftly to that ball, just keeping it to a single.
And the other thing about Pudu, former Test cricketer as well, Manali. Coached Canada at the 2011 World Cup. He's coached the U.S. Coached Nepal to ODI status. This is his second stint with Nepal now, and you can just see that rubbing off on these players. They're a well coached unit, and you can see that in their cricket as well. And with Sandeep, all his experience playing across the world, you don't need to tell him much, because he's reading these guys as well, just by watching.
Oh, Aaron Johnson looks very, very disappointed as he walks off for 44 off of 55 deliveries. He has batted extremely well this game, and it's unfortunate that he couldn't get to his half century. However, at the end of his batting innings, I guess Sandeep Lamichhane has had the final say in what's going to be happening with his score. And you're right. I mean, the experience that Sandeep brings in from all of the franchise leagues that he plays across the world, he's been exposed to so many world-class players and coaches, and that kind of knowledge, that kind of wealth of knowledge that he brings back to Nepal is very, very helpful. And Pupudu is a very decorated coach, a very humble person, but also really knows his stuff. And you can see every team that he's gone on to coach has done really well for themselves.
You almost have to drag Aaron Johnson off that field, Manali. He did not want to get off, but he has to, and we said it just moments ago. Sandeep reading this game really well, knowing that he had that wicket, and that celebration tells you how much that wicket meant to them. They know he was the one that was hurting them with Akil Kumar 6 off 18. Harsh Thakur now into bat as well. He's played a lot of cricket for Canada over the last couple of years, coming up from the under-19. And both these cricketers now at the crease. Former Canadian under-19 cricketers coming up into senior ranks. Akil Kumar just starting his Canadian career, and Harsh Thakur has been played a pivotal role for Canada over the last couple of years as well.
Yeah, with this last wicket, Canada's at 67 for 3 after 17 overs. Harsh, believe it or not, Harsh and I have played for the same club from the time that he was just a little baby. And to see him work up through the pathway in Canadian cricket and now play for the national side is just incredible to watch. It's incredible to see that all the hard work that everyone has put into him has paid off for him, because it's not, you don't just walk into this side. There's a lot of club cricket you got to go through. There's a lot of under 13, under 16, under 19 days that you have to go through, and he is definitely one to watch. He's a powerful batter and brings a lot of strength to the Canadian side.
As we watch Adil Alam start his 5th over here, and again that's keeping low. It's kept low again, so not coming up. So still that in between bounce. But again, Nepal will be happy with that last 3 overs. Not many runs coming off the last 3 or 4 overs there, and that pressure started to mount on Aaron Johnson. And Sandeep reading that really well, has a great googly and was able to pounce on that. Coming back on Harsh Thakur, you've seen him since probably he was about 2 foot tall. He's over 6 feet now, so you've seen him grow not only in his cricket but also vertically as well.
Yeah, it makes me feel fantastic about my height to be able to see him just tower over me the way he is right now.
That's full and that's driven just off the outside edge, but their fielding again, not being able to beat point. Manali, and I'm with you. I'm with you on that height. My goal was always to get to 6 feet. I got to 5'11", and life said no more. But I'm going to go with 6. I mean, at 5'11", you round up, right?
Listen, I didn't even get to 5'5". I'm stuck at 5'3". Can I round? Unless I can round up to 5'5", then you can say 6.
5'5" with shoes on, as we see Akil Kumar drive at the offside. So a single there. Again, now more than ever, Manali, the rotation of strike is going to become increasingly important. And the reason for that, Aaron Johnson's not there to hit the big shots, get the boundaries, and that was what was helping the scoring rate for Canada. But when those boundaries dry up, as they have in the last few overs, you need those singles to carry through. And Harsh needs to have a good start to his innings here, and Akil Kumar needs to start finding the middle of the bat and rotating the strike. Good intent from Harsh as we see that played on, but again finding the outside edge. So Alam again into his grooves here, bowling well, bowling with good heat. Not many caps for Nepal for Adil Alam, but again I think from what we've seen so far, he might be a central figure moving forward. Just 3 ODIs in the past, 3 T20 internationals, 4 list A games, best figures of 3 for 45. He might look to better that today.
He's certainly bowling very well right now, and Harsh, he's is in the firing line as soon as he's walked in. But you make a very good point that Canada's been at the run rate that they have been thanks to the big hitting of Aaron Johnson. I would say, though, that Harsh, as much as he is a strike rotator, he's also capable of hitting the big shots. And he's really just got to work on getting his eye in at this point, because once he's done that, he's more than capable of clearing this boundary.
The other thing to note here, Manali, is the keeper up to the stumps title. Bowling good pace, but the keeper up to the stumps, trying to keep the batsman inside the crease. Still getting a little bit of movement there as well, and potentially a little bit of in-between bounce. So good move, I would say, from Nepal. As we see Sandeep start coming in to bowl his fifth over. This has been a really good bowling partnership, Manali, between these two.
Yes, it has been an incredible bowling partnership, and it's great match awareness from the keeper to know that the ball is still moving, and they're not giving the batters any chance to stand outside that crease to try and negate that at all. They want to put the pressure on at every point in this game that they can. And now that the over is done, Sandeep Lamichhane is back on.
Again, that's been played away beautifully by Akil Kumar. This is a quick outfield as that's running away. Nepali fielder down and just cutting it off. Keeping it to 2. Harsh looking to come back. No, will not. So saving 2 runs there. Saving 2 runs there is Pawan Saraf. And again, he himself alone has saved probably anywhere from 5 to 10 runs already in this game.
Yeah, everyone's making a huge impact on the field, and these runs are certainly going to help them when they come out to bat.
Watchful from Akil. As looking to find the middle of the bat here. Akil finding a little bit more, starting to pick Sandeep. But again, I think the intent has been better with Harsh coming to the crease already, just in the first few balls that we've seen. That's a little bit slightly shorter, getting a lot of turn there, Sandeep Lamichhane, and Akil Kumar just unsure what to do with that. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and say he left that one alone. But as a Canadian, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt.
I think that sounds good. But you can see that there's a lot of communication happening between Harsh and Akil Kumar. They're certainly communicating about what sort of deliveries Sandeep Lamichhane is bowling. They're trying to read it to each other, and they're trying to walk each other through some of these tougher overs of Sandeep Lamichhane. Which is fantastic, because they're youngsters, they're communicating, and they're reading the game.
That's another googly there, and Akil going for that big shot. There is nobody out at the deep mid-wicket boundary, so he decided to go for it. Again, taking a page out of England's Test cricket here. There's no fielders in the air for Akil Kumar, but just getting under that and just missing it. So again, the intent has certainly improved from these two just in the last few balls that we've seen. And there it is again. There is a man out there, so it's just going to go one drop in front of him, one bounce, just a single to Akil Kumar. And Sandeep not going to be too upset with Akil starting to play his shots. As we see after 19 overs, the score 71 for 3. Sandeep Lamichhane, 5 overs, 1 for 23. Muhammad Adil Alam, 5 overs, 1 for 10. As we see another bowling change coming in, we'll see who that is. That looks to be Basir Ahmed. Slow left arm. So again, spin from both ends now, Manal.
Canadian batsmen are definitely going to be under some pressure here as they try and read the spin and rotate the strike. Harsh is still looking to get off of strike. And Akil Kumar has reached his double digits. He's now 10 off of 27.
You know, Manali, when Akil came into bat at the follow Bhupinder's wicket, I said that his strike rate wouldn't be that low. He's let me down here a little bit, Manali, I gotta say. I'll let him know afterwards, but we all know the ability that Akil Kumar has. Being named to the ICC team at the 2020 World Cup in South Africa. Somebody that's been touted from a young age as the future, so he's getting his opportunity here, and he's going to be looking to cash in.
I think you're being a little bit tough on him, but I do understand what you mean by his strike rate being low. I'm sure if he can be out there a little bit longer, he will definitely have lots of time to make up for it. He is going up against some quality competition, though, and it's never easy when you're representing your country and you're debuting.
As he looks to carve that away. So a start from Bashir Ahmed on the shorter side. Might have been a wide there that Akil played at, but again, no harm, no foul as we watch Bashir run in again. That's a better length and a better line from Bashir Ahmed. Just trying to find that pace because he's a little bit on the slower side, bowling a little bit slower than Sandeep and Akil watchful. They wouldn't have played much cricket against each other, these two teams. And that's been on the shorter side again, played away in the air, but safe down to Karan Casey on the cover boundary. So just a single to Akil Kumar. As I said, Manali, not a lot, these cricketers would have seen maybe a little bit of video. You don't get much of that in the associate world, but they wouldn't have played a lot of cricket against each other. So the first few balls, you're trying to figure each other out here a little bit. So a little bit more room for error in the first few balls than later on in your spell. And that's edged, and Bashir Ahmed comes on, and anything Sandeep does, any move Sandeep does at this point in time is turned to gold as Bashir Ahmed picks up the wicket of Harsh Thakur. Edged, and a neat little catch there by the keeper.
That is quite an unfortunate way for Harsh Thakur to go. He went at it a little bit harder than he should have, and unfortunately he walks back for a duck off of 3 deliveries. And you're right, I mean, a lot of these players are probably facing each other for the first time. Of course, the video footages have improved and have improved quite a bit from back in the day where you had just scorecards, and it's changing the way cricket is being played, isn't it? Because now you have access to video of all of your competition. You're constantly being analyzed. You're constantly being read apart. Just what your weaknesses are, what your strengths are. So I would say players are having to work a lot harder at their games these days than they did in the past. You're always under a scanner, for lack of better words. But I'm sure any sort of games that they can get against each other is always welcome, and this is what these players are here for. This is what they love to do.
Absolutely, as we see Bashir Ahmed do that wicket. Harsh Thakur disappointed, not troubling the scores on this occasion. As we see Uday Bir Singh Walia stride in for Canada, 20 years of age, played for the Canadian under-19 team, had a 50 in the World Cup, and these two played together at the under-19 World Cup in 2020. So had a good showing with both bat and ball, and he'll be looking to repeat that performance in his debut match for Canada. That's left alone, so watchful from Uday Bir early. And again, Manali, we talk about the intent from Harsh Thakur, but I think that was brought on by the number of dot balls in this innings, and that pressure is certainly starting to show on the new batters.
Yeah, these dot balls are definitely starting to mount, and scoreboard pressure is going to get harder if it keeps going this way. And I have actually had the chance to have a conversation with Walia yesterday during all the time off with. Yeah, there's definitely some scoreboard pressure coming on here. 74 for 4 after 20 overs. They're already 4 wickets down and nowhere near that 250 par score that we were talking about. And you're right, these batsmen that are coming in right now, they don't have the luxury of time on their hands. They don't have the luxury of being able to watch a few balls. I mean, it is still better than in a T20, but at the same time, they need to try and rotate the strike a little bit better. It's okay if you can't get the big shots in right now.
As that's down the leg side as well, and they're going to sneak a run there. Really watchful from Akil Kumar. It is a leg by, so Uday not getting off the mark. But you're 100% right. But what Canada need right now is a partnership, and these two, they're young. They've shown the ability with both bat and ball, both of these guys, and they need to put runs on the board. As Akil, we're going to go hard, trying to drive that long off. The other thing I will say, Manali, with the Canadian team that's been selected, not a lot of experience at the national level, at the highest level for Canada. Nepal,
a lot of experience for a lot of their guys. Obviously, Sandeep playing around the world.
Karan Casey has been a member of this team for a very long time. So a lot of experience for the Nepali team. Canada showing a little bit of their inexperience early on in this game so far.
Yeah, you bring up a good point, actually, and this is a very, very young Canadian side. A lot of the core contingent is not playing in this series, and it's partly because of unavailability. And the tournament was confirmed quite later on. So, as much as this is not the strongest Canadian side that we have, I'm sure these youngsters are looking to put their best foot forward and take in as much as they can.
Udaybeer watchful again as Bashir Ahmed starts his second over. Just one for one.
Brilliant figures of 1 for 1 off 1 so far. But you're right. But the good thing that comes out of that, Manali, as we've spoken about, is the number of under-19 cricketers that have come up into the national team. It's something that we've been asking for a long time as we watch Bashir run in. Again, watchful from Udaybeer, looking to get off the mark here and start his Canadian career
With some runs. But the good thing is you see the likes of Akil Kumar, Rayan Patan,
Harsh Thakur, Udaybeer Walia, Arman Kapoor as well. Watchful there from Udaybeer. Then Paramveer Karud is with the team. Nicholas Manohar is with the team. Keenan Tinto is with the team. So there's a number, and I'm sure Karav Sharma as well from the last World Cup. So a number of these cricketers coming up the ranks, and it's really good to see for Canada. That's played up in the air, and the crowd was into it there, Manali. They got excited as just holding in that wicket, which is bound to do on this wicket. And Udaybeer lucky to survive.
Well, lots of smiles from the bowler there and the Nepali fans. Definitely being very watchful while you're here, and you bring up a good point about how important the player pathway is to have your youngsters and preparing them to eventually end up in that senior side. Oh, and that's driven straight back to the bowler pretty hard, and it just gets out of his fingers for Bashir Ahmed.
That's a drop catch. I'm putting that down as a drop catch. You get your hands on it, and Pubudu will
tell you get your hands on the ball. That's a catch, and you can tell from Bashir's reaction there. He's seen that as a catch as well. But Udaybeer, again, another strong lad, over 6 feet tall. Manali, we couldn't get there, but these guys have gotten there. Over 6 feet tall, strong man, hit that ball hard. And Bashir, lucky to have a few fingers left after that.
I believe so, and it is still a little cool out here, so I'm sure he's feeling it on his fingertips.
Yeah, I would say that the climate here and the temperature
here today and yesterday is a little bit different than what they've had in Nepal and what they have in Nepal. I mean, maybe when you get into the mountain regions there, the Himalayas, but these gentlemen just coming from Houston, very hot in Houston, so not quite used to this weather just yet. The Nepali fans really getting into it now with every ball as they feel another wicket coming on. Sandeep and Bashir again building another strong bowling partnership. Sandeep bowling really well into his 7th over, continuously beating the bat. And there's that googly. Udaybeer reads it well, and that's hit off to the square leg boundary. And there is his first boundary for Canada, just short from Sandeep on that occasion, and Udaybeer was up to the task.
Oh, I'm sure he's feeling quite relieved with that boundary. Definitely takes care of some of the nerves. So, Arslan, you have also been in the past part of the player pathway within Cricket Canada growing up. How important is it to have the structure necessary to find talent at a young age, work with the talent, and with the hopes, of course, that they're going to be representing the country when the time is right for them?
Yeah, we have a little bit of time to talk about this as that ball has gone over the fence into the weeds. As they search for that ball, it's incredibly important. I mean, at 19, 20 years old, you have a decision to make, whether you want to pursue further education, start a career, which makes it very difficult then to continue playing cricket. And finding a way and a pathway for these young cricketers, whether it's sending them into a junior program, as Akil Kumar and Akash Gill from the OCA have done in New Zealand. And that's watchful. Again and again, Akil Kumar really aware. The awareness is strong from Akil Kumar as they pinch a single there.
pinch it by there as that just got away from the keeper.
That looked like a tight single, though.
Very tight single, but that's what we need right now. Is that they need to start rotating the strike and putting the pressure back on Nepal. Nepal looking really solid and really confident in the field, and they need to be put under pressure here a little bit. Short again, and that's in the air, and that's an easy dismissal. Soft dismissal for Akil Kumar. That's just stuck in the wicket, and he's lobbed an easy catch to Alam at the cover field. And we talked about dragging Aaron Johnson off. Manali, this is, you might need to get a forklift to pick him up and take him off the field, because he does not want to get off this ground.
Absolutely, he's really dragging. I don't blame him. He's tried to work really hard out there. I mean, he's been out there for 34 deliveries. Mind you, he's only scored 12 runs, but he tried to fight every single ball that he has faced, and of course with the hopes that he was going to turn it into a bigger score and improve that strike rate. And with that wicket, Canada is now in a little bit of pressure and a little bit of trouble. We're at 81 for 5 after 22.4 overs. It's not looking very good for Canada, and we need some serious batting turnaround at this point.
You're being very generous with a little bit of trouble there, Manali. I think Canada is in a deep hole. And I will say there's probably no man better to get them out of that hole than the captain himself, and Saad bin Zafar, coming into bat at number 7 for Canada. He's been in fine form. It's the day of it. It's the age of social media, so we've been seeing his scores. He's been scoring runs, taking wickets across various competitions this year, and it's got to be him. He's playing against his good friend. He's going to be coming up against his good friend Sandeep Lamichhane, captaining against each other. So it's captain on captain here, and Saad, again, we've said it multiple times today. They need a partnership. And it's got to be these two.
Yep, he has definitely got to play a captain's knock today, and he might be going up against a friend, but when you're on the field, you're definitely foes.
100%. I could not agree more. Manali is watchful. So slip still in place. Sandeep deciding to come around the wicket with the left-hander now. And this is again where the rotation of strike becomes important with the left-hand, right-hand combination. Starts him off. Watchful there from Saad Zafar, just playing that off into the onside, straight to mid-wicket. Alam there. That's a single down to fine legs, and not too happy with that. A little bit of casual fielding there.
Yes.
At short fine leg. But Sandeep, again, 2 for 30 in 7 overs. He'll be happy with that spell so far. And again, calling his own number, and he said, I'm going to be the man to take these wickets, and he's certainly done so.
That's the Canadian captain. He's got his work cut out for him over there. And Sandeep Lamichhane definitely not happy with the fielding in that last delivery. There was a rare misfield from a Nepali fielder. At least it's gotten the Canadian captain off of strike, got him going a little bit more, and let's see how well these two guys can rotate the strike and bring up the score to where it should be. We're still sitting at 3.5 runs and over, but it's going to be tough when you're 5 wickets down and you're heading into your tail end of your batting lineup. Bashir's coming in to bowl his 3rd over, and he's sitting at an incredible economy rate of just 1.
That's been hit hard. So a misfield by Alam there on the cover, at cover, so that allows Saad to get off to the non-striker's end for a single. Bashir now to Adebir. He's hit his quota per over. That's the 1 run that they need per his over. So he's hit his quota there. I was going to say before that ball, Manali, it was captain on the other end. It's left arm spinner on left arm spinner. But Saad decided to take that moment away from me.
Can't make it too easy for you.
Again, that's played on the front foot there by Birwalia.
Uday Birwalia is he's racking up his dot balls right now with 15 balls used up for just 5 runs that he scored.
But they pinch another single there, so good single there, good running. And again, the running between the wickets should improve with Saad bin Zafar there. At this point, Manali, I don't think runs is the name of the game. They need to build a partnership here and stop the flow of wickets. It's been a steady flow so far early on in this innings. As we approach the midway mark of this game, Saad and Udebir need to really stick it out. And Saad being watchful there, gets on the front foot, defended.
Would you say the lack of 50-over cricket that the associates are playing has had an impact on how they go about and how their scores are showing up on 50-over games?
And that's been guided down to the third man boundaries. Just a single there as the man at the point fielder runs to stop that. So just a single. But only, between 20, there's been a lot of T20 cricket, and that's the future. We all know it, especially for associate nations. It is going to be T20 cricket. But I will say the local competition is all 50 overs. You know, there is a T20 portion as well, but a lot of these cricketers, as we watch Bashir run in, short, watchful from Udebir Walia, a lot of the cricket they're playing is 50 overs in the local league, so it shouldn't be too drastic of a change here. The competition coming up is a 50-over competition, and these cricketers have played a lot of cricket growing up that it has been 50 overs, so you know, I think the translation has to be the T20 cricket versus the other way around, considering the cricket that they've played, especially in the early part of 2022.
Yeah, you're right. The local competition is definitely very 50-over heavy, which makes you wonder why we are struggling to be able to bat out 50 overs. Even the games played on the weekend in the past where Nepal was having their warm-up games, the scores were slightly worrying for Canadians. I guess the totals were fairly low, and that could be in part some of the conditions of the grounds as well.
Sandeep to begin his 8th over. I'm gonna come back to you with a question, Melly, as we watch Sandeep bowl to Saad here. We talked about the Nepal team playing a lot of cricket together, being together consistently. Everybody knows their role within the squad, within the team. Another googly there from Sandeep. The oohs and ahs come out. He really wants his wicket of Saad, I can tell you that. The lack of playing cricket together for Canada is the other side of it. What impact do you think that's having on the performance here today?
That's a really good point you bring up, and it's huge. It's huge, and we could see that even yesterday when both of the teams were in the pavilion. The Nepali cricketers definitely have so much better camaraderie. They just know each other so much better. They're having a good time with each other. Whereas with the Canadians, they're still trying to figure out who the other person is. They're still trying to understand what sort of chemistry there is on this team. And at a certain point, when you're playing at a high level, you need to feel not just comfortable, but you need to understand the players that you're playing with. You need to have that mental understanding. And Canada is definitely short on that compared to Nepal. They just don't have the same sort of exposure. Or
that was an off-spin delivery by Sandeep Lamachana there. So again, a little bit of gamesmanship. We said that these two were close, but certainly some gamesmanship there between these two. Sorry, Manali.
Sandeep's mixing it up as well as he can to try and get that third wicket of his.
He's certainly bowling off-spin here, so this is new in his armory, something that we have not seen before. But again, Sandeep feeling like he can do anything out there at the moment, and why shouldn't he? 2 for 30 and 8 overs with a maiden.
Yeah, he's all smiles out there, high-fiving and having a good time. And going back to your previous point, the more games that I guess these players will play with each other, the better it's going to the better it's going to get for Canada. But when your opportunities are so far and few, you have to make the most that you can for whenever they do come around. The national championships next week should help, because while they're not all playing in the same team, they're still going to be in the same setting. So getting to know the other players, whether on the field or off the field, it just helps. It helps the camaraderie overall improve, the team spirit improve.
Bashir Ahmed to continue. Uday Bir watchful there again. But this is good from these two. Again, the lack of rotation strike, not an issue right now for this moment for the next few overs. They need to start building a partnership here. And again, watchful. That would look like to be a little bit of the arm ball there from Bashir Ahmed. So again, both these spinners starting to put their hand in their toolkit and bring out all the tools here. So, but you're 100% right, Manali. The lack of playing cricket together, and the one, I guess, excuse that we have in Canada is we are a very large country. We've got a number of cricketers spread out throughout the country as well, which makes it tough. And again, that's where it's disappointing for some of the guys that have traveled for these two games. Uday Bir being one of them, to just only get that one game against Nepal this week.
Yeah, logistically speaking, Canada is a massive country, and we have pockets of cricket spread around the entire country. So trying to get everyone competing against... Walia gets off the mark for a single there just down the ground. Getting everyone on the same page, playing against each other as often as Cricket Canada would like is very hard to do, both financially and from an organization perspective. But that being said, we've seen it done successfully in the US as well, and they're a very massive country equally, and they've also got pockets. Big shot from the bowler and the keeper there, but Saad looks to survive.
So after 26 overs, Canada 86 for 5. If you're just joining us, we're coming to you live from King City, Ontario, Canada. If you're in the area, it's a great day. It's overhead conditions seem a little bit iffy, but there is no rain on the radar, Manali, so I think we'll be all clear for a good game today. And if you're just joining us, Canada 86 for 5. Had a great partnership for the second wicket between Rupinder Singh and Aaron Johnson. Aaron Johnson making up 44 of those 86 runs. But the rest have struggled a little bit on this wicket. A little bit of in-between bounce, tennis ball bounce, I would say. And it's been a bit tricky. And Sandeep Lamichhane, Mohammad Alam have really taken advantage as we see another bowling change here for Nepal.
Should I bring somebody? Should I bring somebody for interview?
If you want, yeah, it's up to you.
You know, as I look around the ground, I must say I'm very impressed that today is a working day, and the crowd is actually slowly starting to fill in as more and more Nepali fans are heading to watch their team play.
So we see off-spin coming in as Dipendra Singh Airy comes in to bowl. And a decent start there from Dipendra. And that one's short, and that one's played away to the square leg boundary for a single. Uday Bir. And again, the call for keep rotating strike from the Canadian outfield. But you're right, we need the Canadian fans here, Manali. It's a strong Nepali contingent. They're all here. They've got the festive hats. They've got the signs. It's really good to see, and they're definitely very joyful as well. And they've had a lot to cheer about early on in this game.
Yeah, the team's given them lots to cheer about so far, and it's heartwarming to see the support that Nepal has. Oh, and that's chopped on by Saad bin Zafar. And he is, I'm sure, gutted to be heading back to the pavilion.
That sticky wicket coming into play again there as Saad's looking to just cut that, but not quite coming up. And again, just played on, chopped on there from Saad bin Zafar. And the captain, again, we keep saying this, somebody, if we have a forklift driver here, we're going to need him soon, because really struggling to get off this field, not wanting to get off this field. As Canada now in even deeper hole at 87 for 6. And Ollie, they're going to need somebody to put their hand up and put a partnership together.
I think it's looking a little tough for Canada at this point. I think Canada needs to start. I don't think we're going to see the 250 mark, but at least try and get as close to 200 as possible. Saad bin Zafar, the captain of Canada, walks back for 3 off of 13. And it looks like every bowling change has been successful for Nepal.
It absolutely has. We said, Canadians were very nice. They were very hospitable. We don't have to be this hospitable in this game here, Manali. 87 for 6, just handing a new bowler a wicket every time they come in, and it's that change. You got to be, we talk about rotation of strike, but that comes with being watchful as well for the first few balls, just understanding a little bit of what's going on with the wicket. And now, but what it is doing is giving opportunity to everybody here to put their stamp on this match.
That's right. At least everyone's going to be able to get a chance. But at the same time, I think had Canada gotten to play Nepal yesterday, they would have probably fared a little bit better today, because getting that exposure and that confidence and those nerves out of the way. Arman Kapoor faces his first delivery there. A lot of dot balls. And I mean, I know he's just walked in and the pressure's huge, but they've really got to try and figure something out here soon before this game is completely out of their hands.
Sandeep Lamachani, before the series started, Manali mentioned they would like to get 3 wins. They played 2 warm-up games here. They won both. The rain out yesterday, so they're looking for this win to really cap off the tour on a strong note, as we see Arman hit that down to the long on boundary for a single. But the other thing that's happening in this game is they are playing 12, which allows for a deeper batting lineup. Canada's got a number of all-rounders as well, so it does provide, the batting does go deep. So although we're at 8, Arman Kapoor bats in the top 3 for his club side, so has the ability to bat and bat long. And they definitely need that from these two here to really put any type of total on the board.
At the 27th over, we're 88 for 6. That was very smart. It was smart on the coaches and for both Nepal and Canada. The Canadian coach had a chat with the Nepali coach this morning to try and get all 12 players to play. And why not? Because it's not like this tournament is going to count towards any points for either team. And if it is just a matter of, getting some experience, getting out there in the middle and getting some game time, try and get all of your players to get some time out there in the middle, get their confidence up. And if you have a friendly game like this, it could do wonders for players who have never played for Canada before, or players who are young and just trying to get some game time.
As Arman looks to go over the top, not quite getting it, but falls safely, and he'll come back for 2. Arman, big fan of that shot over extra cover, but just not quite getting it there, and playing a cover drive through mid-wicket there. So Arman Kapoor looking to get intent, but has to be smart. They can't lose another wicket here, especially to Bashir Ahmed. And again, watchful there from Arman Kapoor. The other thing for you talk about for the Canadian side playing 12, for the Nepali team playing 12 here as well, they're headed off to Scotland for a series with matches that are going to count for something. As you see, maybe a little bit of an arm ball there from Bashir Ahmed. Arman Kapoor looking to play that on the leg side. So this experience is going to be important for them. Getting more match practice. They've got a chance to play 3 games here in Canada so far, and been on top on all of them for throughout. So again, really valuable experience for the Nepali team before they head over to Scotland.
Yeah, the experience is incredible, because you could practice, and I feel this is what the issue is with the Canadian side as well, with the winters. With the winters being as long as they are in Canada, we are doing way more net time than a lot of countries that come from warmer climates. We're practicing indoors, we're practicing in nets, but you are never going to get the same amount of experience until you're out there in the middle. And Nepal, they've got a series against Scotland coming up. They want to get all their players to get as much game time as possible. But even for Canada, they've got a very important series coming up ahead, and I'm sure they want to do as well as they can to try and get to those World Cup qualifiers.
And that's where somebody like Pugni Desanaika, in the lead up to the 2011 World Cup, a lot of the players went over to Sri Lanka to play. They had a pre-tour to India as well. So game time is, as we watch Deepinder Singh come in here, and again, a little bit of extra bounce there. So this wicket, we know it's not easy. So we know it's not easy to come in, but that's where a partnership is important. Those two, that Aaron Johnson and Deepinder Singh partnership was very important for Canada. And after that, they haven't looked like they're in the game.
This is a bit of a sliding stop from the bowler, and you could really hear the Nepali fans cheering on every bit of effort. Just live on the field, these Nepali fielders, they're not giving away any easy singles, and the Canadian batters are really having to work hard for every single run. I am a little, I'm getting a little worried at Walia's strike rate here, though, because he's faced 26 deliveries for just 8 runs, and I would say it's probably putting his batting partner under pressure as well, because there's very little rotation happening, and that scoreboard's been stuck on 90 for quite a few deliveries now.
He's had about 6 batting partners finale, so which one are you referring to in terms of pressure?
I don't think I can blame him for all of those all of those batting partnership pressures. He is very young, and he's got a lot of time ahead of him. At just 20, he's just starting his career for Canada, and he will grow with time, both mentally and physically, and just that confidence will come as well. But I must say I do kind of feel for him, because it's not the easiest to go out there and bat on a wicket like this against a side like Nepal, and to be at the score that Canada is right now.
Definitely, and I think, again, we have to give some credit to Nepal here. They've stuck to their plans. They've bowled tight. Every new bowler that's come on has been on the spot. And you got to give credit where credit's due. Nepal has put Canada under real pressure, especially after winning the toss and choosing to bowl. Sandeep said, we're going to take some wickets early, and they've certainly done so.
Yeah, Sandeep was, he definitely made a good call this morning when he won the toss. And this wicket was always going to be tricky, especially after all the rain that we had yesterday.
I think, I mentioned that the Canadians are very hospitable. We're getting them used to Scotland conditions as well, with the wind, the overhead conditions. I don't think Nepal could have asked for a better warm-up.
Yeah, we've been pretty gracious in many ways to Nepal. Bashir Ahmed is just cruising along through his overs. There's another play in the miss from Arman Kapoor. Bashir Ahmed he's still going at just 1.45 runs and over, and he doesn't look like he's being challenged much at all by the Canadian batters. And some indecisive calls from the batters there, but they choose not to go down for a single. Probably a right call, as the ball was fairly close to both the keeper and the square leg fielder.
Being in this scenario before, Manali, where your team's in trouble, you've lost a lot of wickets, the gaps just seem shorter and shorter, smaller and smaller as we watch this, and that's where those errant shots come into play, because you don't see a gap in the field, you don't see a gap in the ring, especially with a strong Nepali field. The only gap you see is in the air, and that's where the errant shots come into play. So Arman and Adebir have to be really watchful here to ensure they don't get out playing as that's a little bit short. It gives a little bit of room to Arman, and he plays that down to cover. But again, a little bit lazy in the running there, Arman, and nearly paid the price for it.
This is back to basics as well with cricket. You can't take anything for granted, whether you're running a single or whether you're backing up at the non-strikers, and you have to be on your toes, and you have to try and steal as many singles or as many runs as you can. Had he been run out there, it would have been absolutely embarrassing, and just no one but himself to blame for something like that.
Yeah, if he got run out there, I think he would have sprinted to the dressing room and hidden in the corner there for a little while, so we wouldn't have needed a forklift to get him off the field. But 91 for 6 after 30. Odebir on 8 off 30. Arman Kapoor 4 off 15. Matching strike rates at 26.67 as well.
Well,
we talk about this, Manali, in the hut is at 30 overs, whatever your score is, you should look to at least double it in the final 20. 91 for 6 as we watch Deepinder Singh Airy continue to Uday Birwalia, or to Arman Kapoor, sorry. Look to double it. That puts us at 182 and 50 overs. That's well below par.
It is well below par. And to be honest, you're being optimistic with trying to get to 182.
That shot's going to help there as Arman Kapoor looks to carve that to the deep mid-wicket boundary.
And it's gone all the way. The first 6 of the innings. We talked about Aaron Johnson not being able to clear the boundary. That ball popped off Arman Kapoor's bat, and that's gone all the way for 6.
A very welcome boundary for Canada after the serious pressure that they've been put under by Nepal. And I think they're going to need quite a few more of those to try and get to that 182 that we're talking about. Although I still feel 182 is not going to be nearly enough against this Nepali side here. It is a tricky wicket though, so I'm sure they're going to have to navigate through their batting sensibly just as Canada needed to. So it should still be a very interesting game to see how the other side gets through it. A rare wide delivery from Deepinder Singh Airy.
That's going to help there. You need those extras as well if you're a batting side. But Nepal's not going to be too disappointed again. As that one's beaten the inside edge, you can see that wasn't too far away there. But like I said, Nepal's not going to be too upset with them playing their shots, especially on a tricky wicket. Canada knows that they need to put a good score on the board, and their shots are going to, as he goes for it again, and that one is, the intent from Arman is there, but the action not quite making it. Besides the 6,
He's missed a few here, so he's got to be watchful at the same time while looking to score some runs. And right now, it just looks like it's boundary or nothing for Arman Kapoor.
Well, that was smart of Walia to go down there and talk to him to just try and bring him back to his senses a little bit. It's good intent, but definitely need to be watchful. And there's another shout. Oh, and he is gone.
A change of angle there from Deepinder Singh Airy, and again, you can hear from the Nepali fans.
It looked, Arman Kapoor, it was either going to be 6 or out there, and unfortunately for Arman, it was the latter. And he has to walk off for just 10 off 18. And we talked about building a partnership. It wasn't going to be about runs at this point, and he's certainly going to be disappointed with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I think he was a little impatient, getting a little bogged down with all the dot balls. But you were at 30 overs in a 50-over game. You've still got 20 overs left to bat. I think Canada really needs to go back and look at how they've structured their batting. There just hasn't been the intent to rotate the strike. There's just been a lot of dot balls and way too many dot balls for any format of the game.
And as we watch Shreyas Mova come in, and Shreyas from Quebec
Has played a couple of games here for Canada as well. But again, we talk about the length of this batting lineup. She has another top-order batsman for Quebec in his club team, so has the ability with the bat. But again, coming to your point, we talk about the strength of Nepal's fielding, the strength of their bowling as well. They're bowling good lines, keeping them in play. And when there's no gaps in the field, the only gap is in the air, and Arman Kapoor looked like he wanted to hit every ball in the air in that innings, and unfortunately that's led to his downfall. Hit that 6, Deepinder Singh Airy changing his line of attack, and again leading to the downfall of Arman Kapoor.
Yeah, very smart bowling from Deepinder Singh, and it shows his experience as well. To be able to come back the very next delivery after being hit for 6, and you could see that the pressure that he was putting on was starting to get to the Canadian batters. They wanted to swing and try and get off of strike as quickly as they could.
Manali, this is a one day match, correct? Not a test match, because I see a leg slipping
Right now. And there's why, because there's a little bit of turn there for Deepinder Singh Airy coming around the wicket. Leg slip in play, and that brings the end of his over. And these two, again, Deepinder Singh Airy, 3 overs, 2 wickets for 9 runs. With Bashir Ahmed to continue from the other end, 6 overs, 1 wicket, 9 runs.
Aslan, you bring up the point about a lot of these players being top order batters. in their respective provinces and their respective clubs. And yet it's been slightly disappointing to see that the batting that we have seen has not replicated top order batting. And yeah, it's a tricky wicket, but what has really gone wrong here for Canada?
Yeah, look, I'm not going to make excuses for the Canadian team. I will say that it has been disappointing as we watch Bashir Ahmed run in here. Again, that's it's watchful from a debut. Looking to play that on the onside, just off the inside edge, back to the bowler. But the one thing I will say is the facilities comes into play. A lot of these guys, as you watch Bashir, short ball, driven down to long on for a single. A lot of these guys not used to playing on turf wickets either. BC, not many turf wickets. I think there may be one. Even Ontario, right? Not a lot of these guys have played on turf wickets. Now, again, that's no excuse. As a cricketer, you've got to, every wicket you play on there is going to be doing a little bit something different. You've got to get used to the conditions early, and they just haven't been able to react early enough to get used to the wicket, understand the opposition, understand the bowling, and then be able to come with a plan of action.
The plans have not looked good for the Canadian side early in this game. And again, we still have a few
overs left, so that may change with Shreyas Moba now on strike. Big stride in for Shreyas. That's good to see. He's just pinched that to square leg for a single and getting off the mark.
Adaptation is so important in cricket. The conditions are different everywhere you're going to play. But then it brings us back to that whole point about Canadian conditions and the Canadian weather. Turf wickets, I mean, you're only going to play on turf in international cricket. And the fact that a lot of our players are not playing on turf in their local provinces, in their local leagues, is a lot to say. And it is different playing on turf than it is on Astro or matting. And Canadians, I guess... Oh, good shot there.
Carved away to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Debir, Bashir Ahmed just dropping short, and Debir was up to the task as he's carved that away to the mid-wicket boundary for 4.
I think Canada needs to go back and figure out how the preparations need to be done, especially leading up towards World Cup qualifiers and with the hopes of making the World Cup. We've got to look at the infrastructure, and we've got to look at what needs to be done to get these players match ready for this level.
It's been boundary or nothing so far in this innings for Canada, and not much rotation in the strike. But look, Manali, I think that's you have to control the controllables, and the infrastructure for a lot of these cricketers is not in their control. The surfaces they play on is not in their control, and so what you have to do then is put that all to the side. Is you can't control that. So let's get on with the task at hand and understand. And a lot of these cricketers are good enough. Whether you're playing on AstroTurf, whether you're playing on matting, whether you're playing on turf, you have to be able to adapt. And unfortunately, in this innings for Canada, that adaptability has not been there and has not come to the forefront. Whereas for Nepal, they've played in about 17 different conditions in the last 6 months, and their adaptability is coming to the forefront here for sure. Leg slip still in play for Dipinder Singh Airy. And big stride from Shreyas. It's good to see. He wants to get to that pitch of that ball. Big stride in.
Dipinder Singh is now into his 4th over for just 9 runs, and he's picked up 2 wickets with a maiden.
And that's been edged away. That's running away to the third man boundary. The fielder after it is not going to get there, and that's 4 runs for Shreyas off the outside edge.
Lucky runs, but they don't draw graphs on the scorecard.
They don't. They absolutely don't. Canada has crossed the 100 mark, and they're at 104 for 7. That's a bit of a milestone. That bit of a bittersweet because you want to celebrate it, but just 104 for 7 after 32 overs is definitely well below par.
Yeah, you can see that again. Not many claps coming from the Canadian change room at that with 100 up there. As you watch Shreyas hit the offside, wanting that single. Odebir smartly saying no, and that throw brings couple more cheers from the Nepali fans. It's I will say, Manali, what this game has brought us is the ability to see cricketers from across Canada. We see a couple of players from BC. We see Shiraz here from Quebec, the Ontario guys as well. As we see Dipendra, and a big stride from Shiraz, and just playing that down to the leg slip, but 2 men behind square in the ring for Dipendra as he's getting some turn.
You know, I'm quite impressed with Shreyas Mova. He's come in with a good aggressive batting and attitude, and he's doing really well reaching the pitch of that ball, and there's a lot of intent in his batting, which unfortunately we haven't quite seen from his batting partner Walia.
Shiraz again, planting that front foot down the wicket, watchfully down to the cover. I'm going to give it Abier a little bit of benefit of the doubt. I don't like to do that a lot, Manali. I will say, he's been building partnerships with about 4 different men now. So started out with Akil Kumar, then the captain joined him, Arman Kapoor, and now Shreyas. As we head into the second water break, Canada now 104 for 7. 108 for 7, I apologize. 108 for 7 after 33 overs as we head into the break. We're going to take a little bit of break here as well as we get some water, and we'll see you in just a couple of minutes.
Would that be right?
With Abier. He's all right, yeah. Good. It's tough.
No, everything
Keeps
seems to be working fine. You guys are doing great.
Yeah,
job.
thank you.
I can hear the voice properly and
Perfect. The echoes.
Yeah, your problem was just a little bit further away, so people were typing. I'll show you some of the comments that people were typing. So bring the mic closer to the mouth.
I am freezing. I'm barely holding on here.
Well, do you know bring the?
I'm
proper
wearing a jacket, but it's still really.
This is not a warm jacket. This is just a windbreaker.
I've got a
okay.
shirt under too, but next week's gonna be tough. Next week is gonna be tough.
Yeah.
A lot of talking. So are the other? Hello? Did you called it? Was it urgent? I already deposited it. Yeah. Okay, I did it as soon as I saw your message. Yeah. Bye. Hello? What's that? Problem is, Shaw's not here, and I don't know how to. It's muted. Okay. Good. the charger for the tablet?
I'm sure the mic's muted.
Mics are muted.
No,
They're off.
they said they could hear everything.
Yeah, Trevin just told me that too,
Yeah.
but they are off.
Welcome back to the coverage of the Canada-Nepal game at King City. Canada is sitting at 108 for 7 after 33 overs and definitely in a little bit of trouble.
Sandeep might be going for the kill here. Bringing himself back on. He's got 2 overs left. And after the water break last time, there was a wicket, so we'll see what Canada can do this time around. And again, more turn for Sandeep Lamichhane here. A little bit of in-between bounce, a little sticky wicket as well, so he's definitely making use of conditions. And with a slip in place, again, I think he's going for the kill.
Yeah, he's made the most of his conditions, not just for himself, but for all of his bowlers. And there's another play and a miss. It's been a bit of a story. It's kind of the story of Canada today, hasn't it? Play and a miss, a lot of dot balls, wickets at regular intervals. They've just never really gotten going from the time that it started.
That's on the shorter side, and that's been played away. They're running hard between the wickets. Get off, but that's just going to be a single down to deep square leg. As we see the field coming in now for Shreyas. And again, in this game so far, everything that Sandeep's touched has turned to gold as we see Long On come in the ring, putting a little bit of pressure here on the new man at the crease, Shreyas Mova. Shreyas coming down. Manali, you've played cricket for Canada as well for the women's team. I wanted to ask you the news. There's a couple of news coming out of women's cricket, the women's cricket world, in the last couple of days. Firstly, with New Zealand moving towards equal pay. I would love to get your thoughts on that.
Yeah, we're starting to see the women's game grow exponentially, and it's fantastic to see because it's always kind of been in the shadows, and people have now discovered that there is definitely a lot of potential out there for women's cricket from a viewer's perspective as well. People are able to get into it. People are seeing the coverage for it, and equal pay is incredible. And it doesn't surprise me that New Zealand is the first country to do it. They've always been quite equal with their rights between men and women. And I don't know if you knew this or not, but Cricket Brazil happens to be the first board in the world to have their women's team fully contracted before their men's team. And that is also partly because they realize that there's so much more potential in women's cricket and to grow faster than with men's cricket.
As we see Dipendra Singh Airy continue, and just on that topic, we saw Brazil in the women's America's Championship just last year in Mexico, and again that just shows cricket being played in Mexico. Brazil was there, Argentina was there, Canada and the U.S. of course. Udebir just in that down to the deep mid-wicket boundary for a single. The other news that has come out, Manali, is Shivnarine Chanderpaul has been appointed the head coach of the U.S. women's national team. That's a big move forward for U.S. women's cricket.
That's an incredibly big move, and it really shows just how much USA Cricket is investing in each and every level of their sport. Canada stealing runs, which is good to see for a change. A quick single as they run through and sit at 111 runs for 7. So, yeah, we recently heard that Julia Price's contract was not renewed for the women, and they have now signed on a massive cricketing legend in the signing with Shivnarine Chanderpaul, which is huge. And just following their under-19 women's scorecard against Jamaica yesterday. To have the Jamaican under-19 girls all out for 50 in a T20 for USA Cricket is massive, and it shows that the infrastructure and the investment that they've done in their players, and at every level, players, coaches, support staff, it's paying off for them, and they're definitely heading in the right direction. It's definitely good news for North America, Canada included.
As we see Shreyas coming forward again. He likes to be on that front foot, Shreyas Mova. But you're 100% right. It's great to see, and we see the rise. I mean, if you haven't seen the documentary on the Women's World Cup, definitely give that a watch. But again, you're seeing Thailand in the World Cup, you're seeing Cricket Brazil, Argentina, these countries that aren't known for cricket, but in the women's game, definitely stepping up and putting their name forward, showing great performances as well. It's not as though they're just there to make the numbers; they're putting in the performances to be there.
Yeah, the women's cricket, the women's side of cricket is quite diverse in the number of countries that play it, and playing
Brilliant delivery from Sandeep Lamijani. This is his last over, so Sandeep going to be looking to
finish off strong. With just one over left, and I mean, you're seeing a master at work here in Sandeep Lamijani.
Sandeep just getting a bit of sense of humor there as the batter takes a step back. This is huge for the Nepali fans to be able to come here and watch one of their legends in action, and I'm sure they're enjoying every bit of it. As that one keeps low. This wicket is definitely not easy to bat on, and I'm quite intrigued to see how Nepal goes about their batting.
That one's kept low there as well, and we talk about Sandeep being a legend of Nepali cricket. Started at 16 years old, Manali, and it's not many years past that now, but he's certainly made a name himself in world cricket, and definitely Nepal fans are out in full force to watch him and the team perform here today as we watch him run in again. Watchful for Uday Beer, and this is smart from Uday Beer. Just let's see off Sandeep and see what we can do with the rest of the bowlers. We know Sandeep is one of their main wicket takers, and maybe wait for some of the seamers to come back and maybe pounce on them.
And Manali, that's what you call the commentator's right there, I think. He said he was watchful. He watched most of that over, but again, just getting a little carried away, going for that big shot. And again, when you're not rotating the strike, the gaps in the field seem smaller and smaller and smaller, and the only gap you can see is in the air. And Uday Beer showing a little bit of his inexperience there, going for the big shot over mid-wicket, and Sandeep just too good for him.
Yeah, I think you definitely spoke a little too early about him seeing off Sandeep's over, and unfortunately he's walking back. Just 16 runs today off of his 47 balls that he's faced. Very slow, but I can't say that I'd blame him too much. He hasn't really had the support on the other side to help rotate that strike. Canada in a bit of trouble now. 112 for 5 and 35.5 overs. Still one more delivery to face off of Sandeep Lamijani.
112 for 5. They would take that. They're unfortunately 112 for 8. They would take for 5 at this point in time, but it is going to be Salman Nazar. Again, somebody with a lot of experience playing for Canada. Has prowess with the bat. Again, bats in the top order for his club side, and has a first-class 50 as well. Knowing Salman Nazar, he'll tell you all about that innings as well if you have a chance to speak with him. But brilliant innings against the Netherlands, coming in as a night watchman. So,
And that's over. Sandeep Lamichhane finishing his spell for just 31 runs, 3 wickets and 1 maiden, economy rate of 3.15. I'm sure he is extremely happy with that bowling attack and that bowling spell of his. Canada 112 for 8 after 36 overs. An uphill task to get through the remaining leg of this batting innings as Canada is reeling for wickets and runs.
At this point now, it's not about batting the 50 overs. It's got to be about putting some runs on the board here for Canada to put a competitive total if they want to be in this game. Any 150 is just simply not going to cut it at this level with a strong Nepali team here as well. So they've got to play some smart cricket from here. Take advantage of anything loose. And again, we keep coming back to this, Manali. The rotation of strikes simply has not been there. It's been a high number of dot balls as we watch Deepinder Singh come in, and there's another dot ball as I keep speaking about it. But the number of dot balls have really racked up and really put the pressure back on the team to go out and start playing those big shots to try and get some runs on the scoreboard.
Yeah, there've been a lot of deliveries where they've just been hit straight to fielders, or exactly as we just saw, just dead batted to a complete stop. So Canada needs to do some homework after this game and try and find gaps a little bit easier than this. And in addition to finding gaps, being aggressive with their running in between the wicket. We can't just stand on our back foot, and that's struck down straight down the ground, and they steal a single as there's a slight misfield from the fielder at mid-off.
You're a tough critic, Manali. I think you saved 3 runs there. You're saying misfield and giving up a single. So, we'll go with your view of things. But again, the fielding here from Nepal, we've talked about it all game. They've easily saved 20 to 30 runs in the field already today. And again, that's even if you score a duck with a bat, you save 10, 15 runs in the field. You're coming up in the plus. So really good from Nepal so far. You see Salman onto the back foot, easing that into cover.
Yeah, you're right about just the way that the fielders have gone about their business and the amount of runs that they've saved. We always talk about our bowling figures or our batting figures, but we don't mention just how important it is to save the number of runs that you can on the field, to take those catches, to make every single ball from your bowler count, and to back them up as best as you can. I find it's funny that you say I was harsh. I was just kind of keeping up with the Nepali standards over there.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Their standards have been very high. As you see Karan Casey now coming into the attack. And, between Sandeep and Karan Casey, the 2 most capped players out there after Guyandam Allied, Paras Kadak have retired. So, again, Sandeep going for the kill, calling on one of his main bowlers in Karan Casey to come and look to wrap this innings up.
Yeah, I'm sure Karan Casey's trying to get into that wicket column as well, because he's bowled, not quite as well as some of his other teammates. He's sitting at 4 overs, 25 runs, and that's partly because of Aaron Johnson getting a few boundaries off of him as well. So I'm sure he'd love to get a wicket in this innings to himself.
And that's short, and that's carved away by Shreyas. Mova, fielders looking to run that down. They're going to come back for 2, or they're going to look for a third. Shreyas running hard between the wickets. It's good to see. Good to see from the Canadian guys there. They're still looking to run hard between the wickets. But you're 100% right, Manali. He's the only bowler not to get a wicket today. So he's certainly going to want to change that. Doesn't want to lose bragging rights in the change room after the match with being the only bowler not to get a wicket.
And the only bowler to be at an economy rate of over 6, which I am a little shocked to see because of just how well Nepali bowlers have been today.
And with that being said, Manali, he did only go for 4 runs in his first 2 overs until Aaron Johnson took a liking to him and really kickstarted the Canadian innings. But since then, it really hasn't gone anywhere, and that's been disappointing to see. We'll see what these two can do. We keep saying it. If they need a partnership, they need a partnership. Well, they certainly need one now with just one batter left in the hut. It's a quick single there. There is a chance of a run out and overthrows down to the fielder, but again, the fielder coming across from fine leg to cut that off, just keeping it to one overthrow. But again, that run out, they'll trade that run for a chance at a run out. So again, strong field in there from Nepal.
I think Canada definitely were on to something when Aaron Johnson was going as well as he was, but they felt the wicket of Ryan Khan, because he just wasn't able to get going alongside Aaron Johnson this morning. And had they had a partnership going and made the most of the power play, it would have been a very different story right now.
A little bit of movement there for Karan Casey. That's we're in the 38th over and still getting some movement out there. And it's fair to say it's a lush outfield. There's a little bit of grass on the wicket as well, so the ball hasn't been hit around too much either. So the ball's still fairly new, and still getting some movement out there. Still a slip in place as well. So as you said, the pressure is right on the Canadians here, and Nepal bowling really well. Lots of backup from the field here as well. So Karan Casey wants to get into that wickets column for sure. Quick single there from Shreyas Sandeep, a little bit on his heels, and that's being harsh. I am being harsh here, folks. I don't want I know there's a lot of Nepali viewers that are going to come after me for saying Manali, but a little bit on his heels, but a quick running from Shreyas Sandeep to get off strike.
That was some positive running for a change from Canada, and it was nice to see that. Had they done that a little bit earlier throughout their innings, I think it would have been a different picture altogether. But good to see. Never late. Better late than never, I guess. As Salman Nazir is now on strike and is yet to get off the mark.
Not what you want to see. A little bit of gamesmanship before that ball was faced, but easy catch and play. Manali, I'm lost for words on what I just saw. I really am.
I don't.
Looked like he wanted to scoop, and then decided to just give catch
Slip catching. Yeah, that's right. That was, I'm sure, not his proudest moments, trying to put a very experienced Karan Casey on the back foot and then to just give an easy catch away to the slips. But he's walking back, unfortunately also part of the duck column today, and Canada is 118 for 9.
118 for 9 in 38 overs, and we talked about Karan Casey looking to get into that wicket column, and I would say that's a soft dismissal. And there have been a couple of soft dismissals in this inning so far, so again, Canada coming up close to the halfway mark of this innings is not going to be very happy.
No, they've got a lot of homework to do, especially before that tournament that starts in a few weeks. And I'm sure the Canadian coach is taking notes and making pointers on things that they need to go back and speak about and work on, so they don't have a repeat of something like this for a tournament that is really going to matter. You can see the Nepali fans have their drums out now. There's a little bit of banter, a little bit of music, and lots of smiles, lots and lots of smiles in that crowd.
And the sun's starting to come out as well, Manali. So the sun's shining bright for Nepal here as they're shining bright in the field as well. And again, leg slip, one slip in place as Deepinder Singh Airy continues, and Amar Khalid, the last man in for Canada, with a bright yellow helmet, I must say, as well. So he wants to shine bright here today as well. Shreyas down the track, and that's a brilliant shot by Shreyas Mova, really showing his intent and he's been really strong out there. I will say he's definitely not disappointing himself in front of the Canadian selectors here today, with strong intent as he comes down the track and slaps that one down to the straight for 4.
Yeah, he's been a joy to watch, actually. There's just been very good positive intent in his batting, and he has tried not to get bogged down as some of his other fellow Canadian teammates. He's tried to rotate that strike. There's been aggressive running. There's been a few shots played when he could, and he's also been very protective of his wicket against the spinners. He was very smart about getting his foot as far down as he had to kill that spin, as he's doing right there again. So certainly some positivity or some positive in the Canadian batting lineup in Shreyas Mova.
And again, coming forward to that, looking for that single. He's always on the move, Shreyas. Like most wicket keepers, I would say, always looking for that quick run, good wrists, and just looking to put that down in front of cover and steal a run. Good call from Mark. I would say it's definitely not a run there. As he comes forward again and drives this one off to wide, long off coming around, but it's not going to save 2 as Shreyas, again, with his intent, running hard between the wickets, trying to put a total on the board for his team.
This is great batting from him. Great match awareness as well. It's a good couple of runs, not just to him, but also to the Canadian side. So explain something to me, Arslan. How am I in a sweater and shivering, and you are just sitting there in a t-shirt? Oh, rare misfield from Nepal's bowler there as they squeeze through for another single.
Well, this is beautiful Canadian weather, Manali. This is ideal creating weather in my books. A little bit of gray clouds overhead, no rain, but gray clouds overhead. We're in the teens in terms of weather. This is absolutely perfect.
I guess we definitely have different ideas of what great and perfect mean in terms of weather. I am definitely a more high 20s, low 30s type of person, especially in the summer, just to make up for those really cold winter months.
We've talked about batsmen coming in consistently through the Canadian innings, and talked about how they bat in the top order at their club side. Amar Khalid, I will say, is not one of them. So we're now getting into the tail here, and for Nepal, ideally they've got a flight to catch tomorrow, so they definitely want an early day here today. And Karan Casey would like to add a second wicket to his bowling, and maybe bring down that economy rate as well.
Yeah, I'm sure he's thrilled to be part of the wickets today for sure, but I don't think he'll be happy with that economy rate. Certainly not up to his standards, I would assume, with the amount of experience that he has.
We talked about them heading to Nepal, heading to Scotland after this match, Manali, and we talked about them they could not have asked for better match practice. Every single bowler has been in the wickets. Every single bowler has had a day out today. The one thing they may be disappointed with is the number of runs that they have to chase down, as we watch Karan Casey run in here to Shreyas. Down the wicket, and he's looked to heave this. Coming in from the cover boundary, and we've got a drop catch from Nepal. Not something that you're used to seeing. And we might have put the muckers on them here, Manali. There's been a couple of misfields in the last few overs.
There has been, and that's tough to see. Karan Casey is not thrilled about it. He would have loved to have his second wicket there, and that was a bit of a sitter that was dropped. Well, at least it gives the Canadians one more life, and I'm sure they're using every bit of luck that they can right now.
I think they would have appreciated that life a little bit earlier in the innings, Manali, but again, Shreyas gets a life. 19 off 28 now. 20 off 29 now. And Amar Khalid to face Karan Casey. as he comes down the track, and he's able to connect to that one over Sandeep Lamichhane at mid-on. One bounce for 4. So the intent is certainly there now from Canada. Again, they want to put some runs on the board. They need some runs to be able to defend here in this game, and certainly going after it. So the intent's certainly there now.
That certainly came out in typical number 9 fashion, didn't it?
So Karen Casey with a change of pace. So again, showing his experience here. Change of pace. So Mark Collett just fending that off to point. And 130 for 9. This partnership, they've got about 10 overs left after this over. They've got to take this deep. You can get as many runs on the board as possible. Give your bowlers something to play with. And in Amar's case, give yourself something to play with.
Yeah, you're certainly very optimistic with 130 runs on the board and 9 wickets down. There's some really good intent from Amar Khalid here as he is looking to rotate that strike and get the ball through the gaps.
A little bit of indecision in that running. Probably a good call to stage just for the single there. And you're right, but we have seen funnier things happen in cricket. We've seen a lot of funny things happen, and all you have to do is give yourself an opportunity. And the old saying in cricket is you never know how wicket is until both teams bat on it. And we've yet to see Nepal play on this wicket. With that being said, 130 for 9, 131 for 9 is not the score that Canada would have wanted.
That's top edged over the keeper's head for 2 runs, and Curran Casey cannot get a break here. He is trying to bowl his heart out and get a couple more wickets, but the runs keep coming off of it. Some that are hit really well and some in edges, but his strike rate continues to stay up there.
I will say it's a lot of shoulder being involved to get that ball up at head height on this wicket. So Curran Casey putting in everything for his team here and looking to end this inning strong for Nepal. And that's another one. And Nepal not happy. You can see from the reactions. Curran Casey's got a smile on his face. But I can assure you, he's not very happy with that. As 2 drop catches in the over off his bowling. Gives the fielder a thumbs up. But I can tell you, he'll be telling him all about that later on tonight.
I got to tell you, I really feel for Curran Casey right now. He has bowled his heart out. And to have 2 catches go down off of his bowling is... It's just not what you want, and everything that we were saying earlier about their fielders having their bowlers back. I don't know. Do you think Nepal's kind of feeling a little slow and low out there because not much happening from the Canadian batters?
Yeah, I think Canada might have put them to sleep with their batting here a little bit as well. So, look, they've taken there's been some brilliant fielding, but it might be overshadowed by that last over with 2 drop catches.
I think Nepal might just get away with that because there aren't too many runs on the board, but any other game with a higher score, those catches can turn very costly very quickly.
Depinder Singh Airy coming in, and again here we have an overthrow. No trouble, however. 2 people backing up, so no trouble. But Shreyas again, the intent looks good from Shreyas. 2 drop catches for him, 2 chances, 2 lives for him in the last over, but still going strong, still with a strong intent to put some runs on the board as we see Amar Khalid face up to Depinder Singh Airy.
Played onto the leg side for a quick single there by Amar Khalid. He's been a positive highlight in this low batting order for Canada, and his partnership so far looks pretty good with Shreyas Mova. They've been very active. The intent has been fantastic to watch.
Shreyas looking to carve that through the offside. Just not getting it from the middle of the bat. And Deepinder Singh putting in another great spell here. So 2 for 26 and 7.4 overs. We're into the final power play now. We're into the final 10. It's short again, and that's finds the fielder once again for Shreyas Mova. And Nepal again wants this last wicket. They want to get in the hut. They want to put their pads on and get to bat, and their bowlers can put their feet up.
Coming down the track again from Mova, and eases that down to long on for a single.
Which brings Amar Khalid back on strike.
I'm quite intrigued to see how Nepal's batters are going to react to the pitch that we've got here. However, they weren't too troubled over the weekend in these conditions, so I'm sure the conditions will favor their batting a little bit more as it gets warmer, and the overcast is starting to ease a little bit as well. So Canada's got an uphill task, even with their bowling.
You're trying to talk that heat into fruition. Well,
You're really hoping and praying that the sun comes out and shines bright here.
I most definitely am. I'm still not understanding seeing you in a t-shirt. Maybe we should have been the ones out there playing. It would have been a little bit warmer than this.
I'm more than happy being here, to be honest with you. I think my cricketing days are behind me now.
But it's been a treat to watch. You know, you see these Nepal players play. You've seen them in the World Cup as well.
We see Sandeep playing around the world, but it's been certainly a treat to watch them live, and you can certainly see, as you see Karan Casey, and the change of pace as Shreyas looks to come down the wicket, just cue end of the bat there. So, but it's been a treat to watch these cricketers live.
Yeah, it absolutely has. The sportsmanship that they've brought, the intensity, the experience has been amazing to watch. And I'm sure even the Canadians would be feeling this way, especially the younger ones, to be able to get exposure to this level of cricket and to be in touch and getting to know players that are playing all around the world. You know, they haven't quite gotten the chance to do so. I'm sure they're soaking it all up.
Been flicked away down to the long leg boundary. Just a single there as Shreyas looks very active in his crease so far in this innings as well. So Shreyas dancing around the crease, but easing that down to the deep fine leg boundary just for a single. And you're 100% right, and I think for the Canadian team, that we can learn a lot from watching Nepal play as well. The way they go about playing their cricket, the way they are in the field. There's a lot to learn, a lot to take away, and there's a reason they're higher. They're an ODI nation. There's a reason they've gotten to that standard, so definitely something to learn for the Canadian team. As that one has been just off the thigh pad there. That looked like there was some deviation and some movement there, but it looks to be just off the thigh. Karan Casey was excited.
Again, just like you're doing with the
weather, he wanted to talk that wicket into fruition.
Oh, Karan Casey is trying very hard. Every delivery he's coming in and putting in 100%. You got to feel for him a little bit with those 2 drop catches in his previous over. What do you think? He's going to walk away with one more, maybe?
As he goes with a slower pace, and Shreyas got his crease, hustling back. Good throw, just not hitting the target. Well backed up by the fielder there as well, but good call from Amar. There's definitely not a run there, so. You know, I think with Karan Casey here, I think he's really putting his all in. It'd be great to see him get another wicket, but as a Canadian, it'd also be great to see him go for some more runs as well. And that one a little wayward down the leg side, not quite getting to the boundary, so another single down to the deep fine leg boundary is just off the mark with that Yorker there. From Karan Casey,
really putting it all for this last wicket.
Yeah, this partnership's has been amazing to watch. Shreyas Mova's, steadily worked his way up to 26 off 37 deliveries, and Khalid's going at 7 runs off of his 9 deliveries, but they've been going at strike rates of 70s, which is positive and definitely helping Canada's scorecard right now.
Stress again, dancing around the crease. Karan Casey up to the task. Just a little bit of a cutter there, rolling his fingers down the side of that ball. And after 42 overs, Canada 139 for 9. And you're right, the intent from these two has been good, but it's been too late. Definitely too late. This is the intent that they needed at the top of the innings to really put together a formidable total. And unfortunately, it's a little bit too late from here. They got to try and get somewhere around that 180 mark. I know that's asking for a lot, but they've got to find a way somewhere up to that 180 mark to at least be competitive in this match.
Yeah, unfortunately, you're right. This intent was definitely needed way earlier in the Canadian innings, and it seems like it's a little too late at this point. However, they're ticking along, and there's still 8 more overs to bat, so you never know. They might be able to get it up to that 160, 170 mark, and like you said, you just never know. And we do have a decent Canadian bowling side as well, so here's to being hopeful.
Yeah, definitely being hopeful. But for Nepal, they're bringing on Kishore Mahato back. So the opening bowler is back into the attack now. And again, when I said a little bit earlier, Sandeep was going for the kill. He's asking for his big guns to come and take this final wicket here for him, and get ready for lunch.
Kishore Mahato starting with a full toss that's driven straight down to long off, as Khalid runs down for a single. I think Nepal's going to be fairly pleased with today's performance, minus some of their dropped catches in the field. But overall, a very positive tour for them to Canada. There's nothing nicer than touring a country and coming out on top, is there?
No, certainly not. It makes the tour all that more special and more sweet, and they'll certainly go back with good memories here in Canada. Hopefully they've enjoyed their experience. And again, I know yesterday the weather was like Scotland a little bit today as well, as you watch Mahato come in, and this is going for the scoop. Slower ball, but well read, and just playing that down to short third man for a single. Well fielded again there by Asif. But yeah, I hope they've enjoyed themselves. It's been a great experience for them as well. And again, they want to go off with a win. The only game against Canada, the other 2 games, warm-up games. So the only game against Canada, they want to win. They want to go out on top.
Yeah, they've certainly done everything right so far to make sure that they go out on top.
And Shreyas there wanting the single. Amar Khalid not as interested.
I think they could have pushed through for a single there. The point fielder's quite deep and had quite a distance to run. I'm sure Nepal's had a good time here. I mean, apart from the wins, I don't think they could have a bad time anywhere they go when they've got a fan following as large as they have. Certainly made me realize we have a lot more Nepalis in Canada than I once thought.
It's been great to see, and I think anytime you watch cricket, you know, it makes it all the more special when you have folks here watching the game. And for the Nepali fans, they've been loud, they've been active, they've been on every ball. Anything that's in there, you've been hearing their cheers. So, you know, big shout out to all those that are watching live on the stream, that are following live on the scorecard, and certainly also to those that have been here as we see Mahato come in, and that's a swing and a miss from Khalid.
Arslan, you were a pace bowler in your glory days. What would you, how would you have felt to be given a pitch like this to bowl on?
Yeah, I think Mahato and Karan Casey early on really read the conditions well, and Alam took advantage of them reading the conditions. There is a little bit of grass cover on there, so there's still going to be a little bit of movement as we watch Mahato run in here. But during those middle overs, being able to bowl those cutters on the seam, it's sticking in the wicket a little bit, makes it really difficult for the batters. And I think that's where Nepal has really gone well, is they use their spinners bowled really well, but their pacers were also able to use the conditions to move the ball, and for Alam, roll his fingers down the side of that ball and cause havoc in that middle order.
Yeah, they've used their bowlers very effectively. In fact, the breakthroughs that they were able to get early on with their pacers was huge to put Canada under pressure from the beginning. And I feel like Sandeep definitely brought himself on at the right time to further take down the Canadian batting lineup after those initial wickets with the openers. I still feel like had Aaron Johnson been able to get a few more runs, it would have been slightly different, maybe a little less pressure for the lower order to come in and pick up where he would have left off.
I think that's the innings has really fallen apart after that Aaron Johnson wicket. Losing Rayon early, that's kind of cricketer he is. If he gets off, you're going to have 100 on the board in no time. But unfortunately, that's not going to work all the time. Aaron Johnson did his best to keep the innings together, but once he fell, there wasn't anybody really that was able to pick that up and continue the partnership. The amount of dot balls in this innings has been astounding, and that's really where this innings has fallen apart, as we see Karan Casey rolling in another dot ball.
Yeah, we've really been able to see the inexperience in this Canadian side, and it was a good call to try out as many youngsters as they could have to give them the exposure and the experience, but at the same time, you definitely need your core group of players to come in and support and lead the way for the younger ones to kind of come in and do their things without being as much under pressure as they have been in this setting. I'm quite intrigued to see the squad that we are going to put forward for the challenge level A tournament or games coming up in a couple of weeks, and I think Canada is going to have to definitely put in their top players for that one, because those games count for every bit of them. Karan Casey still running in hard, looking for his second wicket, and you can really tell just the amount of passion that he has with every single delivery that he's bowling. And he's been very positive, 2 catches dropped, but still putting up a thumbs up, showing a thumbs up to his fielder, and a big smile on his face. It just helps the fielder, who is obviously not dropped the catch intentionally. Just the worst feeling to be able to drop a catch, isn't it?
Lots of cheering and support from the young Nepali fans here for Karan Casey. I was asking the Nepal contingent here yesterday who some of their favorite players were, and I can tell you Karan and Sandeep were definitely 2 names that came out of everyone's mouth that said those are the 2 that we're looking really forward to see. And Sandeep has come to the party. Karan, unfortunately, those 2 drop catches, but he's bowling a good spell here. He's in the midst of a good spell, just really fighting hard for that last wicket. And you're right, with the Canadian team, missing some of the guys, the likes of Nitish Kumar, Jeremy Gordon, Nikhil Dutta, Hamza Tariq, their keeper, not here either, as we see that being flicked. Again, just off of that Yorker, Karan Casey hasn't been able to find the mark with that Yorker, and just falling on the leg side. And Amar Khalid just needs to get a little bit of bat on it, which he did on that occasion, going for 4. And as I was saying, a number of those guys missing, Junaid Siddiqui as well. So we'll see if they come back into contention for that Challenger Series. But it's also good for a game like this to see some of the young guys. Unfortunate they weren't able to put the runs on the board, but definitely good to see them get their opportunity in Canadian colours.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm definitely looking forward to seeing what the Canadian squad's going to be in a few weeks, and at the same time seeing what the cut cut to covers, deep covers there for a single. You know, Khalid's looked very good for what you called a lower order or a tail ender. He's batted very confidently and with purpose.
You might have taken that to heart, walking out there as in terms of what I said. So he's looked good. He's shown intent, and again, I think that's the name of the game here in the Canadian innings. The intent simply wasn't there from the top order. Besides Aaron Johnson's innings, the intent simply wasn't there, and these two are showing that. You know, you stick it out for a little while, you can make runs on this wicket, and they're putting together a really strong partnership, getting Canada closer to that 150 mark here.
Yeah, we had a bit of bright, positive intent when we started the innings from Aaron Johnson, and now towards the end between Shreyas Mova and Amar Khalid. And look at that, we've got some Canadian flags in the crowd. Always good to see some Canadian support at a Canadian game.
It's definitely good to see the Canadians scattered around with the Nepal fans, and it's good to have some fans at the cricket as we see left arm spin being reintroduced into the attack. It is going to be Bashir Ahmed again. So just a one over for Mahato.
I think Sandeep Lamichhane is probably feeling like this innings is dragging a little bit longer than he had hoped for, and trying to rotate his bowlers to get that last wicket and go in for an early lunch.
You know, Manali, cricket is a game of momentum as we see Bashir Ahmed run in here from our college. We're going back and just easing that down to long on for a single. And the 150 up, and looks like Canadian voices have woken up as well as we see the cheers from the change room. 150 up for Canada. And cricket is a game of momentum, Manali. And, you know, if these two can put a few more runs on the board and get a few boundaries here, keep rotating the string as they are, you never know what's going to happen when you get into that second innings.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And the last thing that Nepali cricketers want is for Canada to get that confidence and to start putting the Nepali players on their back foot. They've kept the pressure on from the very beginning, and they would like to finish this innings on a strong note as well. Shreyas Mova is trying to get that ball away, but he seems to find every fielder he possibly can. And that's 150 for 9 after 45 overs for Canada.
So we're in the final stretch now. 5 overs left in this game. In this first innings, I should say. 5 overs left. And it looks like it might be Mahato from this end. So a change of ends for Kishore Mahato. And 5 overs left. Another 30 maybe. Another 40 for... Another 50? Is that asking for too much with 1 week left?
Why did I know you were thinking that? I mean, you know, if these two understand that they're... I think 180 is not far off. I think they could get to 180, maybe 190, but they're going to have to bat smart through the remaining 5 overs for that.
180 is a run a ball. All right, so 30 balls left in this innings, if my math is correct. 30 runs. That works out to be a run a ball. So I think that's doable, and I think that's got to be the aim. Anything on top of that is extra, especially at this point in the innings.
These two batters have really studied the Canadian innings. I know it's kind of low in the order, but they've given a little flicker of hope to Canada, which they did not have throughout their entire middle overs. And their middle order of batting.
Sure, and Amar again playing that down to long on for a single, getting off strike. right move. Shiraz is the batsman. He's a top order batsman, as we mentioned for his club side. He's looked in good form so far in this innings as well. He's got the 2 lives and looking to capitalize on that in the last 5 overs. And for Nepal, they want to get off the field as quickly as possible and get this last wicket.
Kishore's running in from the commentators end, and I just noticed how long his run-up is. He's got a fairly long run-up, and as he steams in there. That's a lot of work for a bowler, and a lot of pressure on the person's body. I mean, you were a pacer, so you know the kind of workload that your body takes when you bowl pace.
Yeah, unfortunately for me, I broke down at about 21, so didn't have to do it for many years as we watch Kishore run in here again, back a length, and well fielded there. Oh, a little bit of indecision, and this could be it. Oh, the throw was at the wrong end, but really well fielded there by Asif. And again, leading to that indecision between the 2 of them. The communication's been good so far, not on that occasion.
And one of the other things I've noticed with Shreyas Mova, he's been out there for 44 deliveries, and he's probably slipped in between the wickets about 4 or 5 times now. You got to question why there are no spikes on. I know you mentioned and we spoke about not playing on enough turf wickets, but that was almost a half chance for the bowler as Mova gives a half chance, just dollying it back, but is able to get through to the other side for a single. I mean, you don't play on turf very often, but when you do, you should still be prepared for it, especially if you're playing a Canadian game. The last thing you want is to give away your wicket because you slipped while running in between the wickets.
Mova has played more than a handful of games for Canada now, so it's not an excuse that you're not used to playing on turf anymore, as we see come in, and that's why that's how the off stump. Generous from the umpire, not giving that a wide. At least from this angle. We're on a little bit of an angle here. But coming back to your question about fitness and what it takes to be a fast bowler, I will tell you this: for Nepal, having Shahid Kishwani as their athletic trainer and assistant coach, they've definitely been put through their paces over the last few months. And just having a look at this team, they're in tip-top condition. They've played a lot of cricket, and that's the other thing, is there's a difference between gym fitness and cricket fitness. And you can do as much work in the gym, but if you're not bowling consistently, you're not getting the overs under your belt, that cricket fitness doesn't come into play. And I can tell you just by looking at them here and the amount of cricket that they've played, they're definitely in cricket fitness. Their cricket fitness is definitely at a high bar. So I don't think that's anything to worry for Kishore. He's still young, 22 years old. He's got a lot more overs left, as we see Bashir Ahmed run in. And Shreyas down the track, not quite getting to the pitch of the ball, and inside edge down to deep mid wicket, just a single. Shreyas really looking to put some runs on the board in these last few overs.
Yeah, good point. They definitely look match ready, match fit. And that's a positive too, actually, that you mentioned Shahid Kishwani, who is a Canadian and working with the Nepali side. It's good to see Canadians being involved in the game, not just within the country, but also making an impact around the world. For Nepal to have a coach who is Canadian and an assistant coach who is Canadian speaks volumes of the amount of experience and wealth of people that we have in the country that bring so much to the game.
You could not agree more, Manali. And I think the other thing is, with Bubadu Desanaika as their head coach, arguably the most successful associate head coach of all time. So, as we see Shreyas coming down the track, a stumping attempt, but that long stride helps him as he's able to get back in. You could just see they're a well-coached unit, well-put-together unit, and there's definitely a bright future for Nepali cricket up ahead. Down the wicket again, and loud call by Markal is sending Mova back. So a little bit of indecision in the last few overs as they try to pinch a few singles in this inning.
Yeah, only 2 runs coming off of that previous over, and I feel like that 180 is looking further and further away for Canada as we get close to an end to their batting innings.
Shreyas down the track again. There is a man out there at long off, so just going to be the single. Shreyas a little bit disappointed in himself, not hitting that into the gap. So again, at the end of 47 overs, Canada 155 for 9. Manali, that 180, as you said, looking further and further away. But this innings here this partnership between Amar Khalid and Shreyas Mova bringing some momentum to the Canadian side. You can hear the Canadian voices as well. They've started to find their voice, which has been fairly quiet for the other 46 overs. So starting to find their voice a little bit and happy with the work that these two are doing for their team.
Yeah, I mean, even if these guys can end off on a bit of a positive and energetic note, the rest of the team is going to come out bowling and fielding a little bit more positive.
Short ball, and that's slapped down to long on. Just going to be the single, however. So a little bit of a slower bouncer, I would say. Not quite getting up, but slapped out to long on, just for a single.
Yeah, Mova really had to stretch for that one. Wait and stretch. I'm sure he wanted to hit that for a boundary. However, he seemed to pick another fielder.
Mark Hawley coming down the track this time, beat for pace. You can see the smile from here. He's got a smile on his face after that one, but Mahato really putting in on that one. Last one was a slower back of length. This one definitely not slow.
You know, quite patiently, Shreyas Mova's reached his 30s, so he's definitely made the most of his time out there. He's made... Oh, what a shot.
And that's slapped to the deep mid-wicket boundary for 6. And you can hear the voices from the Canadian side. They're happy with that shot, and as is Amar Khalid, because he slapped that for 6. Brilliant shot there from Khalid.
He certainly tried that the ball before, but was beaten and got all of it on this delivery. It's about the second inning, the second 6 of the innings, I believe.
Second 6 of the innings. Aaron Johnson got close a number of times, wasn't able to clear. Arman Kapoor with one earlier in the innings, which led to his downfall the second time he tried it. Let's for Mark Khalid, we'll see what he can do here. And that's short again. This one slapped through the offside this time, but straight to the fielder, so no run. That's making a real pop off. Real nice sound off the bat of Mark Khalid. Got a good stick in his hands.
It does. The crunch is quite nice to hear. We haven't heard much of it this whole innings, and it's definitely sounding nice.
Mahato definitely a plan to pull back at the length here to both Khalid and Mova. We'll see if he continues with that plan. Slower ball this time. Khalid good enough to hit that out to deep mid-wicket. Just going to be the single.
One more delivery to go for Mahato, and Canada is still a bit away from that 180 mark.
Shreyas coming down the wicket there. Big stride. Just going to be the single down to long off. Sandeep doing the cleanup work on the boundary, and that brings the end of the over. So 164 for 9 after 48. 2 overs left. Manali, the 180 after that 6 back on track.
I'm feeling that way. I'm feeling that maybe 180 is on the board again. Need a couple more boundaries though, for sure. I know it's being optimistic, but if they could really get to that 200 mark, I think Nepal would definitely be a little bit more careful navigating their second innings.
It's almost the psychological thing at that point, right? The two in front of the number instead of the one changes it a little bit. Again, these are professional cricketers we're talking about here from Nepal, so it's not like anything they haven't seen before. But again, just a little bit of a psychological barrier with the 200 on the board. Very optimistic from us here in the commentary booth to get to 200. We'll see how these last two overs go. Bashir Ahmed to Shreyas Mova just defended down. But again, you can see with Mova, his intent on every ball is to look for a single. He's looking to rotate, even on that. It's not a standard forward defense. He's looking to play that onto the leg side. Unable to do so, however. But still looking as he comes down the track, and he's, well, mini helicopter shot down to long on for a single.
Yeah, I'm sure the selectors are looking at Shreyas Mova right now because he has he's definitely brought in a lot to talk about for the Canadian side, and he continues to rotate that strike and bat positively and bat with intent of scoring runs for his team. He's silently worked his way up to 33 off 53 deliveries and 2 boundaries off of that, and a healthy strike rate in comparison of 62.
Coming down the track again, and this time goes over the top and all the way for 6. He's happier with that one. I will say, Manali, as he's coming down the track and taking the score over 170 now. So Shreyas showing that he's got intent with the rotation of strike, but also can hit a big ball.
Yeah, what a joy to watch, and how amazing to see the Canadians just back up on their feet and excited to watch their players.
And pulls out the switch hit. Wicket keepers, I tell you. Very, very crafty batsman, and Shreyas is definitely showing his class here as that switch hit has been hit to the boundary for another 4.
He's shown great versatility here today. Fantastic to watch.
He might have heard us talking about that 200 a little bit earlier because he's certainly on his way to getting there for the team. Comes down the track again, and is he going to go?
Yes, he is. That's another 6 for Shreyas Mova. Really putting it into 5th gear for the Canadian side, and ending that over very strong. Is that total now up over 180?
180.
The score now, as we head into the final over, is 182 for 9. And for Canada, that's the biggest over of the innings as well.
And Shreyas Mova is now the highest score on that scorecard. Don't want to say a commentator's curse coming or anything, but he's just at 1 run away from his half century.
So you don't want to say it.
I don't.
You say it. But he is on 49 since you said it already. So he is on 49. We want to get on strike, and Sandeep sticking with spin here for the final over. He's brought back Dipindra Singh Airy to finish off the spell. No slip or leg slip in this time around as it is the final over. And the score 182 for 9. Amar Khalid.
That was a great over for Canada. A whole 18 runs coming off of it, and Shreyas Mova's really shown his versatility in it.
That's a full toss. That's hit to long on there.
Pushing hard here. Kishore doing the cleaning up, but and a great feeling on the boundary to keep that to just a single.
I think the Canadian bowlers are definitely going to be feeling a lot more confident going into the second innings after this final partnership that Canada's had.
Down the track, I should say, but great fielding off his own bowling for the Dipindra area, saving a run and keeping Shreyas on 49.
To be honest, I don't think Shreyas Mova really knows he's on 49, so he might not have that pressure at the back of his head.
Taking his time here, Shreyas. Last over the innings, as we see Dipindra Singh area going in. And that's short. Off the legs, no appeal. Surprising with no appeal. But again, 2 dot balls in the final over. Gold. Absolute gold for Nepal at this stage. And that's been cued just over the keeper's head, but that is 50 for Sriasmova. He brings up his 50.
Brilliant innings, and he can smile. He can smile now as he's done a heck
Of a job for his side here and putting together a total for the Canadian team and bringing some momentum to the innings.
What an incredible innings. And there you have the Nepali captain just running down and giving him a handshake on an innings well batted.
As Amar called it, and that's what you call a slap, Manali. He's absolutely slapped that over the bowler's head for 4. And again, these two have really put together a strong partnership. I believe their partnership is well over 50 now. And again, putting the momentum towards the Canadian side, and they'll be happy with that as we head into the final ball of their innings.
Yeah, these two have been incredible to watch. They've just turned the game around. Still not as comfortable as Canada would want to feel, but definitely brought them out of the pits that they were in, and given Canada something to go out there and fight for.
Absolutely, they've got runs on the board. 188 for 9 as we see Amar Kali facing the last ball of the innings. And he goes in smart bowling by Depender, just slowing that one down. Last one was quicker. Slowing that one down, and Mark Colley finished off with a dot ball. But Canada have done well here to not get bowled out. 188 for 9 in their
the overs. They won't be happy with the total, but they're going to be very happy
with the end to that inning.
Yeah, definitely. It was a great way to end the innings. And Sriasmova walks off with an unbeaten 50 off 59 deliveries. He's 3 4s and 2 6s. At a strike rate of 84. It was just an absolute highlight to watch. Amar Khalid not doing bad either. 30 runs off of 36 deliveries. He as well has had 3 4s and a 6 in that innings and a strike rate of 83.
Yes, Shreyas leads them off. And the Nepali team, the smiles on their face. They're going to be confident going into their batting innings. And for that innings, we will catch you after the break. We're going to go grab something to eat, take a little bit of a break, and we'll be back for Nepal's batting innings.
No, we'll come.
We can come, that's fine. Do you have an Android charger by any chance?
Huh?
An Android charger?
I got almost everything that you need. You want the
We need to charge
iPhone?
this as well because it died, so we were using this for the scorecard.
Oh, so we can plug that in.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
45 minutes lunch.
Yeah. Your lunch is inside. So if you need to charge your phone, there's a charger. Right?
Okay, perfect.
So,
Man, some highlight after a very tough innings for Canada. Are the microphones off?
you turn that off. No, turn that off.
The first one?
No, I'll do that. No,
Those
here,
are off.
microphone?
Those are off. Hello? No? Yeah, that's exactly what I said, no.
भाजी अपनी खा रहे हो?
People were saying this mic is off. It's like very muffled. This mic. That one is fine because this is the one that she had earlier. So the mic is muffled and then that one is coming through nice. Yeah. I don't know what it is.
Battery's good. I can change the battery.
I don't know if it's a.
If you need something that's back, my bag, the battery's on the right.
That's on.
Yeah, we're live.
Bats will start going out.
All right. Back under the freezing cold there.
Welcome back as we come to you live from King City, Ontario, Canada. If you're just joining us, we're bringing you Nepal's innings as Canada made 188 for 9 in their allotted 50 overs. As Nepal looks to chase this down to win the only unofficial ODI here from Canada. It's going to take a big effort here from Canada to restrict Nepal, but it all comes down to this, as I'm joined by Manali Patel.
Thanks, Arslan. Definitely looking forward to what Nepal's got in store for us this afternoon. I think it's still going to be a bit of a tricky way to navigate around this total, and Canada definitely did a good job bringing that total to somewhat of a respectable fight with that last batting pair that they had.
It'll definitely be carrying some momentum in that last partnership of around 70 by Amar Khalid and Shreyas Mova would have brought some momentum to the Canadian team. They were all smiles during lunch with that last wicket partnership. But now that's done. A walk in the park on this wicket.
No, it's not, and the Canadian side does have some really good bowlers as well.
And that's an edge. That's an edge. But falling short again, Manali is, as you mentioned, the ball not carrying, and that one there finds the outside edge of Fishal's bat, but not quite carrying to the keeper.
That's a missed opportunity because the keeper has now seen 2 deliveries fall short of where he is standing, and you would have thought maybe he would have moved up a little bit. And had he moved up a little bit, that was definitely a catch.
Yeah, definitely there. And again, it's with the third ball of the innings, and that ball not carrying. The slip's definitely now taking a step forward. A ball too late, some might say, but definitely taking a step forward now. And Amar Khalid, good start to the Canadian bowling innings. And beaten again outside the off stump. Pawan facing his first ball and beaten outside the off stump by Amar Khalid. And again, it's when you have a good day with the bat, it adds confidence to your bowling, and he's got a little bit of a spring in his step here, Amar Khalid.
He sure does, and he definitely ended that batting innings on a high. You can see just the energy that he's got as he's running in, ready to bowl. And he's a fairly tall guy too, about 6'3". Got a bit of pace behind him as well. That one's just played right back to the bowler. Defended on the back foot. Probably the most comfortable I've seen him on that fourth delivery.
A lot of chat from the Canadians. A lot of noise coming from the field. So they seem to be up for this task, and it's going to be down to these Nepalese batsmen to chase down these runs. Doesn't look like they're going to make it easy for them, however.
And that's left again by Pavan. That was a great start for Canada in that first over. We had a few play and miss and a catch that went down, unfortunately, but not a bad start overall. Canada's 1 for no loss after the first over. I think you are definitely right. The Nepalis definitely have their work cut out for them. Canada is very energetic on the field, very different from how they were throughout their batting innings. Something tells me it has a lot to do with that final batting partnership that we saw. I think it's given them a bit of a chance and a bit of confidence that possibly they might have a chance in winning this game. They might have at least somewhat of a fight that they can put up.
And interesting to see move from the captain Saad bin Zafar, asking Salman Nazar left arm spin to open the bowling from the pavilion end. And Kushal Bhartal here, he's played a handful of ODIs and T20 internationals for Nepal. High score of 84 in one-day internationals, Manali, as we watch Salman run in bowl's first ball, and that's neatly driven down to mid-off, no run. But he does have 100 in T20 internationals, so averages 47.75 in T20Is, but only 21 in ODI, so not able to translate that form, but we'll see what he can do with that today.
Yeah, but those are some serious stats. I'm sure he's quite confident being out there. This is a great move from the Canadian captain, though, to bring on his spinner early. We saw the spinners get quite a lot of movement off the wicket.
That's coming in with the arm, and they're asking for it. But that's a thick inside edge on that one. And that new ball, it might not be that much turn, but it's definitely going to skid on and go in with the arm. Salman digging deep into his toolkit there, a little bit of a round arm delivery there as well. And Salman Nazar, lots of experience, has played at the highest level for Canada for a number of years now, and also a ton of GT20 experience with the Toronto Nationals last time around.
Really liking this early spin with the pace combination. I think it puts the Nepali batsmen on alert a little bit, and not having the pace to hit through is also something that they have to work harder to score their runs off of.
Yeah, it's a good start for Salman Nazar. A maiden there, and I can say this, Manali, as a fast bowler, I hated opening the bowling with a spin bowler. You get no rest. And Salman Nazar there has finishes over in less than a minute. And Amar Khalid just catching his breath with fine leg. You don't get a chance to go down to the boundary, and you don't get a chance to get a sip of water, and you're back to bowling in a minute.
Yeah, I definitely have a lot of respect for you pace bowlers. It's definitely a lot of work on that body, and it's no surprise when you see so many pace bowlers breaking down as often as they do throughout their careers. And here's Amar Khalid.
Oh, and there's a run out chance, and it's going to be overthrows. Salman Nazar was alert to that. It was out if it hit, but they're going to end up stealing another 2. So 3 runs to Pawan, and he gets off the mark.
That's some of that positive running that we were talking about that we hadn't seen in the Canadian side. I mean, they were able to steal a double off of that overthrow where Canada might have only gotten a single. So already the intent is fantastic from Nepal. They are going for every run that they possibly can. They're not waiting on boundaries alone. But definitely a good bowling start for the Canadians.
That's driven down the point. Looking to get forward, but you're 100% right in that, Manali. The intent is certainly there in this Nepali innings early on. might the Canadians rue not having their slips a couple steps in for that chance? And Pawan, again, very early on in his career, he's played 7 ODIs, 12 T20Is, just with a high score of 27. So he'd be really looking at this innings to really launch his career per se, especially going into Scotland where the more important matches are coming up. Definitely some movement
Out there from our colleagues. He's been in the bat
now on a number of occasions, finding the edge on one. This is definitely a good start by the Canadians.
Yeah, you can see the cheering and the clapping. The Canadian bowlers are getting all the support that they can from their teammates, just making sure that energy is high and positive. It'll be interesting to see if we're going to be feeling upset or not so upset over that missed chance in that first over off of Amar Khalid's bowling.
Well, speaking of missed
chances, Bowen was the first drop catch off Shiraz Mova in that over off Garn Casey. So he's got a couple of runs to make up for in this innings after dropping that catch, which they didn't think was going to be that costly, but ended up being very costly in the end.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's nearly played on. So
Amar Khalid causing a couple of issues here for the Nepali batsman, as that one had a little bit of extra bounce here, which is to be expected with the additional height, and Kushal not being of the tallest of statures, so a little bit of extra bounce causing him a little bit of trouble off that inside edge. Another ball with a bit of extra bounce and
at the end of the third over
there. So Nepal now 4 for no loss in 3 overs. Again, the important part here is they don't have a big total chase down. So they're going to be looking to keep their wickets intact, play this inning out, and get some well-needed time in the middle for both of these two.
Well, that's just it. You're right. 3 overs. Not a lot of runs on that board, but certainly no wickets either. And I think that's where things went a little bit south for the Canadian side when they lost early wickets. And these two have lots of experience. They understand that they've got a lot of time ahead. All they need to do is get their eye in, rotate strike, and I'm sure they've got a game plan that they've come out with. I'm sure they've had a chat with their coaching staff as well before coming out here.
Saman Nazar really is looking to, from his first over in this one, not giving this ball any air whatsoever, really getting that in there. And as I say that, he decides to give it a little bit of air. Manali, I've been all over the shop today, and the moment I say something, they do the complete opposite.
It might be good, I think. It's good variation. It keeps the batters on their toes.
As we say that, he's giving it some air, and Pawan has hit that over the top. Will it go to the boundary? No, it's a great stop on the boundary there by Uday Birwalia, running hard, not giving up at any point, and saves 2 runs for his team.
That's the intent that we
spoke about, Manali. Pawan seeing a little bit of flight, it's in his arc, and he decides to go over the top.
Yeah, definitely taking their chances for sure. Not very reserved with their batting from the get-go.
And that one's quicker through the air from Nazar.
So seeing that intent from Pawan, decides to fire that one in a little bit quicker. And I think this is when we talk about T20Is coming into it, as we see Salman Nazar running in. A little bit flatter again, but there is some turn early on in this innings, as we talked about with this wicket. There will be turn on display. But as we mentioned, that T20, he's done a lot of bowling in T20 internationals, played in the GT20, used to bowling with that new ball, where you have to be in the game every single ball, as we see that beating the bat. So a little bit of turn definitely on display for Salman Nazar, even in the 4th over of this game, as Nepal is now 6 for no loss
after 4. Getting used to that, each ball is an event, and a lot of variations on display there
from Salman Nazar.
Yeah, he's certainly very experienced in the T20 side of the game. And then, as we had mentioned in the first innings, a lot of the local guys play a lot of 50-over cricket as well. So he definitely knows what he's doing with the ball, whether it's in T20 cricket or in 50 overs. And then, of course, being as well versed in T20 as he is, he knows how to come back from getting smacked around for a couple of deliveries and bringing the batsman back under pressure and adjusting for that.
Omar Colley persisting with his line outside the off stump, asking the Nepali batsman to come after him. And Manali, I got to ask you, in order for Canada to win this game, what do you think that they have to do early on in this innings?
I think they need to take wickets, and they need to take them quick. Because the only way this Nepali side is going to be under pressure is if they are going to be losing some wickets. If we're thinking that Canada can control their run rate, have them at the wicket for a while, I don't think that's going to be enough for Canada to see a win at the end of this game. They have to keep taking wickets, just like Nepal did.
Wickets is going to be the name of the game, but you can also already see the intent is slightly different from the Canadian innings. Kushal coming down the track as we see Omar come in. There's another edge, and this time it's taken. It's taken at second slip by Aaron Johnson. And there you go. Manali, you asked for wickets. There's the first one down.
You ask, and it's delivered. That was a fantastic catch from Aaron Johnson. Quick hands, almost popped out, but saved it right before it hit the ground. And this is exactly the start that Canada needed. Of course, they're going to need a few more than this, but it's off to a good start for them. And Amar Khalid strikes as he gets Kushal Bertel out for just 1 run off of 17 deliveries. Canada is 6 for 1 after 4.3 overs.
It's a good start, and Kushal he's going to be disappointed with that. He came down the track the previous ball, but this one just got a little bit big on him as he feathered that to second slip. And a good take low to his left by Aaron Johnson, who's going to be very happy with that. And you can't seem to wipe the smile off his face right now. The new batsman is going to be Dev Kanal. And Dev was the second person to drop that catch in that over Manali. So the two at the crease now have some runs to make up for.
You've certainly kept a track of who's dropped how many catches, haven't you?
As a bowler, you never forget.
That's a good point. That's a good point. Fair point. Just can't take Aaron Johnson out of the game, though, eh? First he comes out, scores a lot of runs, or I'm sure not as many as he likes, but got Canada off to a good start, and now he's a live wire on the field, taking a pretty good catch at second slip.
Coming down the track, first ball, Dev. Again, the intent is certainly there as he plays this down to square leg, meeting the ball, and they're running hard between the wickets for 2, looking for that third. It's not there, and that's going to be 2 runs to kick off his campaign with the bat. Is Dev Kanal with 2 off his very first ball. But Manali, the intent is certainly there, coming down the track, looking to meet the ball, make sure that it's not swinging as much. You know, the further you're down, the less it's going to swing. So he went and definitely met that ball.
Yeah, you could not be any more right about the intent. You could not be any more right about the intent, because hitting the ball was one thing, and then just watching them run in between the wickets there was great. The amount of energy, and they really did try their best to try and convert that 2 to a 3. And I guess that's the difference that we're looking at, aren't we, when it's an ODI status team versus someone who is trying to get to that ODI status. Those are the little things that make that difference, that get you to the next level.
Absolutely, and you know, when we talk about intent, it's not just in, as we watch Amar Khalid run in here to Dev, it's not just in playing big shots or playing through the line of the ball. I mean, you can almost see the intent in Dev's leaves, right? It's with what intent, and he looks switched on here early, and I know he's only faced 3 balls, and I might put the Mickey on him here, but he looks switched on. But Manali, would it surprise you to know that Dev Kanal is only 17 years old?
Yes, it would. It absolutely would, because he doesn't move like a 17-year-old out there. He moves like a very experienced international cricketer. And you can see, as you said, even his leaves have intent, and that's it. That's that intent of being switched on, and every single delivery matters. However you are going for it, there's a single mind towards playing whatever that you're going to play or to leave. You can tell just from his body language that he's there and he knows what he's doing.
And we've seen this with Nepal over the years. This ability to find young cricketers and bring them to the forefront. I mean, Dev Kanal has played 6 matches, ODI and List A, and with 250s, high score of 72. So definitely a bright start to his career. As we say, Pawan comes to the party. That one's in his arc, and that one's gone all the way for 6. The first 6 of the Nepali innings, and Pawan was definitely not going to let Nazar settle down there.
No, that was a fantastic shot right over the bowler's head for a 6. He picked that up so beautifully and struck it straight down the line.
And we mentioned that the boundaries straight are fairly short, but that one might have been a 6 on any ground. And he comes forward and paces. And again, we talk about intent. The Nepali batsmen are showing it, but I will say there's a lot of noise from the Canadian camp. They feel as though they're in the game. They're only 1 or 2 wickets away from really putting the cat amongst the pigeons in this game. And that one's beaten them all ends up. So gone through bat and pad. So this is a great comeback after being hit for 6 for Salman Nazar. His experience really showing there. It would have been very easy to fire the next few in just to ensure that you don't get hit.
Yeah, you got to hand it to him. He's not getting flustered and he's keeping at it. Well bowled again. And it shows that he knows how to navigate around tricky moments in his over and still try and keep on top of the batter, regardless of what happened the ball before, a couple of balls before.
That one's just defended. So this has been a great comeback to this over by Salman Nazar. Going for 6 early on in the over, but they're keeping it to 6 runs off the over. So great comeback, and Nepal now 14 for 1 after 6.
Funny how different a scorecard looks as soon as you lose 1 wicket, isn't it? The game plan changes a little bit.
Absolutely. And I think for the Canadians, they need more than 1 wicket here early on. Manali, they need a couple here to really stamp their authority on this game.
Yeah, Nepal definitely bats deep, and with that, and coupled with experience, you're right. Canada needs a couple more wickets, and they need them quick to put them under pressure.
Yeah, I think as a Canadian and some of these players would have played in that game, they really know how deep Nepal bats. Last wicket partnership that took the game away from them in 2017, 2018. As we see Amar Kali coming in, and a couple more paces down the track for Dev. But well left, and Amar's again finding a bit of rhythm. He would have that confidence from his batting innings, and he's definitely carrying that over into his bowling.
Yeah, I don't really know from the angle that we're standing in, but I think a couple of deliveries I've actually seen the batsmen stand a little bit outside the crease to navigate the swing and the movement. Or another swing and a miss.
Land and miss. So he's definitely getting some movement there. There is, we mentioned earlier, that wicket was covered all day yesterday because of the rain. And it was soft in the morning, but there's still some grass out there for Amar to take advantage of.
just played down to third man there for a single. I would say Nepal is definitely, they're cautious. They're more cautious in Khalid's bowling than they are with Salman Nazir. I feel they're finding it a little bit easier to get Salman Nazir away in comparison.
And that's been beautifully driven off the back foot through the covers. They're coming back for 2, running hard, and it's we'll keep it to 2. Looks like Akil Kumar was able to get a hand on that just to slow that down, but Pawan has played some really lovely shots early on in this innings.
Yeah, he has, and he's actually cruising quite well. He's 13 off of 17 deliveries and a 6 off of that as well. So slowly working through his innings and quite confident in all of his shots.
And again, beaten him once again. So Amar definitely getting some movement off this wicket, and unlucky not to have 2 with the amount of times that he's beaten the edge. And that brings the end of the 7th over. So 17 for 1. Again, there's no real scoreboard pressure here for Nepal, so they're not going to be too disappointed early on in this innings. But again, these two seem to have the intent. They want to take advantage of this, but Canada's been bowling really well here to keep just a 17 off the first 7.
Yeah, Canada's going to have to keep at it. The required rate for Nepal is only 4 runs and over, which isn't much at all in today's day and age, especially. And with wickets in hand, Nepal's going well. I think if Canada can get a couple more wickets at this point, it might change the game around.
It will certainly change the game around, and they're edging for it, and they're on the ball, as you can see. But these two look like they want to be here for the long run. So, as you said, they've got some runs to make up for, and they certainly look like they're well on their way so far. As we see that hit down, and they're running hard, and that's what we see the intent. That was hit straight to long on. He's on his heels, and they're able to pick that single.
Yeah, that was very well picked up, actually. They ran through for that single before the fielder could even react to that delivery. These are the little things that are going to make a difference, I think, and Canada's got to be on top of every single ball.
As we see Dev face up for his first ball to Salman Nazir. Sorry, Pawan on strike here. It looks like Bowen is really looking for anything pitched up to really go over the top. It's what he's shown so far in the innings. He's gone over the top on two separate occasions. Really looking to wait for that, but Canada's sent long off back as well. So that one's a little bit short, not quite getting it, and high off the bat there. So no run, no trouble, no harm.
Yeah, Salman's adjusted very well this over. He's come back a lot stronger than the last over. The fielding has been adjusted for that 6 straight down the ground as well. And he hasn't quite pitched it up full enough for Pawan to be able to get under it.
And that one's edged through his slips. Just going to be a single. But even on that, you can see the intent in the running here. So this is really good from the Nepali batsman so far. Looking to capitalize on every opportunity for runs.
And Canada is 19 for 1 after the 8th over.
It's up to you. We see Amar Khalid continuing his spell here. He's 4 overs, 1 for 9. It's been a good start so far, and he'll look to continue. So we got a ring on the offside. The 2 men out are a third man in fine leg. Standard field with 2 slips as he runs in, and Pawan just meeting that, hitting it out to cover, no run.
We're into Amar Khalid's fifth over, and he's gone really well so far, just 9 runs off of it, and a wicket that he's picked up. And he's held his line very well, and he's kept it short of a good length, so really not giving anything to drive to the batsman at all.
And being with Dylan Haliger not playing in this game, the only frontline seamer that the Canadian team has, and he hasn't disappointed so far with the ball, so or with the bat, I should say. So definitely has played a big role in this game so far as we watch him run in again, and that's beating the outside edge once again. So again, he can consider himself unlucky, but he's doing a great job for the Canadian team. As I mentioned, the other two seam bowlers are going to be Akil Kumar and Uday Birwalya, more all-rounders than frontline seamers. So with Amar being the only frontline seamer, he's doing a heck of a job for his team.
Absolutely is. Are you surprised that Haliger's out this game?
I am surprised, but being an unofficial ODI, not counting towards the championship, not counting towards status of any sort, as that one's punched back down the ground, no run. I am surprised that he's not playing, but I also feel as though Canada wanted to use this game as an opportunity.
That looked a little high from where we're sitting as well, and well, the finger's gone up, and that means you got to walk off the field no matter how slow you want to go off. And it is slightly unfortunate, but again, we're not the umpires and we're not really on the field.
We're on a little bit of an angle as well, so it's tough to say, but again, that did look high, and Bowen has to go for 14. And in comes Rohit Kumar Podell to bat, and again, that's the wicket that Canada wanted right there. Two in the first 10, 19 for 2 now in the 9th over. Canada's going to be over the moon with this start. They would have snatched it. They would have snatched it out of your hand if you asked them that a little bit earlier.
Yeah, absolutely. 19 for 2. I think Canada's going to take that any day. Any day for sure. And Khalid's just bowled incredibly well in his first spell. He's got one more delivery to go still in this over, and Nepal, I think, a little bit on the back foot now, or at least got some thinking gears turning.
Well, certainly. I mean, 19 for 2. That's not the start that they would have hoped for, but it's definitely the start Canada would have hoped for. And we talked about this earlier, Manali, the momentum from their batting innings as we watch Amar run in for his final ball of the over. And another play and a miss. I'm not going to call that a lead. That certainly, he definitely had a little nibble at that outside the off stump. So this is a great spell to start the innings from Amar Khalid. But as I mentioned, the momentum, they carried that momentum off the field from their batting innings. And they're certainly carrying it forward in their bowling innings.
Yeah, we saw the Canadians pumped up through that last partnership, and I think it had a huge impact on what's come out on the field right now. They went into lunch on a high, and they've brought that energy back out on the field for their bowling, and it's just been fantastic from Khalid. He's had an incredible performance with bat and ball now.
Yeah, he's certainly done himself no harm in front of the selectors here today. And Salman Nazar is going to continue for his 5th over. He's none for 10 with a maiden in his spell so far, and 2 slips in play now. There's definitely a lot of noise coming from the ground here and from the field. The Canadian fielders are really up for this. Now in slightly shorter, mid on better at this, more alert for this one. He's able to stop them from going through for that single. But again, the Canadians, they're in this. They're in this fight. The chatter in the field will tell you so.
Yeah, they're definitely in this. They're pumped up. They are supporting one another. They're clapping. They're talking it up. Very, very good energy. Very high energy out there on the field.
And that's been played away nicely down to deep mid-wicket for a single. So Dev gets off strike, which bring Rohit Kumar Podell on strike. He's yet to get off the mark, just facing that one delivery off the last over. And Manali, with 2 balls left to go in the opening power play, 20 for 2 this certainly isn't the start Nepal would have wanted.
That was very well bowled by Salman Nazar. Right in the block hole, and all Podell can do is snuff it down before it's through and into his stumps.
That one's slightly quicker and
Off the back foot, gets off the mark with a nice little nudge onto the leg side for a single for Podell.
And again, this is a great start from the Canadians. 21 for 2. They would have bit your hand off to get this if you told them that they would be 21 for 2 and only put 188 on the board in the first innings. So this wicket, it's got a few demons in it, Manali.
It sure does. It sure does. And we saw how tricky it was when the Canadians were batting, and it stayed true to its reputation from this morning. And you're right. What you said earlier, I don't think this is the start that Nepal had hoped for when they came out to bat. I would assume they would have wanted a few more runs and a couple of fewer wickets.
It's nicely met, nicely
driven down the ground, but again, straight to the fielder. So they need a partnership in the ball here, and Rohit Kumar and Dev Kanal are the two men to do it. But again, for the Canadians, with Amar Khalid here steaming in, another wicket here, and again, this is really anybody's game.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you surprised that Khalid is coming in for a 6th over on the trot?
And that's been cut away, slashed away, but a good hand by Harsh Thakur just to keep it. They're running hard. They're pushing for 2. This is going to be close. And again, this is going to be close, but 2 runs to Nepal. Great. That's great cricket all around. Arman Kapoor, surprised Arman Kapoor was not behind the stumps for that take, Manali.
No, he was not, and I think they had a chance had he been behind the stumps. That is, I would probably put that down as a missed chance for the keeper, the second one for the game since the dropped catch in the first over. But that was a great stop by Harsh Thakur. Definitely saved a boundary there.
And that one's been nicely forward defended. So, Manali, going to your question, I'm not surprised at all. He's in the middle of a great spell. 2 wickets, you need more. You need more. Again, you don't have a high score to chase down and or defend, I should say, for the Canadian team. So you get 3 wickets early here, and you're in the fight. You're ahead of the fight actually. So definitely, in my opinion, a good call by Saad to keep Omar going. And that one on the shorter end, and Rohit just defending that onto the offside.
I'd be interested to see if Salman Nazar is going to get another over after this, especially because we do have a couple of other fairly experienced spinners in the side as well.
Yeah, certainly a lot of stocks on the Nepali team, but again, 2 wickets early on, that definitely helps the Canadians. Rohit Kumar definitely able with the bat as that one's defended. High score of 126 in ODIs, Manali, with an average of 41. So he's definitely somebody that Nepal's counting on to take them over the line.
Yeah, absolutely. There's so much experience. You know, you mentioned all these scores after each of their batter that comes in, and it just goes to show you how experienced this side is, how many games they've played, how much wealth of knowledge that they come in with, whereas they're going up against a very, very young team, very inexperienced team in comparison.
Yeah, as we see that played into the leg side and running hard between the wickets again. And Manali, they've pinched 2 runs from a ball that didn't cross 30-yard single. So great running there by the Nepali pair. And you're 100% right in that. There's a stark contrast between these 2 teams. One with a ton of experience, playing together for a number of years now, and another side with the influx of youth. You know, you have Dev Kanal, who's 17. You also have somebody like Sandeep, who's only 21 but had so much cricket. So young side that's played together for a while. But again, with the Canadian team, a number of debuts playing their first games for Canada today, and that could be telling. But with that, you called it. Will Salman Nazar get another over? The answer to your question, Manali, is no. We're going to see another individual making his debut today for the Canadian national side, which is Romel Shahzad, a young and upcoming off spinner. Played the Under 19 World Cup just a few years ago. So this is going to be exciting. I'm excited to watch this young man bowl.
Yeah, it's good to see the Canadian captain stick with a spinner and a pacer combination. And that last ball in the previous over, that running was just lightning. It was absolute lightning to see how quick the Nepalis are in between the wickets, how fit they are to do that.
And that's been played down to long on by Dev Canal for a single. And you're right. We talked about their fitness levels and their energy in the field earlier, but that's translating in between the wickets as well.
And I think a big part of it is the fitness as well, that I'm sure their trainer or their assistant coach has been working on with them.
Looking to sweep as that's down the leg side. So, and that's something that Canada in this innings, and they've done a great job of it so far, cannot afford, is these free runs that they're had. So they got to keep those extras down to make sure that Nepal is earning each and every run. And that's beating the outside the off stump. So turn, and then that one just skids through.
Yeah, great start to his over, minus the wide there. But you're right, Canada cannot afford to give any free runs whatsoever this innings. They don't have much to work with, and the Nepalis are making them work for it.
That was pitched up outside the off stump, but unable to find the gap is Rohit Kumar Cornell. And again, there's the energy in the field is high from the Canadians. They seem to be really up for this fight. Going for that sweep and unable to find the gap. A little bit of a misfield, but no harm there for the Canadians, as that's another dot ball. That's hit down to long on again. Rayan Khan's baton does the cleanup job there. And just a single. So 2 runs off the over so far. Romel would be happy with the start that he's gotten here off the first 5 deliveries, I should say. But now got to finish strong. Down the track from Bowen. And there, Rohit Kumar running hard, the first one hard, but just a single. That's a good start for Romel Shahzad. 4 runs off the over. Nepal now 29 for 2.
Yeah, great over from the youngster there. He made sure that he was on top of the batting and did not let them get away.
And that's going to bring an end also to the spell of Amar Khalid. 2 for 13 in 6 overs with a maiden. And it's going to be the captain himself calling his own number. Very similar to what Sandeep did for Nepal from that end, calling his own number after the opening spell.
Yeah, I think that's a great call too, because he brings in so much more experience with his bowling. He's of course played locally. He's played for Canada for years and had some great success at the Global T20 the last time around. And it's always good to see a captain leading from the front.
You'd be looking to replicate that performance from Sandeep as well. Sandeep Lamichhane obviously taking 3 wickets in that first innings. Saad would love to take 3 wickets in this innings as well.
I'm sure he'd be looking to take any wickets at all.
Doesn't start off well, however. That's short, wide outside the off stump. And in the words of David Bumble Lloyd, short, wide, 4.
Not the start that he was hoping for sure. I mean, you don't want to give that confidence away to the batter as your first ball. But I think he knows what he's doing, and he should be able to bring it back.
That's a better line and length there from Saad, as that one's just coming in with the arm. Dev up to the task as he just watchfully hits that down the ground. No run there, but definitely a better line from Saad. pitched up this time, and Dev coming forward, out to cover, but again, straight to the fielder. So again, a good comeback. We saw this with Salman Nazar getting hit for 6 early on in this over, and then a great comeback. We're seeing similar from Saad here. Indecision between the wickets. It's the first time we've seen indecision in the Nepali innings. But the Canadian fielders being able to stop them from going through for the single.
Yeah, not sure if that was a good call. I think there was a single there. But the non-striker seemed to be on his back foot a little bit.
Short again, and this time they're able to come through for the single. Running hard between the wickets. And Rohit Kumar looking to come back for 2. It is not there. And good cleanup job on the boundary by Rayan Kanpatan. Doing long off at this point.
He is. He's getting some mileage on that field. Got to make up for those missed runs this morning.
Yeah, got to get your fitness work in. As the players that aren't playing, they get their fitness work done at lunch. Rayan deciding that he's going to do it while he's fielding, doing long off. And the score after 13 overs in Nepal, 34 for 2.
Also, just want to draw your attention to the strike rates of the Nepali batsmen. I mean, you've got one going at 60 and one going at 42.86. They're quite a bit higher than the Canadians when they were batting. Most of the batsmen that we saw on the Canadian side were batting around the 30s or the 33 mark, and that just cannot put the opposition under pressure. You have to get your strike rates higher. And we've seen a big change in 50-over cricket since T20 cricket came into the picture.
That one's short, and that's worked away on the leg side, and they're pushing hard again. And Manali, it's strike rates is one thing, the intent is another, and the intent simply wasn't there from the Canadians. It's certainly there from the Nepali batsmen. But the other thing is there is no scoreboard pressure. The wickets, if the wicket columns goes up more than 2 or 3 here, then that's when the pressure will come up. But right now, at this stage, these two know they bat another 15, 20 overs. They're going to be well ahead of this game. And that one's driven down the ground. The fielder is in the circle, so straight to him. No run.
Yeah, you're right. I think the biggest difference is still going to end up being wickets. But I'm really enjoying watching these Nepali batters bat. The energy level and the stroke play is quite different from what we saw this morning. They're more willing to play their strokes. They're more willing to drive the ball.
And that one's been swept out. There is a fielder there. And an easy catch to Harsh Thakur. And Rohit Kumar absolutely disgusted with himself for picking out the one man out in the deep. And again, now the cat is really amongst the pigeons here at 35 for 3, Manali.
Just as I'd complimented there, we now have a wicket. And that was a good catch by Harsh Thakur in the deep. Unfortunately, Kumar's got to go, and 6 for 16 is what he was able to put up on the board today. I'm sure he's very disappointed with his efforts today, and definitely put Nepal under some pressure with that third wicket. Nepal is now 35 for 3 in 13.3 overs. Canada must be very proud of themselves at this stage, because I think a lot of people had written them off in this game, and when you're 3 wickets down with only 30 odd runs on the board, you're definitely in a good place, and you could end up with being on top of the game.
I think 100% in the sense that at this point, arguably Canada's on top. And Nepal need a partnership. And we talked about this a lot in the Canadian innings, Manali. Partnerships is the name of the game. And with Dipendra Singh Airy coming into bat, he did a job for the team with the ball, but he's going to definitely need to do a job here with the bat.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And I'm a little hesitant to say Canada's on top just because I know that Nepal bats deep.
Allowed appeal, and he's given him first bowler for Dipendra Singh Airy, and he's not happy again. But Romel Shehzad has picked up his second wicket. A first ball duck for Dipendra Singh Airy, and Manali, I ask you the question again. Who's on top?
I think I stand corrected. I would have to say Canada is now probably on top. And Deepinder Singh Airy just definitely does not look convinced with that call. He's kind of looked back at the umpire a couple of times to see, whether he can communicate that that was the wrong call made. But very, very disappointed as he slowly walks back to the pavilion, not having scored a single run today.
And he's got a smile on his face, but I can tell you that's a sarcastic, very frustrated smile on Deepinder Singh Airy's face, because he does not want to come off this field. But with that comes into bat Arif Sheikh. So again, we talked about a partnership in Nepal. Deeply needs one now.
I got to be honest, I did not foresee this happening. I did not see Nepal being in the kind of trouble that they are in. Partly because I thought they could be better at forming partnerships than what we had seen this morning. So they definitely need to start slowing this game down a little bit in their heads and settling in for the long haul.
And for the hat-trick ball, Zafar has brought in all his troops. Ramel on a hat-trick and got a slip in place, a short leg, and a short mid-wicket. Let's see what Ramel can produce. It's a ball. It's a decent hat-trick delivery, but well defended by Arif Sheikh. And Manali, I wasn't even able to get to Deepinder Singh Airy's stats before he trudged off. I'm not going to say he walked off, because it was definitely a trudge.
Yeah, I realized, and actually he did have quite a few stats to talk about, so quite unfortunate that he wasn't out there long enough today.
This is now a brilliant start from Team Canada and the Canadian national team as they go up against Nepal. Again, if you're only just joining us, we're coming to you live from King City, Ontario, Canada. Thank you for tuning in. If you're in the area, make it down, because this is going to go down to the wire, folks. As Saad bin Zafar, the captain of Canada, continues to Dev, and that's hit out to long off for a single. And Dev looking really strong here. He's joined by Asif Sheikh, who's got experience. He's played 22 ODIs, 27 T20 internationals, averages in the 20s, so you'd like to up that. But he does have 3 half centuries in ODI cricket, so it shows that the talent is there and the ability is there. He just needs a little bit more runs under his belt.
Yeah, definitely, and I would say that for everyone that's come in and gone so far. But I think it was quite the wayward delivery from the Canadian captain, short and wide. They've all got the experience, but I think this pitch is a little bit harder to play on than they would have assumed.
Yeah, and Saad's got to do a job here as well. As the other 3 bowlers that have been on display for Canada have really done a great job for the team, keeping things tight, and Saad needs to get into his work really quickly. And as I say that, bowls a brilliant delivery. The oohs and ahs come out for Team Canada.
Yeah, a couple of wayward deliveries to start, but back in the action, I think he's going to need to be more consistent if he is going to end up making an impact, though. And just like that,
beating the outside edge, there is definitely turn. There's definitely turn there for all the spinners on display here today, as we saw in the Canadian innings as well. And the Canadian spinners really backing up the work. This one giving it a little bit more air, giving it some room to turn, and Arif meets that, and then just able to pick outside edge onto point. So no harm. And again, we're coming up to the end of the 15th over here. 37 for 4. And that's bowled him through the gate. He's gone. Canada well on top now. Saad Zafar. Again, we just needed to tell him to get in the game, Manali, and he certainly brought himself into the game with that arm ball that's beaten Arif Sheikh all ends up.
What a fantastic delivery, and Sheikh departs again, another duck in this Nepali batting lineup. This is some fantastic bowling from Canada, and they are doing everything that they can to defend this rather low total. I think Nepal is in a little bit of trouble, and I didn't think I'd be saying those words this morning.
Neither did I, Benali, but I think it goes to show, like we said earlier, you don't know a wicket or a pitch until both teams bat on it. And there's definitely some demons in this wicket, and Canada is making full use, as it seems to be a little bit of a procession here for these Nepali batsmen. 37 for 5 now after 15 overs. And Romel Shahzad to continue. And the new batsman now is Bashir Ahmed.
What a turn of events for Canada from when they started this innings to now. 5 wickets down, and Nepal is in trouble. You can see the energy in the Canadian camp. They are full of energy, lighting things up, talking to each other, clapping. Just so much noise and positivity out there from them.
And Dev's been stuck at the other end, watching everything happen. He was in the 5th over, and he's been watching everything happen from the other end. So he's really got to stick it out here for his team, but he needs a partner. Will Bashir Ahmed be that? The body language from the Canadians, they feel as though they're well on top, and they're showing it with their support in the field to all their bowlers.
Yeah, they really are, and even the bowlers have an extra spring in their steps. They're running through their overs pretty quickly as well. There's not much coming off the bat. And just like that, we're already at the 15 over mark. It seems like it's flown by with the bowlers rotating as fast as they are.
And that one's short, and that one's pulled away, but there is a fielder there. Done well, spun on him a little bit, but Harsh Thakur does well to keep that to a single. And in Manila, we're at 16 overs now, the score 38 for 5. When's the last time you saw 16 overs being bowled before a water break?
It's been too quick. It's been too quick, and I don't think anyone kind of foresaw this coming. The Nepali fans are definitely very, very quiet right now. They're just, I'm sure they're just as surprised as a lot of other people to see their side in a bit of trouble. In a lot of trouble, actually. 5 wickets down is definitely a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you can definitely say that again as we see Saad Zafar coming in. And that's again played out into the covers. Dev holding his end strong, but definitely looking for a partner. Bashir Ahmed, the new batsman in from the other end, has not faced the ball as of yet.
I think the spinners are definitely going to have the final say in this game. We saw a lot of spin being bowled in the first innings, and successfully in comparison to the Pacers, and we're starting to see a lot of that in the Canadian innings as well. Of course, Khalid was quite successful in his first 6 over spell, but the spinners are definitely the ones having the most impact.
And again, that's a quick single. This is great running from Nepal, and Dev just finding that little bit of a gap in the infield and running through. So Bashir Ahmed to face his first ball. Not a lot of experience for Bashir. He's only played 3 T20s, 1 List A game, and hasn't really batted. So again, the pressure's on here for Dev and Bashir to build a partnership. I know this game doesn't mean anything, but tell that to those men out there, because they all want to win this game.
A win is always a win, Arsalan, especially against a team like Nepal.
Looking to cut and just not there. Again, this wicket, not the easiest to play your shots on, so really got to take your time. And we saw that in the Canadian innings. Shreyas and Namar took their time and were able to build a partnership. Nepal needs that now, as that's defended into the offside.
And to your point earlier, this game doesn't really mean anything for either side in terms of points within the ICC. However, every time you put on your national colors, you want to make sure that you play to your best abilities, and a win is always what you're going for. So Canada, it's quite refreshing to see that they are trying everything that they can to change the outcome of this game and to end up on top, especially after the dismal batting performance that we had seen earlier. And Romel to continue.
Shahzad again, not what you would call an ordinary off spinner. He does have the deucer in his arsenal as well, so he's got the tricks up his sleeve. And again, to put that on display in front of the fans here today, but also the thousands that are watching us live. Really good to see from the young man. That one's pitched up, and Dev up to the task, hits that over the top, and that's going to go all the way to the boundary for 4. And Dev Canal, he looks to be up for this fight as well. Manali, he's in this game, well into this game, and again, just looking for any opportunity to score these runs. He's up to the task.
Yeah, that was a beautiful shot, and it just goes to show you pitch it up a little bit, just give them that little bit of extra space, and the ball's going to go over the top of your head.
And that's been played down to long gone and a single, and that's good cricket there. Hit a boundary, get off strike.
That's right. It shows you how accurate the Canadian bowlers have to be, because you give a little bit of width or you're a little bit on the fuller side, and the Nepali batters are pouncing on any of those chances that they're given. There's really no room for error for the Canadian bowlers.
They certainly are, and Ramel Shahzad might enjoy bowling to the left-hander here as an off-spinner. Going to be turning the ball away, but again, as we mentioned, he does have the other one that comes back in, so we'll see how he does here. He's been bowling to the right-handers. He's enjoyed that 2 wickets already so far, but I think he'll enjoy bowling to the left-hander a little bit more.
Interesting to see how the Nepali batters read him. Dave Canals has been going at a really good pace. He's already at 21 off of just 35 deliveries, and 2 boundaries in that as well.
That one's off the outside edge, and Dev reading that really well, was off the mark in a hurry there for the single to go through for that single. So again, I said he would enjoy bowling to the left-hander. Only got 1 ball at him. And Dev coming down the track, easing into that. He's making batting look a little effortless here. Can't say the same for his partners, but Dev certainly looks like he's up for the task, and looking really solid so far in this innings, as that brings Bashir Ahmed back on strike. He's been off the mark now, but he's going to need to keep here with Dev. Second slip now in as well for Ramel Shahzad. That's well defended by Bashir Ahmed. And that brings the end of the 18th over. The score now, 46 for 5.
Just loving the amount of noise coming out of the Canadian fielders. They've turned it on, and Nepal's got their work cut out for them right now. I think Bashir Ahmed is going to have to play a pivotal role and stay in the middle with Dave, who's going quite well. And here's the Canadian captain for another over.
And that's beating the outside edge. I hope he didn't put the Mickey on Dev there. He's been batting really well. Would love to see him make some runs here and really make this into a fight. Take this all the way down to the wire. I think the fans deserve a good game here today. So Saad looking really good here as well. He's really gotten into his stride. And that one's short of length, and Dev able to hit that down to Rayon on the long off boundary for a single.
I'd be pretty interested in seeing Harsh Tucker get the ball as well. He's a fairly
Short outside the off stump. Bashir looking to slap that away, just not quite getting to the pace of this. And again, as we've mentioned about this wicket, it takes a little bit of
time to get used to the wicket and what it's doing, because there are a couple of demons in there. And that one's short, and as I say that, he's able to carve that away through point. And now it's run to the boundary. Udebia running after it again and able to keep that to 2. Dev looking to come back for 3, just simply not there. So great fielding by the 2 there in partnership, keeping that to 2.
Excellent work in the field, and I'm feeling like Saad bin Zafar's been a little bit on the shorter side this over, or fairly steady actually throughout. He's really got to try and get the ball a little bit fuller, and not give away as many free runs.
Short again this time, not connecting. But there is a misfield, and they're able to get through. We just applauded Walia for his fielding down the boundary, running after that one. But that one, and again, there is a matting wicket, a matting strip that's right there. So might have taken an awkward bounce. But again, you know me, Manali, I don't like to give people too much of the benefit of the doubt. Should have done better there.
Yeah, that was a little bit too much benefit of the doubt, I would say.
Dev coming down the track, able to hit that down to long off again for a single. And we talked
About rotation of strike, Manali. Dev is doing it really well here so far in this innings.
Yeah, this over's been it's been a good one for Nepal. They've been able to loosen the shackles a little bit, and that's the last thing you want to see Nepal do if you're a Canadian fan.
that also brings up
The 50 for Nepal, as they are now 51 for 5 in 19 overs.
Do you think Saad bin Zafar is going to give himself a couple more overs, or you think he's going to change things around? I'd say he's probably been one of the least impactful bowlers from whoever has bowled for Canada so far today.
As Dev plays that away down to square leg, running hard between the wickets again, but only going to be a single. Harsh Thakur doing the cleanup job on the square leg boundary. And Manali, in my experience, there's only 2 types of captains. Ones that overbowl themselves, and then ones that underbowl themselves. And Saad so far, I think he's the former. So I would say that he's probably going to give himself another couple. Not to say that he doesn't deserve it. He's been a heck of a bowler for Canada over the years. As we see 2 slips in for the lefty now. That one's short again. And Bashir really likes to be on that back foot and looking to cut that away through the offside. Looks to be a strength for him.
Yeah, he missed out on that one because it was definitely quite short and wide. Could have connected better for sure.
That one's short again as he looks to work that through square leg, just finding the mid-wicket fielder. Ramel really keeping the pressure on here, so be able to spin the ball both ways. The batsmen so far look to be, well, these 2 at least look to be up to the task. This one's short again, on the back foot, looking to punch that. Not able to find the middle of the bat, just going out to cover. But again, a lot of these young cricketers for Canada, Ramel Shahzad being one of them, really putting their name in the hat for the selectors to say, I'm ready for this level of competition. And they're again on the front foot this time by Bashir.
Yeah, quite impressed with Shahzad's bowling, actually. He's, for his age and for being quite new to this contingent, he's doing very well, and he's put the pressure on the Nepali batters quite successfully.
That's been hit through to the offside. Manali, as we come to the end of the 20th over, Nepal 52 for 5. I just want to acknowledge we've gotten your messages saying that some of the audio is a little bit off. We understand we're trying our best here as we get into the water break. We continue to work on it, but we thank you all for listening and tuning in. And we really thank you for the support. So at the water break, we're going to take a short break, and we'll be right back.
right? There's the setup, Wi-Fi and everything.
Yeah.
You're Trevin's partner, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, me and Trevin go back long. I mean, I don't play cricket no more. Like, it's under 19 West Indies.
Oh, really?
Yeah, but your commentary is really good.
Thank you.
I think it's like you should be like, we need that Canadian style proper commentary. You know what I mean? Or like
Canadian?
North
Yeah,
American
yeah.
style.
Yeah.
Like IPL, you can. I don't know. You should.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's good stuff. Both you guys.
Thanks.
Good commentary.
Thanks, man.
Yeah, say Adam. I'll call in. Colin.
Colin.
He would
Okay,
know
I'll
me
let
as
him know. Colin said hi.
Yeah.
Backs going. Yeah, they're not the most comfortable, that's for sure. No lumbar support.
Yeah, that's true.
Horrible.
They were
Gilly, you gotta bring water here too, you know. No.
that's the
As I'm putting it up, I was like, welcome back, everybody. As mentioned, we're live from King City, Ontario, Canada. Nepal, 52 for 5, chasing 189 to win. Manali, as mentioned, Saad continuing with his spell. Dev, Kanal going well here with 25 off 40. He's got Bashir Ahmed for a partner, 4 off 12. And again, they're going to need this partnership really to get them through to 100 to really start to feel comfortable moving forward.
Yeah, I think you're right. They've really got to get a partnership going here. And I'm sure they're aware. I'm sure during the drinks break it was communicated with them as well from the coaching staff.
As we say that, that's been hit hard into the offside. Arman Kapoor now.
In the field, so we had a change of keeper. Shiraz Mova now keeping for Canada. Arman Kapoor in the field and taking the first one off the knee.
Saad bin Zafar's, I think, trying to make a conscious effort to pitch it a little bit fuller. At the same time, I don't really... I will have to see whether giving himself an extra over is a right decision here or not. I mean, had Nepal not been 5 down, I would have certainly said maybe try someone a little bit different. But Nepal being 5 down, they're under pressure. So I think Saad could get away with an additional over. Not that he's been bowling bad or anything. Just I would say not as tight as some of his other bowlers.
That's good, well fielded off his own bowling there by Saad. And some people reading the scorecard, Manali, might be saying you're a bit harsh. He's 4.5 overs, 1 for 13. But you're right, Saad has really set a high bar for himself in terms of his level of competition and his bowling ability. And I would say he's been slightly off today. He's bowled an incredible ball to get rid of Arif Sheikh, a little Jaffer to get rid of him, but not his typical self as we see the end of the 21st over. Nepal, I should say, 52 for 5.
I think we're talking about building partnerships, but Nepal should also keep the required run rate in mind as well. We've still got a lot of overs left, but at the same time, when you're 5 down, and if you're not on top of your run rate, you're going to put your lower order under a lot of pressure. The required run rate right now is sitting at 4.7, and they're only going at 2.5 runs and over. So that should probably be something that they've got at the back of their mind.
As that one's been cut away. Looking to find the gap. Armand Kapoor looking a little lively in the field. You know, Manali, I think at this point it's not going to be a worry for them. You know, coming down to the last 20, wickets in hand, 6-7 runs and over, they're not going to be too concerned. They are a seasoned side after all. So I think right now the name of the game is to build this partnership and see what they can get to. See where they are after 30 overs, see where they are after 35 overs, and then reassess. By this point in time, 100 runs off 20, they're not going to be too concerned. And that's down the leg side, and a big appeal. It is a wide, but he's managed to get back in the crease, so no harm done. But that is an extra delivery for Romel.
He's been so tight with his bowling so far as well, so I'm sure he's disappointed in himself, but no harm done.
Bashir disappointed with himself, not able to put that down the ground for a single. It was in the slot. But again, they're being a little bit cautious here, specifically Bashir Ahmed. Dev has looked really good so far in this innings. And Romel, he's able to, that's a full toss that Bashir is able to get down the ground now for a single. Brown doing the cleanup job. And again, Canada needs to continue this pressure. They can't let these two settle. They can't let these two build a partnership because the pressure will be right back on. They don't have many runs to play with on this field and on this ground.
Yeah, you're right. Wickets.
Another misfield here for Canada, and again, cannot let Nepal get away with these runs. They got to make Nepal work for each and every run, and they've given up a few already in this inning so far.
Yeah, with the wide in this over and now a misfield, that's 2 free runs that they've given away to Nepal, and not a lot of boards, not a lot of runs to work with on the board to begin with. That was very well bowled.
Some more turn for Romel Shahzad there, so there's definitely spin in this wicket. Romel bowling well here so far, needs the support from his fielders to ensure that he's able to keep the right batsman on strike. But he won't mind too much bowling that left-hander. He looks like he's quite enjoying it and saw it to continue. So after 22 overs, Nepal 55 for 5.
Going back to your point earlier, I think wickets is still the name of the game, and we've got the Canadian captain back on. As he fields off of his own bowling. I'd like to see what else Canada's got in terms of depth of their bowling to try and change things up a little bit, especially if you're trying to get the Nepali batsmen uncomfortable.
Oh, going for the big shot, he's giving him. Going for the big shot, and he's giving him. And that's a big wicket for Canada, with Dev Kanal being stumped off the bowling of Saad bin Zafar. And again, this has been a friendly competition, but that weren't too happy with that was Dev Kanal as he's having a look at the keeper. Some words might have been said there, Manali with a little bit of a send-off, and again, he does not want to go here as he's been given out stumped.
Oh yes, tensions are high out there. Dev Kanal's walking off. He scored a 26 runs off of 49 balls, and he definitely have played a big part in anchoring Nepal's innings so far throughout the wickets that they had lost. Not quite sure what happened after the finger went up, but he's definitely quite upset walking off the field, and he also seemed a little upset when the finger went up, so we're not on the field or at the angle to tell, but a couple of calls that have now been made that have raised questions, at least on the Nepalese side.
Yeah, certainly there. Shiraz Mova looked very confident as he took off the bails there. It was the first shot in anger from Dev Kanal as well, which has led to his downfall. It didn't look too happy. It's competition at the end of the day, Manali. We talked about this being a friendly, but when it comes to competition, everybody wants to win, and Shiraz Mova, once he whipped off those bails, he was celebrating because they knew how big of a wicket that was for the Canadian side. As we see Binod Bandari come to bat in this innings, and again, this is now Canada well on top. And we talked about it just moments ago. They needed to keep taking wickets, Canada, and they've certainly done so.
I think I can quite confidently say that Canada is sitting quite pretty in this competition. And you're right, it might be a friendly, but competition is a competition. And it's great to see this fight and this grit that Canada has put out today. And Saad, the Canadian captain, is... I think he's got his groove with his bowling now. He's back at it, and he's found his line and his length.
That short out of the outside. Oh, that wasn't too far away from the stumps there. Another inside edge. And again, it takes a little bit of time to get on his wicket. And Manali, we said this earlier, he'd be looking to repeat the performance, or replicate the performance, I should say, from Sandeep Lamichhane earlier. And he's taken 2 so far, 2 for 13 in 6 overs. It's not a bad shout for the Canadian captain.
No, it's absolutely not. And I guess he did not overbowl himself. He's definitely made an impact on this game. And good for him for trusting his abilities. The 23rd, at the end of the 23rd, Nepal is 55 for 6. As Shehzad continues his spell into his 7th over.
That's off the inside edge of Bashir Ahmed, then Ramel Shehzad, continuing the pressure, and they've built this pressure on from both ends now. And we talked about the Nepali batsman batting deep. Binod Bandari, another batter who's, as we watch Ramel bowl to Bashir Ahmed, looking to just late cut that. Another batter with a little bit of batting ability. He's got a couple of 50s in T20 international crickets, a low 50 in one-day internationals, an average of 20 and 15 respectively. So a little bit of ability with the bat. They're not going to go away. They're not going to go away from this fight. They're going to stick in this, and they're keep sending out men that have the ability to do the job. Manali.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they've come in with an experienced side to begin with, and I'm sure they've been in plenty of situations like this previously to know how to try and get out of them.
And that's carved away, but finds the cover fielder. Salman Nazar at covers there. But Bashir Ahmed looks like he's growing in a little bit of confidence, and he's going to need that confidence if Nepal is going to get over this line today. That's been driven well down the ground. Rayan Khan Patan on the long on boundary again. Long off boundary, I should say, doing the fielding.
Bashir Ahmed has been out there for quite some time now. He's faced 22 balls for his six runs, and I'm sure he's going to feel a little bit of pressure soon, especially with his non-striker still off to get hasn't got off the mark yet, and I think Nepal is now counting on Bashir Ahmed to get them home.
That's another good over by Ramel Shehzad. He's been very impressive in this spell so far. The score now 56 for 6 in 24 overs here, Manali. And at this point, Canada will know that they're on top. But again, we saw this in the Canadian innings as well. The score was 112 for 9, and they ended up getting to 188. So it's never over until you take that last wicket. And Canada will be looking to make sure they keep taking wickets here to stay on top.
Yeah, I mean, Nepal, when we look at the total score, they only need 133 more runs off of 157 deliveries. But I guess the problem for them is when you're 6 wickets down, even a total as small as 133 starts to look pretty massive. I think it's poised to be a pretty good game, and especially if they can hold on to their wickets till the very end.
Harsh Thakur coming into the attack now. You asked for this, Manal. You asked for him to come in for a bowl as he starts off, and that's short outside the off stump. Bashir Ahmed able to hit that down to the long off fielder for a single. But you're right, the runs isn't the issue here for Nepal. They'll be confident in being able to chase this down. Unfortunately, it's the wickets column. And with 6 men down, 7 and 8 batting, they're running out of individuals to be able to do the job. So it is off spin now from both ends with Ramel Shahzad in 1 and Harsh Thakur coming into the attack. Harsh not troubling the scorers this morning. He's going to want to put that right and take a few for his captain.
Yeah, unfortunate with his batting this morning, but he's quite a talented bowler as well, and he's quite tall as well, so it definitely has an impact when you're bowling spin.
And we can see that little bit of turn and bounce there. But Binod up to the task, able to hit that down to square leg. And that running between the wickets from Nepal has been spectacular so far, and another 2 for Binod Bhandari.
Yeah, aside from the wickets, they've run really well in between the wickets. They've communicated extremely well, and I guess that goes back to knowing your teammates, having that camaraderie, understanding one another.
A little bit of indecision there, waiting for that ball to pass the bowler. Harsh doing well to limit them, but not able to limit that single as they go through. Binod just off that back foot. And Manali, when it comes to chasing a total like this, it always comes down to wickets. But the other thing that it does come down to is having a plan in order to go about it. And knowing Pubadu Dasanaka for a number of years as we watched Harsh run into bowl. Knowing Pubadu Dasanaka for a number of years, he would have had a plan on how to go about this chase, down to overs, number of wickets they want to see. But once you start to lose wickets, that plan goes out the window, and you've got to come up with a new plan. And Nepal, with these two, certainly needs a new plan now.
Yeah, you're right. You come in with a plan when you start the game, and when things don't go according to plan, you need to change it. But I think they've got a very experienced coaching side that they're trained and they're able to accommodate and adjust as needed. And I'm sure during this last drinks break that we just had, Pupadu would have communicated through some of his players just what he has in mind, or what he has in terms of expectations of the 2 batters out here in the middle.
Absolutely, and Ramel Shahzad to continue. So it is off spin from both ends. Ramel 2 for 18 so far in his 7 overs. He's looked mighty impressive to date, and there's a little bit of pressure when you're making your debut, but after you get a few balls in, you realize that it's just another game of cricket, and you're out there in the sun as well now. So you're out there and you're just enjoying it. And once you take a wicket, as you watch him run in, once you take a couple of wickets, all that pressure, you don't hear any noise, you don't hear anything else except your teammates, and that's what Ramel's doing a really good job of so far.
Yeah, that's the key word, wickets. You can come in and bowl as well as you want, but as soon as you get that wicket, you are on cloud 9.
And that one's been smashed over the boundary by Binod Bhandari, and that gets the Nepali fans up in action, as that's a lovely shot straight down the ground for 6. Binod, welcome to the party.
I don't think Shahzad's going to be too flustered with that. That was a beautiful shot. However, he's been on top of his game and is in very good control of his bowling. I'm sure the next delivery he's going to be able to pull his length just a little bit further back. So, and the batter cops one from the fielder throwing the ball in.
Yeah, that's the hard thing about being a spinner. You can't bounce the next ball, can you?
No, you definitely can't. But he's, for a young cricketer, I think he's got a good shoulder on his, a good head on his shoulders, and just like that, he's able to bring it back. And that's part and parcel of bowling, isn't it? You get smashed around for a few here and there, but it's how well you come back, and he seems to be doing a fantastic job.
As that's played on the leg side by Binod, and he's definitely doing a good job for his team here so far. And for the Nepal side, they're going to need a few more of those big hits. Get the runs on the board and make that wicket column look a little bit smaller, I guess. Make that 6 into. I mean, you can't go backwards, but the more runs you put up, the closer you get to that score, the easier the task becomes.
Yeah, absolutely. The score looks a lot more different if you got a few more runs in front of that six wicket number. However, between these two batting, I feel like Bashir Ahmed has just really he's struggled in this innings. He's just not able to get the ball away as well as I think he would have preferred, and he might even be putting a little bit of extra pressure on Bandari because he's only batting at a strike rate of 25. 27 deliveries for only 7 runs is very slow.
It is slow. And I think when he was batting with Dev was doing the job for the team. And once he's gone now, he's now the senior partner. So he's got to be able to rotate the strike a little bit more and take some pressure off both of them. And again, the more singles that they take, the higher their score is going to go, and the pressure is going to be back on the Canadian side if they don't take a wicket as regularly as they have been. So you're correct in saying that he needs to get off the mark here and really start scoring some runs. But again, scoreboard pressure simply isn't there if the wicket column isn't at 6. So they just need to get themselves in a position where the wickets are irrelevant and they get close enough to that total. And Binod going for it again. Not quite getting it there, however, and out to deep mid-wicket. There is a fielder there, Akil Kumar doing the cleanup job. And just a single for Binod, but Manali Binod looks like he's in the mood today.
He absolutely is. He's been very aggressive with his batting, and he's been very aggressive with rotating his strike as well. And just like that, the score that they're chasing is down to just 122. So maybe another 5-6 overs that these guys are out there batting, bring that score down under 100 that they're chasing. Might be a different sort of pressure for Canada at that point.
Bashir not able to get that away on the offside. Backing away. Not able to get that through the gap there. And you're right, he needs to start rotating the string a little bit here to take some pressure off Binod and maybe free up the ground here as well. As we say that, he hits that down the ground for a single. Once you start rotating the strike, one thing that happens is you'll be surprised. The gaps start to open up. More fielders on the boundary, more gaps for you to hit. With right now everybody still in the ring, only 3 men out, the offside looks very difficult to pierce. Binod looking to take downtown again, not connecting. But again, certainly in this game, Binod not here to muck around. He's here to go and get these runs in a hurry.
He wants to take them over the line, and it was a decent over from Harsh Tucker, just 2 runs coming off of it, and Nepal is 69 for 6 after 27 overs. I think you're right. If they don't start hitting the gaps a little bit more and opening up this field, opening up the gaps, it's going to be a little bit hard for Nepal. And at this point, I have a hunch that Ahmed's either going to go big or go home, because he's really been bogged down. 30 deliveries is a lot of deliveries for just 8 runs.
Not a lot of experience for Bashir either. So, but it would be, as we watch Romel run in here, and he did look to go after him. He did look to go after him with that slog sweep there. There is somebody out on the deep square leg boundary, but nobody out in cow corner. So he did look to go for it. But again, that's a little bit of an inexperienced run for Bashir. Now is not the time for him to go. He's got to rotate this strike and take his team deep. That's back to normal proceedings there for Bashir Ahmed as he plants his foot down the ground and down the wicket and punches it to cover. But that's what he's got to do. He's got to start rotating this strike. Those dot balls got to turn into singles for Bashir. As he looks to play that down the ground, mid-on in the ring. But no run there, but he's got to start turning those dot balls into singles.
I think he's definitely under pressure, and you can feel maybe a release shot coming. He's played and missed a few, he defended a couple, edged a couple. Four deliveries in the over, and he's yet to get off the mark. He's here to get onto the other side.
we go. And then he's been able to hit that down the ground. And that's the release shot that you were looking for, Manali, is he's able to get one into his arc and hit it straight over the bowler's head for 4. That's one place you can't put fielders.
That's one place you can't put fielders, and that must have done wonders for his confidence this innings. And just like that, he's in double digits. I'm sure he's feeling a lot better about his batting.
Looks to go again, and this time, remember what I said about what happens when you start finding the boundaries. The fielders go back, and an easy single for Bashir. So an over with the first 4 balls were dot balls, manages to get 5 off the over. The score now 74 for 6 after 28 overs. And Manali, we talked about Canada. Canada was on 91 after 30. And we talked about them potentially doubling their score. They were able to do so, get a little bit more. But Nepal here, they're a little bit under the mark. But again, they've got a little bit of experience and going to be able to looking to chase this down.
Yeah, absolutely. Nepal, that's kind of why it's a little bit hard to say that Canada's on top, because with just 116 left to get and Nepal going as well as they are, with knowing that they're still batting to come, I think Canada might have been a little bit higher on their runs at this point in the game, but they certainly didn't have the experience to back them up as much as Nepal does.
We know Nepal still has 1 man, or 2 men, I should say, on the bench that have broken Canadian hearts before, in Karan Casey and Sandeep Lamichane with the bat. So the potential is still there. They've got men in the hut that can do the job. These 2 just need to take their team deep. And like I said, I'm not going to hold my breath for the Canadian team just yet. As Bashir Ahmed just plays this onto the offside. So a couple more dot balls in this over so far as Harsh Thakur continues. Harsh has complimented Ramel well from this end so far.
Yeah, he has. He's
looking to go over the top. There is a fielder there, and that's what you can't do. We talked him up. We said he needed to stay out there, and Bashir Ahmed has found the man at long off. It is Rayan Khan Patan on the boundary, who's done boundary to boundary, but it hasn't affected him too much, as he's able to take a nice, clean, easy catch on the long off boundary.
And great bowling from Canada, and great bowling from Harsh Thakur. We always knew that Bashir Ahmed was under pressure, and a couple of release shots in the over previous just wasn't enough for him to get going. When you're facing 4 or 5 dot balls in an over, at the back of your mind, you know that you need to get some runs. So he's walking off after a fairly lengthy stay of 41 deliveries. He's just got 13 runs off of that.
Yeah, and then that brings in Muhammad Adil Alam. We saw him bowl really well in the morning. Was hit for a boundary early in his spell, and then came back and took a couple of really important wickets for Nepal. But that job's done. They need him with the bat. He averages 20 in both ODIs and T20 internationals. Does Muhammad Adil Alam, but he's only had 2 innings and 3 innings in ODIs and T20s respectively. So again, some ability with the bat, but they're going to need to show. He's going to need to show it here today.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit dicey for Nepal right now. 7 down, just 74 runs on the board, and still need 115 runs. You had mentioned that there's still 2 very experienced people or players in their camp who haven't come out to bat, but that scoreboard pressure is now going to be huge.
As we see Adil look to play that into the offside, just managing an outside edge. No harm, however. So after 29 overs, Nepal 74 for 7. Manali, I asked you a question earlier on in the start of this innings, what does Canada need to do to win this game? And you said wickets. They provided you with 7.
Yeah, they've done a really good job, and they've done exactly what they needed to do to keep Nepal on the back foot. And had they not taken these wickets, I think Nepal would have been cruising home by now. And it's been almost all spin, so the spinners have had the last say on this pitch, both for Nepal and for Canada.
it was all about setting the tone early for Canada. Mark Holly did a great job setting the tone with his first over, picking up 2 wickets, and you're right, the spinners have definitely done a job for Canada as Ramel Shahzad enters his final over. He's 2 for 30 so far. He's going to want to improve on those figures. As Binod looking to play across the line, just managing an inside edge as that one skidded through. And Ramel wanting 3 is always better than 2, isn't it?
Absolutely, especially when we're talking about wickets.
As that one's been played into the leg side, they're running hard between the wickets, but they're only going to manage one. Armand Kapoor doing a good job on the boundary there, and yeah, looking good. Binod getting off strike, and we'll see Adil Alam face Ramel Shahzad for the first time.
Ramel's also a fairly tall spinner, and he's got a very interesting action as he comes into bowl. I mean, most spinners are fairly tall and straight, but he really gets his back arched all the way back before he releases that delivery.
Adil Alam not looking to play as he swept that to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. It does not matter to him. It's Ramel Shahzad's last over, and he's bowled an incredible spell. He's saying, I'm here to take you on.
Good for Bandari. Adil Ahmed. He's come in and he's said, I'm going to stamp my authority on this game. It doesn't matter if we're 7 down or not. And I wish we would have seen this a little bit more from some of the previous batters. And I don't really think Shahzad is going to be any more worried. He's put on a fantastic spell so far.
Looks to go again this time, hitting it straight back to the bowler, but he is finding the middle of that bat, and it is sounding quite nice. So
it is.
This is the influence of T20 internationals we spoke about. He's not here to play this out for the 50 overs. He's here to try and win this game for Nepal. Back of a length, and that's brings the end to an excellent spell, I should say, from Ramel Shahzad. It's been a long day, Manali. We've been at this for a few hours now. So Ramel Shahzad finishing with figures of 3 for 35 in his 10, and the score now 79 for 7 after 30. So Manali, we're at the 30 over mark. We talked about doubling your total from here. Doubling their total from here does not get them the win. They're going to need to kind of pick it up a gear.
You're absolutely right. Doubling does not get them the win. They still need 110 runs off of 120 deliveries. And I don't really think the deliveries is going to be an issue here. I think it's going to be the runs and how they play through the remaining 20 overs to get to that 110 runs.
And that's in the air. That's in the air for short. Run out chance. No, a little bit of indecision there as Alam wanted the single. Not quite carrying through, but you're right in that doubling their score is not going to get it from there. They're going to have to kick it into gear. But again, when you're chasing, you know the total that you need. It's under a run of ball from here on forth. And again,
We've seen the Nepali batsmen have the ability to clear the boundaries. The boundaries straight are not that long.
So they have the ability. Will they have the time? And will they be patient enough to pick the right deliveries to go over the top?
Is going to be the question.
Binod hitting that out to the deep mid-wicket boundary. Akil Kumar is there, so just going to be the single. And Adil Alam took a liking to Ramel Shahzad in the last over. He's faced a few deliveries now. Is he going to look to go after Harsh Thakur as well? Let's wait and see.
Yeah, he's definitely come in with a mindset and probably instructions from the dressing room of being aggressive. And it should be interesting how he plays Harsh Thakur. But Harsh is he's done well to keep on top of his bowling, and I think the right shot selection is going to play a huge role on how Nepal ends up or on what side they're going to end up of this game.
Now it's back of the length and just defenders to cover, and Saad keeping the pressure on. There's a slip still in play. Why not? You got the team 7 down. You got a few runs to play with. And we talked about earlier, that partnership at the end, one from 112. If they were chasing 113 to win, Nepal still with a very good chance. those two drop catches that were at 112, now they're chasing 189 to win. Looks a completely different game.
Yeah, catches do win matches, as they say, and those two were definitely costly. That crazy how the game changed after that last batting, how that last partnership that Canada had. And Nepal is now under pressure because of it, because of those two drop catches and because of all those extra runs that came off of that.
And it looks like we're going to continue with spin here as Salman Nazar comes back into the attack. Well, the good opening spell, a little bit different now with 7 wickets down. Will they remain aggressive and continue to go for wickets? They 100% should.
They should. I must say I'm a little disappointed with how much the rotating of strike has gone down in the last few partnerships, and partly it is the wickets that have fallen, and the new batsman coming in just not being able to find that consistency of placing the ball in gaps and rotating.
As that's played on the offside by Binod. And you're right in that. It's been a little bit of hit and miss, playing defensive shots or looking to go over the top. And as we watch this come in, and he's going over the top, but Rayan is there, and that's another comfortable catch to Rayan Khanpatan. And as we mentioned, that's the 8th wicket down. Binod utterly disappointed with himself, and a lot more dragging needs to happen for him to come off. But again, another easy catch down to long on. We mentioned the rotation of strike was not happening. They were simply just looking to get hit over the top and chase it down in sixes.
Yeah, and that comes down to field placement as well. Bowling accurately and placing your field in a way that you're able to put the batsman under this pressure. And Binod Bhandari just, unfortunately, I think this might be the final nail in the coffin for Nepal, because you're 7 down, or 8 down now, 80 for 8. And you've had a player in there for quite a few overs now, as he's walking off for 13 off 21. I think a lot of the Nepali hopes were with Bhandari this whole time, and now you've got almost 2 completely new batters out in the middle.
You do have 2 new batsmen out there, but Manali, I said his name earlier today. Karan Casey is now in. We've seen what he's done in the past. He's played a number of quality innings for this Nepal side, and he's played innings against Canada for this Nepal side as well. The averages don't say much, but he's broken hearts of Canadians in the past, and he's going to have to put that performance together here again today.
It'll certainly make it a very interesting game if he does. And not just for you and I, but all of the spectators here that are here to support the Nepali team. I'm sure they're looking for some sort of miracle, some sort of turnaround in this game.
As we've said in the past, stranger things have happened in cricket, and we've seen Karan Casey with the ability to win games for Nepal, and they're certainly going to need him to come to the forefront today. He didn't have a great time of it with the ball, just taking the 1 wicket, 2 drop catches off his bowling. Aaron Johnson took it like to him early. He's going to need to have a great time of it with the bat if Nepal is to win this game from here on forth.
Yeah, unfortunate with the 2 catches being dropped off his bowling. And
that one has been hit well over the top for 6. They're not going to slow down, Manali. They're not going to slow down, and Adil Alam has just slapped that one over the pavilion for 6.
that was a massive, massive hit. It's gone over the pavilion. What a shot.
You're not going to be wondering here, Manali. I can tell you that. Just from what we've seen by Adil Alam and what we know of Karan Casey, they're gonna try and win this game. They're not going to die wondering.
Unfortunately, that kind of ruins a fairly decent over from Salman Nazir, and Nepal is now 87 for 8 after the 32nd over. Almost at that 100 mark of runs needed for Nepal. They're 102 off. Maybe a couple more big hits like that, and things start to change around.
They're going to need more than a couple. I can tell you that. They still need a 102 to go to win this game as we see Harshtaker to continue. That one's short, and that one's been guided. It is a quick outfield. Salman Nazar chasing this down, and they're coming back for 2. Well fielded there by Salman. But I can tell you, Manali, they've got the ability with the bat. But I've been impressed with Alam so far because he's not going after every ball. He's picking and choosing which deliveries he wants to hit out of the ground. And he's done so successfully so far. Karan Casey looking to repeat his antics from the last ball, missing out, so just beating outside the off stump. Harshtaker in the middle of a good spell here as well. And again, this one not beating short third man this time around. So Karan Casey looking to bide his time. He's got the ability to play the big shots, but he's definitely biding his time to see and pick and choose his delivery.
Yeah, he's trying to guide the ball in the gaps as much as he can. And you're right, Adil Alam has he's played smart. He's batted smart for his 10 runs so far, and if he continues to do so, they might have some sort of hope here.
That one's left alone outside the off stump. It looked like he wanted to go for it, but he decided to leave it alone. Probably the right decision given the circumstances. But Adil Alam, we talked about rotation of strike not being there. As we see Harsh run in. This one has been defended onto the offside, no run. He's hit a boundary and a 6. And that counts for his 10 runs. So he's choosing his deliveries, but he doesn't look like he's in the mood to run too much.
No, he does not. He would like to go big, and he would like to chase down this total faster rather than slower. But at the same time, I think he knows that he can't just count on the big shots. He knows that he's got to try and get the rotations happening. Salman Nazar's back into the attack for his 7th over. He went for quite a large 6 in his previous over, and it'll be interesting to see how he goes this over.
Short outside the off stump. He wants to keep it away from his arc. And Canadians seeing the threat of Alam hitting this big ball. Have got 3 men out on the leg side. Long on, deep mid wicket, a deep square leg, I would say, but he's still forward of square. So they know Alam can go big, and they're accounting for it. But there's runs on the leg side if he wants them. And a little nudge gets him 1 or 2. Easy way to get off strike.
Yeah, Nazar's doing a good job managing his line to try and keep them on the offside. If he wants to go on the leg.
And just looking to play that over square leg, looking to sweep that, just not there, just missing out. So sliding down leg there, and he accounted for it, but just was not able to get any bat on it. This one short on the offside, and Alam again not in the mood to run today. When Ali's he's waiting for his ball and to launch over the top once again.
Maybe the lunch was too heavy today. Time for siesta for him.
There again, Salman bowling tight lines here, looking to telling him that if you want to hit it on the leg side, you've got to go and reach for it. Not giving him anything in his arc so far. So this is a good over by Salman Nazar. And again, that ends a good over. So from Salman Nazar. Nepal now 89 for 8 after 34. And all of this partnership, they've got to take it to at least the 41st over here. Keep going 3-4 runs and over to the 40th over, and then reassess where you are from there. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you say 3-4 runs and over, but their required run rate right now is already over 6. And if they had more wickets, I would say, yeah, sure. You might have some big hitters coming down the order to make up for those deliveries that you've not scored off of. But you've got 2 more wickets. I mean, with just 2 wickets in hand, I think they got to keep on top of that run rate at the same time. So all these dot balls, all these wasted deliveries, they're going to catch up with them, I think.
As we see Karan Casey looking to play that on the onside. There's lots of room on the onside if they want to go for the runs. But again, Harsh bowling a tight line outside this off stump, so getting a little bit of turn. As you see him run in here, and again beating the outside edge. The oohs and ahs come out once again. perilously close to that outside edge there, Manali.
Harsh is doing a fantastic job. All the spinners have done an amazing job, and certainly making the Nepali batters work for every single run.
This time left alone. Biding his time here is Karan Casey. Alam a little bit more aggressive than Karan Casey so far, but Karan Casey looking to take this game deep as he's done so in the past for Nepal. Short outside the off stump again, and Karan doesn't want anything to do with it.
Arslan, do you feel like the intent has changed a little bit with these two batters? The body language has changed a little bit?
Beating the outside edge once again from Harsh Thakur. He bowled another great line, another maiden there as well. So 2 maidens in a row now. Nepal 89 for 8 after 35. It's a good question. I don't know if necessarily the body language has changed. I think they're biding their time from what I'm seeing. Alam a little bit more aggressive, looking to select his balls. But the one thing is that they're not interested in running too much, and that's the big thing. I think, you know, these 1s and 2s are going to count in the end. The 6s, it's tough to hit to make 100 runs just off 6s and 4s alone. So they're going to need to add in some singles and doubles if they're to make it. As we say that, Alam going hard once again, thick outside edge, over slips. It's running down to the fine leg, but third man boundary, and well fielded in the end. That looks to be Romel Shahzad there. So after bowling his spell, still got enough energy. Well, he is a spinner, so he should, after all, enough energy to go chase that one down and save 1 run for his team.
Yeah, spinner and young, and he did a fantastic job saving a boundary there. But you're right. I mean, if we're just looking to wait on 4s and 6s, the risk involved in that when you've only got 2 wickets is too high. They really need to start thinking about potentially getting 4 or 5 overs, just stroking the ball around and rotating.
Could not agree more. And you know, they're looking out for these big shots, but Nazar bowling really well here, bowling good lines in good areas, and not giving them any room to launch them over the top, which is what they're looking to do. And you're right, they've got to start running between these wickets here. I think outside edge trying to go for 6 does not count. They got to start rotating the strike and throw in some singles and doubles into this chase.
Saman Nazar's doing an incredible job with his bowling, not giving much away at all to Karan Casey. Everything has been very tight. A couple of plays and misses, and that's the end of the 36th over. 92 for 8, Nepal. 97 runs required from 84 deliveries. I wonder what's going through the head of the 2 batters out there in the middle. I would say it's quite obvious that the Canadians are feeling very confident. The Canadian captain is doing a great job moving his men around, and he's done a great job rotating his bowlers as well to keep the pressure on.
And that one's been hit, but there is a man out there. Romel Shahzad on the boundary. It's not going to go all the way. And Manali, right before that ball, was going to say I had a feeling that Alam was going to go for it again. But he's able to only find the man at the deep mid-wicket boundary, Romel Shahzad. And an easy catch out there brings an end to an innings that only had 2 flavors, for defense or looking to go for 6. So 13 off 16 for Adil Alam. And it brings in the captain, Sandeep Lamichhane, as Nepal now 92 for 9 in 36.1 overs.
It's still hard to believe you just said 92 for 9, Nepal, after what we had this morning. And yeah, Adil Alam, you're right, it was either a boundary or it was nothing. And unfortunately, that was his downfall. Well, we've got a fairly big player out there right now in Sandeep Lamichhane. He's He's obviously the captain of Nepal, has a vast amount of experience of playing cricket all over the world against and alongside some very experienced international cricketers. I'm sure he's had a good chat with the coach or the coaching staff before he's come out to bat, but he's certainly got his work cut out for him with still 97 runs to chase down.
Yeah, it's almost next to an impossible task from here, Manali. They really needed some partnerships, and they just weren't able to get them in this innings. A couple of decisions that didn't quite go their way early on in the innings really put a halt to the innings. And now, with 9 wickets down, it's almost over. But with that being said, as we watch Harsh Thakur bowl to Sandeep, and that's edged away down to third man again. Salman Nazar chasing after it. Are they going to come back for 2? They are. So 2 runs on the scoreboard once again. As I mentioned, the last wicket partnership is what put Canada over the top in this game to date. So you never know. It isn't over until that last wicket falls.
Absolutely, you never know, and we definitely learned that in the first innings. But something tells me it's a little too steep of a task this time around. We've heard you talk about Karan Casey's heroics in the past. I am quite intrigued to see some of them today. I'm sure a lot of their fans are quite intrigued to see some of it today. But as we say that, Harsh Thakur, he's got 2 slips in now, and the Canadian captain really putting the pressure on the Nepali batters.
Yeah, 2 slips in play for Sandeep Lamichhane, and these are the two that broke Canadian hearts just a few years ago. So that's why I don't hold my breath, Manali, for this win. Like I say, the game isn't over until the last wicket, but Sandeep there looking to launch that one to Kitchener.
Yeah, it certainly looked like he was trying to go to Kitchener. Bit of an optimistic shout for a stumping there from our keeper. But this time the finger stays down. Umpire says not out.
Beaten outside the off stump again, and there's been a lot of play and misses in this innings. Some balls keeping low, some balls turning. It hasn't been an easy wicket to play on, but this wicket is not indicative of 94 for 9, that's for sure. As Sandeep goes again, this one's hit high in the air. It's not going to make the boundary. Just a single down to long on. But again, Nepal not going to dive under it.
No, and what you said just now about the wicket, it's the 94 for 9 is not indicative of the pitch, but it is of the Canadian bowling. The Canadian bowling has been spot on from the time that they came out, and they have done an incredible job to bring Nepal down to the score that we're at right now. And I think Nepal is probably surprised as well. I don't know if they would have expected Canada to do as well as they have, especially after the poor batting performance that they had seen.
Yeah, after winning the toss and putting Canada in, if you ask Sandeep at the beginning of the innings, you're going to be 188 is what you're going to have to chase down. We would have been very happy with that. As we see Salman Nazar and Sandeep just playing that down to long off for a single, we would have been very happy with that. But 94 for 9, 96 for 9 now, sorry. Not what Nepal expected of themselves.
No, and that strike rate's just climbing, or the required rate is just climbing up to 7.25 now. And Karan Casey, unfortunately, just not able to rotate that strike. He's faced 20 deliveries for just 3 runs. Canada's still quite energetic in the field, quite loud, talking up their bowlers, backing up their bowlers.
Yeah, and there's lots of gaps in the field, Manali, for singles. Again, all 5 men out, 4 men out, I should say, on the boundary, 3 on the leg side, long off as well. So, the scoring options are there if you want to take some singles or doubles, but they really aren't there as much unless you clear the boundary. and we've seen a number of batsmen today try and clear that boundary and simply falling short.
Yeah, absolutely. There are a lot of gaps in the field right now, but the bowling line has just been so accurate that it's hard to get the ball away.
That's quicker from Salman Nazar, and that's been guided down to third man for 2. And like we said, the gaps in the field are there if you want to make some runs, increase your average a little bit. But in the air, the Canadian team has the boundaries covered. And that brings an end to the 38th over. Nepal now 98 for 9, inching closer to that to triple figures. But again, as we mentioned, that last wicket partnership for Canada has really given them the advantage in the second innings.
That was definitely the difference today, and you're right. So Canada knows at this point Nepal needs 91 runs off 72 deliveries. Singles and doubles are going to be hard to get him over there, and if they can just cover the boundaries, the 4s and the 6s, that should be pretty good to get him home and to a win. So it's smart placement by the captain of Canada.
Sandeep looking to go for the big hit once again. An appeal for a stumping, just not there. So Sandeep, he's actually wants to play on the offside, but the shot itself was well over the leg side. So he's in two minds there right now. But he's gonna need some hits if they want to chase this down. As once again he's beaten outside the off stump.
Yeah, he's definitely in two minds a lot, and you can see that he's trying to go big and he's trying to manufacture some shots, but it's not been as easy for the runs to come off of the bat.
He's beaten once again, and we talked about the number of plays and misses. There have been a lot. The intent has been there from Nepal in this innings, but they haven't really put it into action. The big hit once again, and another play and miss. It's an over and play and misses so far here, Manali, as Harsh Thakur is into his 8th over, 2 for 12 so far. So he's really done a job for his captain, not scoring many with the bat, but really bowling well with the bat as Sandeep hits this down to long on. It's a better plan there, just hitting it down to long on and maybe getting Carton Casey on strike to see if he can land some lusty blows.
Yeah, it's so important, especially with squads these days, that bat deep and you've got more bowling options instead of just specialist batsmen or specialist bowlers. When you've got bowlers who are more versatile or batters who are more versatile, it gives so many more options to a captain. And it's so necessary these days as well, because let's say your 5 main bowlers have been smacked around for a bit. You definitely need another plan, and if your part-timers are good enough and up to the task, it just makes it so much easier to still stay in the game.
Yeah, absolutely, and Canada has got an abundance of bowling options as well. Salman Nazar to continue, but we haven't seen Akil Kumar today. We haven't seen Uday Birwalia either. As we say that, Sandeep Lamichhane has slapped that one over deep mid-wicket, and that's gone all the way for 6. And when the line just off on that occasion, and Sandeep good enough to hit that over the top.
Salman Nazir's gone for a couple of 6s in his spell, and unfortunately that's what happens when you lose your line a little bit, or your length a little bit.
Not quite getting that. It's a brilliant catch by Harsh Thakur, so not quite getting out of the middle of the bat this time, going again, and that brings an end to the Nepal innings, and Canada will be very happy with that bowling performance. Restricting Nepal to 105 all out and winning this game very comfortably.
Yeah. That was a fantastic catch by Harsh Thakur there to get the captain of Nepal out, and unfortunately that brings an end to Nepal's innings. And I must say I did not expect this outcome in the morning when this game started, but congratulations to Canada, and good job, because you guys, the players have just put in so much fight, and they've shown so much fight and strength out there, and confidence in their bowlers. It's a fantastic job, and they've done it against a fairly top-notch experienced side, so they should all be very, very proud of themselves. Everyone from the players, the coaching staff, everyone in the Canadian contingent. The players are just shaking their hands as they walk off the field and call it a day, and Nepal closes their innings at 105 for 10 after 39.2 overs.
Yeah, I just want to give a quick shout out to Nepal for obviously making their way over to Canada. The Nepal fans are happy. We got to see a game of cricket between these two nations, and we're hoping to see many more over the years. Canada coming out on top, but I think at the end, Manali, cricket was the winner today. And it's good to see the sun shining and the players playing. And to all of you that tuned in, whether it was through the live stream, whether it was through just looking at the scorecard, whether it was being here in person, we thank you. And Manali, great job today for you as well. It was a pleasure commentating this game with you alongside, and a great game of cricket in the end. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Arslan. Not a bad day with you either. And that wraps up our game for today at King City. And thank you for being with us for this coverage today.
Did you want to call it a day, or do you want to do something with the captains?
I'm easy.